Yo, Anity with the big 10 gifted. Dude, I was filling up my water bottle. I didn't see that. Thank you much for the big 10 gifted. Fraser, thank you for the 2 months. Soulfish, thank you for the 46 months. God damn it. Oh, I am tired. I feel a little bit refreshed after taking yesterday off, but I think I've run into a bit of a wall recently. That boy with a great thing, 43 months. Sup. I am in fact here. Hello, hello.
Flatsel, flatsel, flatsel.
House Onyx, 33 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think I've hit a bit of a wall recently. So, I don't recommend your videos typically works. I dropped a vid in Hot Topics you might enjoy. I appreciate you. Maybe we'll do that today. It's been a few days since I've done any Hot Topic stuff, so maybe today we'll do some. I have some spectating stuff set up to do. And I've been playing a fuck ton of hours recently. So I think I've run into a bit of a wall where I'm like,
Incoming.
it's not that I'm not having fun, I'm literally just tired, if that makes sense. Where it's like, it's like, I want to stream Rivals, but I don't want to play anything right now. So it's like, shit. Jay the Robin, thank the Prime. Appreciate it, thank you. Are you gonna be progressing on Freedom Bum soon? No, not really. I played on it a couple nights ago, just for fun. I just played some DPS. Those games were wild, to say the least. But I haven't been in a bit. We aren't the whippersnappers we were when Overwatch came out. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, like, realistically, if I really wanted to, I could, but there'd have to be like an actual reason. You know, I'm a very, very, very much goal-oriented person. You know, there has to be something. It's like, well, I got my top 500. Yeah, I moved up probably a little bit since then, so I'd have to re-get it. But then, like, I'm gonna have to get it again after mid-season anyways. I'm gonna have to get it again later. So, like, just taking a few days off isn't gonna be a, you know, interesting or bad thing, I guess. You know, it's not gonna be a weird thing. I don't know. 5,740 lattice and 7,920 credits is insane. Oh yeah, oh my god, I spent like $100 when the game came out. I just I loaded it up just so I'd have it for the future. So that's how I got most of that. And then I think I got like a little bit extra as like a thank you gift for doing that event that we did, where like you had to like snipe my games and get like a free skin. I'm like pretty sure that like around that time I got a few extra credits. I think they gave me some credits for doing that event as like a thank you gift because like I couldn't snipe my own games. So a lot of it's just that. I haven't spent it yet though. I kind of want to spend it on stuff that like not only I think is going to be cool, but also stuff that I'll actually use. Like I'm probably not going to use many Psylocke skins, you know. Are you talking about not wanting to play it in stream Rivals today or the past couple days? No, I think I'm just like, I don't want to say the words burned out because people are gonna get like people get really weird around the words burned out. It's like, oh my god, you're burned out. The game must be like, no, I'm literally just tired, man. Like, period. You know, like I spent the day yesterday. What did I do yesterday? I went out to go get groceries. The store was so packed, I left and went to a different store. I just had to do some small stuff. Came back, made food, watched anime, basically just took the whole day off. Oh, I did take the day off. I didn't stream yesterday. I was gonna stream, but then I didn't. Just cause like, God, I've streamed so many hours the last like 4 months straight. And this feels like the first time I've had a breather. I don't have any sponsored things to do. There's no big Rivals content. There's no big Overwatch content. You know, like we're gonna have stuff coming up in a few days and I know it's coming. So it's like, you know what? Good time to chill, you know? Maybe it's a good time to chill. I wish more people watched you. Had a game where our tank would always immediately secede and run away. It would make the whole team die.
One down.
I mean, a lot of people in this game give up instantly. I actually don't like that this game has a forfeit mechanic, because every time I ever get the forfeit mechanic on my team, we never forfeit, and we win most of the time anyways. He's quitting Rivals. No! Oh god. You know what, speaking of quitting Rivals, if you didn't see my tweet earlier... Look at this. This tweet came out from this Rivals channel. It says, players are starting to express their frustrations against the triple support meta, calling it boring and just not fun. Make sure there's nothing there when I hit that. Okay. Triple supports is boring to play against. Ludamantis and Cloak and Dagger are genuinely the least amount of fun I've had playing this game. Every Vanguard or DPS ult is met with a support ult. It's less about the healers and more about the OP ults. Where have I heard this before? An invincibility field, every fight is just not fun. They either need to massively increase the charge time or just nerf the ults overall. I would even be happy if we could just stun the supports to cancel the ults. I don't like to complain for nerfs, but support ults currently make the game just not fun. I would rather play against old Hawkeye. Oh. And then if you didn't see my tweets, we have played these games before. First time? Hey, I don't want to see nobody put my name in your fucking mouth whenever they make changes about buffs or nerfs or whatever. I haven't said fucking shit. I want to watch you guys all fucking spin in circles because I've done this before. I've done this twice. This will be the third time I'm spectating. I'm here for the ride this time. Have fun. Figure it out. Let me know what you guys come up with. Marvel Rivals 2 coming out in March. Oh god, please. If we get bored of Rivals, do we go to Paladins? Dude, low-key, I talked to Shade not too long ago. We talked about doing an April Fool's video of quitting Rivals for Paladins. Might be another banger in the works. We'll have to think about it.
One down. Here they come.
Is it finally time for the Legend of Zelda stream? No, that would be just too much. Dude, I'm struggling to get through the Spider-Man game. And the Spider-Man game's fun, like it's cool, but it feels like a movie. Like I don't feel like I'm doing anything, you know? Like the fights just feel like, okay, I'm just gonna work through these buttons and then I heal and I work through these buttons and then it's movie time, you know? Which is cool. I've enjoyed it, but it's not my mindless grinding.
From Discord PC, Discord Mobile, and Twitch Mobile that you are live and in just here like a cock him coming to your stream. Give me a minute Jesus Christ much love stream.
Thanks, Mr. Shah, appreciate it. Damn, guys got every alert turned on. That's awesome. Has Rivals significantly boosted your viewership? Sure. Yeah, I'd say so. I don't know how I mean, for sure. Like, don't get me wrong. Overwatch is a niche audience. But you know what's funny? It's both weird and good because, like, I you know, on some weird world, I kind of see this going in a route where, in the future, people might be more willing to try or try Overwatch that have never tried it before. Because they probably have such a fun time with Rivals, and at some point, either they're gonna make a mistake, or people are just gonna be slightly tired of it or whatever, and be like, I never tried that other one. How is it? And just give it a shot on their own. I have this weird feeling that that is how it's gonna go down. It's probably gonna take about 6 months to a year for that to happen, but I have this feeling. Captain, thank you for the fresh tier 1. Appreciated. And if they told Overwatch is trash, they might be curious to try it. I mean, isn't that the reason why most people end up trying League of Legends eventually? Most people who end up trying League of Legends, they want to see, is it actually as toxic as people say it is? Is it actually as fucked up a game and, like, community as they say it is? You know, like, I mean, Seagull ended up trying to do the unranked or bronze to challenger thing, One, to try his hand in a game that's so old he's never done really before, but also two, just to see how funny it would be. Have I tried League? Personally, no. I've only been PC gaming since 2018, and Overwatch was my first PC shooter at the time. Technically, I tried Siege for like 2 weeks, and I was like, yeah, I'm never going back to this game ever again.
Happy 3 months. I'm hoping that I can get good enough to get in one of your games. You are my favorite.
So you say that now, and then we're gonna get in a game, and you're gonna cloak and dagger ult, or you're gonna Bucky ult and miss, and I'm gonna go, fuck, we missed, and then I'm gonna, it's all over. No, I appreciate 3 months. No, I wish you luck though. Nelly, thank you for the 16 months.
Incoming.
Captain, yeah, I got your tier 1. I appreciate it. Oh, Invisible Woman. I read that as Life Weaver for a second. Oh god. Oh god, my brain is still fried. Jade Sky, thank you for 15 months. I appreciate it as well. Thank you, thank you. Is it possible to carry a stranger when your heals are really bad? You can carry on every character, pretty much. I mean, my unranked to GM run on Captain America was literally in Season 0 with the worst version of Captain America, and I won, like, almost all my games. The only games I lost were, like, 2 games where our team actually hard through, and then, like, a couple games where, like, I think they might have just either had a Smurf, or, I don't know, like, they just were better. Like, I still did well, and I tried my best, but I was like, ooh, this is gonna be tough. But, like, overall, it still climbed really quickly. Oh my god, the video that came out today with the Raging Raccoon. Wait, did that go out today? That's so funny. Oh, that was on my, that's on my Captain America account. I haven't played on it since the reset. I was just playing DPS. Holy fuck. That was so fucking funny. That was so fucking funny.
Target neutralized.
When's the next 7 days stream/video? I haven't played 7 days in a minute. There is technically more VODs of that exist. I don't know if they ever got uploaded, though. If you know about my secret streaming channel, they might still exist. You might want to go find them, though, before they go. Because, like, I think that video was only till, what, my first, like, 7 or 10 days? I think I got up to, like, what, 28 or something like that eventually? Did you escape the Plat Mines? I mean, I won most of the games I played that night, but then I hopped off. Like, I literally haven't played on it since then. It's not like I was playing on it to, like, oh, we got a hard grind right now, you know? Hello, Kobe. I will leave the game if we don't get another healer. My favorite, actually, you know what the funny part about that is? That entire game, never there was a single time where we had a single support. Like, we had a single support at some point because I think Somnus swapped with our tank because our tank was 0-7. So, like, they were in the middle of swapping heroes, and that was, like, and they remember them bitched about it, like, oh, you're gonna make me solo heal. It's like, bro, nobody. We have 30 seconds left in the spawn room. Like, the fuck are you, what are you bitching about? Oh, it was 0-8? Oh, even better. I low-key felt for that guy, though. Wait, the guy that was screaming at everybody the entire time? Why? I wouldn't feel for something like that. That's...
Target neutralized.
One, there is no world where acting like that is ever going to help you win a game. Ever. Period. I don't care how tilted you are. Getting mad at your teammates and typing at them the entire time and bitching and moaning legitimately never gets anyone to win. Ever. Period. It doesn't matter how right you think you are. Even in those situations where you're so tilted, you're just literally bitching, just sit there with your mic muted and don't say anything. That's it. Like, even the entire game that I played with that guy, I muted the entire game. I didn't say a single word. I typed back, I think, twice or 3 times, and that was it. I never said a word back. At first when no one would go healer, we hadn't even left the spawn room yet. Well, they were just, like, I think they, didn't they yell like, someone do this or I'm throwing?
Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
Do it, bitch. Start throwing. Start jumping off the map. If you care that much, I promise you that you're gonna get madder than I am, you know? That's never the answer. That's never, ever, 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 ever the answer. Is like, literally haven't left the spawn room yet, and you just start going like, unless we do this, I throw. Because like, I'll give you an good example. That same guy later on, in that game, was like yelling for everybody to stand on the cart so the cart would go backwards. But that's not how the mechanic works. The mechanic works is if you stop the cart and capture it for yourself, it will then slowly start rolling backwards. It doesn't matter if anyone's on it or not. So they literally just don't even know that it's the correct mechanics, right? So it's like, in those instances, I have a lot harder of a time feeling for someone like that, because it's like,
Nothing personal.
Either one, you're taking this way too seriously, and two, for someone who's taking it so seriously, you sure don't know much. You know what I mean? That's why I don't see it the same way. 14 last thing of the Prime. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I get Elo to lose, Grinch. Just because someone is loud doesn't mean they're right. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's pretty true. True. That's true. Alright. You know what we're gonna do? I got 3 options for today. I'll let you guys pick. I've got 1 cheater, 1 spectating bronze, and 1 rank 1. I'm not going to tell you anything else about them besides those. Give me a 1. Why are you typing 1? Why are you typing 1? I haven't even said the option. I haven't even said what votes for what. I was going to say type 1 in chat for cheater, type 2 in chat for bronze, type 3 in chat for rank 1 player. Rank 1 at X for hero. You know, I feel like there's a conspiracy of people just like to type
5 months. Sheesh.
Because I see more 1s across both chats than anything else. I'd probably say. Yeah, looking at both chats, I'd say probably 1 came in. It came in clear first. 2 and 3 was much closer. Okay. Let me find this thing. Okay. I heard the "Here they come." Did you hear it? Here they come. Poll? I'm not doing a poll. I got 2 chats to run. How am I gonna do a poll through 2 chats? This shit's gonna be based off vibes. Okay. Just ignore YouTube? Wow, YouTube. You guys gonna take that? I wouldn't take that. That's fucked up. A crap to... Oh. Crap's message on this one is interesting. It's been a long time since Crap told me what hero they're cheating on, and then says, well, you'll see. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. What do you got? So we got... Well, oh yeah, I forgot we had to put a classification for these now, because it's Overwatch or Marvel Rivals. Jesus Christ, I was gonna say Game Rivals. Cheater, yeah, New Jeans, okay, I'll remember that. Rocket, Punisher, Squirrel Girl, it's in comp, high gold, low plat, PC, and says, this guy was shameless, shooting our whole team as Rocket through walls and shields. Oh no, not again. Doctor Strange, noticed he seemed to hit only headshots through 4 clips. After a few lives, this guy switched to Punisher and continued the same stuff. At the half, our whole team started to call him out, so he switched to Squirrel Girl to make it hard to tell that he was cheating. This guy seems to like he relied heavily on those cheats and could not position to save his life. Okay, those are sometimes my favorites, so let's go. Wait, I just realized though, they went Squirrel Girl to try to hide it? Brother, the replay viewer exists. Who are you trying to hide from? You can't hide from me. See the thing right here? Hey, look at anything look interesting out of this lobby with the guy with 36,000 damage? Uh-huh. I see. I see. Also, that's an interesting name. All right, let's go. BK, thank you for the 5 months. Nick, thank you for the Prime as well.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I love how this shows up from a few days ago. I'll avoid Punisher. That's so funny. Okay, so this is him, right? New jeans. Let's see.
We guard the galaxy.
Oh, have we played these games before? I'm having deja vu already.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That's an interesting place to put that. I've played these games before, man. Hang on, wait a minute. Hang on. The guy who submitted this, yo, whoever submitted this, I feel like that would have been a nice detail to leave in there, you know? Hey, this guy shot me through the fucking wall.
I will always lend.
And what? No, it's not just all headshots.
Squirrel girl. That felt kind of mean.
Is this the same guy?
That must be really humiliating. I just got more dangerous.
Wait, I read that part about it. Wait, did he say shooting through walls? Oh, he did say shooting through walls and shields. Oh.
This is real firepower.
Yeah, listen, look, I took yesterday off, okay? I'm not fully locked in. Leave me alone. Okay, so this is... I don't have to say anything about this one. I am more curious, though, on two things. One, they lost the fucking fight. That's amazing. Two, they have the reaction time of a fucking pineapple. They literally should have died to the Moon Knight there. And three, I want to know what happens when they switch to another hero and start trying to pretend they're not cheating. What's it gonna look like? Because, hang on, I have a theory that this is already gonna be like a ridiculous amount of damage. Okay, he's already at 7,500 and the game just started, right? Like everyone else is 1,000 or barely 2,000 or less, right? That's a lot of damage they're gonna drop off before this game finishes. Accuracy? 89% accuracy. I might be covering it. 89% accuracy.
Might be a good time to stop them.
Wait, they don't even go down to... Wait, they keep reloading at one bullet. Wait, have you guys noticed that? Wait, they noticed... Chat, am I... They reload at one bullet every time. Why do you think that is? Wait a minute, I have a theory. I'm pretty impressed with this rank. The heroes are good enough that nobody actually dies and the supports still get ult like every 40 seconds. Damn. You know what I was gonna say though? If you run out of bullets on Rocket, does it automatically start the reload for you? Because there's a left click and a right click, right? But like, if you're not... Is it set that way so that it won't automatically reload for you? So you can heal if you really wanted to? You know what I mean? So it's like, that way it doesn't force you to auto reload, so that if like you want to switch to heals really quick, you can before you reload? I don't know. If you ever played Overwatch, there's a hero called Baptiste that does that, where like you can have your left click, which does damage, right click does healing, and it's typically better to have auto reload off, just in case like you're doing damage, and then like a fight breaks out and it's like, well, someone's low and you need to try to keep them alive. It's like, yeah, you might be out of your left click, but you can keep right clicking until you reload. That's the thing what I would think of. Holy mother of fuck, what the hell was that?
Still a chance to stop them.
So are they not gonna...
Against the world.
Bro, it's literally off by a mile, but it still hits. What? Bro, that bitch is off by a fucking mile.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Wait, hang on.
Flax, keep doing your brother
Wait.
streams. Also, is there any roll for sandwich today?
Why are they also... They're also reloading at 1. Is it just a replay bug? Okay, that one they stopped at 6.
Clearly you needed some help.
I'm so confused. But they're not gonna reload half...
You stopped them in their tracks.
Holy shit, it's literally playing the game for them. Okay, like, real talk, right? You're a gamer, right? You're a gamer. I'm assuming you're a gamer if you're here. Whenever you're a gamer, you're playing a gun-based hero whatever game, shooty game, you shoot out half your mag, and it's not like a Tarkov, right? Where, like, you know, like, you kind of have to keep track of your which mags, how bullets and stuff, right? Like, we're talking a game where you can just reload whatever. Who doesn't reload like this, right? Like, not here. But like after they fire half of it, they just stop shooting here and they just turn their brain off and just start walking. I feel like the game is just fully playing for them, like all the way through already. I wonder if it'll get worse as we keep going, but I don't know. That's just my early feeling. Also, no more shooting through the walls, huh?
Battlefield ready again.
This is interesting.
Pulse charge, fire!
Moon Knight's offside resume.
Huh.
Our enemies on the earth.
Do you have a hunch that group was on the flank? Did he do it there too? When you turned around? Does he just not stop shooting? Yeah, it's playing the game for him. He turns around to look to see like maybe to grapple away or something, and doesn't let go of the left click.
I'm good to go. Smoke screen.
It turned to shoot the Ankh, did it? Is that an Ankh back there? I mean, I guess it could have, but like, why? I don't understand. Okay.
I'm good to go. Smoke screen.
Please tell me they died to that. Please tell me they died to that. Aww. Where are you going? Oh, he doesn't have to worry about not being seen. That is probably, quite possibly, the worst grapple I've ever seen. Holy fucking shit.
Second chances over.
How much damage does this guy have? He's already at 16,000. Bro, look at the rest of the lobby. 4,600, 4,600, 4,600, 23, 23, 6,600, 3, 4, 35, 17,000. Jesus. I think it's honestly the most impressive is the supports have kept up quite nicely over there. This is a quick learning moment where damage does not equal kills or does not equal wins. 17,000 damage, 3 final blows. Having tons of damage does not mean anything. Effective damage. Oh.
So weak.
See, that was like their first instance of having effective damage.
Might be
Twice, actually, there. Back to back. It just didn't matter because it's over. Also, they've long lost the point. What? Bro, what are they doing? Where are you going? Holy fuck, they are terrible. Holy... Bro, you might have to keep the cheats. Take away the wall hacks one, like the shoot through walls.
This is not over.
Bro, make them play Punisher only? I don't think they'd climb. You can keep them. Bro, I lost to this guy with a million question marks. It's just nothing but hit markers, but it's all on the tanks and Groot walls, so it doesn't matter. They're gonna die to that.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Holy fuck! I've seen some dog shit in my days, but I never seen someone this dog shit before. Holy fuck! This thing's coming from the next zip code. Has grapple, has turret, could shoot it, has walls, aim hacks. Blocks, it doesn't matter, bro. Yeah, everyone loses to LeBron in the end, I guess. Holy shit. This is silver level play. That is a fucking insult to silver players everywhere. This is legitimately bronze 3.
To my king Tony Montana.
Yeah. Fucking Tony Montana. I'm not even joking. This is actually this is bronze 3 would be an improvement.
Did my deployment.
Okay. Bronze 3 would have been an improvement to what we were witnessing. I understand why people buy cheats when this is how they play. Bro made it actually longer. My guy managed to turn a 1.5 second interaction of AKA someone walking to a doorway, walking through the doorway and keep walking, into a 3 second interaction by popping his grapple a millimeter away into the wall and going up into the ceiling.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Don't give them another inch, or else.
And they have the wall hacks or the like shoot through walls version off, so that it's not like they can just do unlimited damage through walls. But like without the walls, Jesus Christ, are they even killing anything? Oh.
Anyone willing to help?
They don't even I don't even think they did reload on their own. Did he ever ult? No, there hasn't been an ult yet. Not a single ult, actually. There hasn't been a turret form. There hasn't been an ult. I don't even know if there's been a smoke usage yet.
Stop them in their tracks.
They haven't pulled out their shotgun a single time. Oh, they did smoke once? Okay. Hey, they're on the board. That's something. But yet they have 22,000 damage. With 12 kills. Honestly, their support should be ulting on cooldown for how much they're probably getting ult.
Heavy weapon.
Oh, our first turn of the day! They don't know how to use it really, though.
Fire. Out of sight.
Holy fuck. You know what? Maybe don't use the turret, dude. Is this their actual, like, mouse moving with the cheat? Watch this. They're about 10 years behind this Strange.
A little help, please.
They're literally like 10 years behind him at all times. I don't even think he has to be aiming at them. I think as long as the mouse was within like a certain range, like it'll hit for him, but I don't know how else that would work. I have no fucking clue. McBro dudes, thank you for +2 1. Appreciate it. Where is bro going? Where is bro going? What? Hello? Holy fuck, they're so ass! They're actually so ass! How do you lose a 1v1 to a gold Bucky? With fucking wall hacks aimbot? Like, how?
Score is 0-2-2.
Alright, let's skip ahead.
It feels good to step outside.
So now they got called out, so now they're gonna go Squirrel Girl.
3, 2, help get that vehicle to its destination.
Oh, I can handle the time entanglement. There have been alternate versions of me forever.
Is this why you guys keep telling me Penny's good? Huh? Is this why? Stuff like that? Is that what you're telling?
Look, itsy bitsy spiders.
Is this the... Wait, are they playing for real now? Is this their real aim? Are they missing a fucking inanimate object on the floor? Wait, did they turn them off?
I've got you covered.
Oh my god, I think this is actually their real aim. Wait, no, it's not. It's still moving around.
Time to go nuts.
Wait, they don't understand there's an arc to it though. Oh no, it is still on. It just didn't, well, hang on. The one on the ground I think might have actually been their legitimate aim then. Cause I don't know if it could target it.
Get that vehicle moving again.
What am I witnessing right now? I feel like I'm watching an actual fucking bot. This is a person.
Us against the world.
They're just how is this fun for you? Why is there no attack animation? It's probably bugged out. Let me go to someone else really quick. And go back. It's probably just a replay viewer bug. Probably just a replay viewer bug. First ult of the game, you're not wrong. You know what also they don't realize? They're shooting at a fucking window. They don't realize there's a freaking window here. Hang on. Go. Way out. Oh. It won't let me out. It won't let me go free cam. I don't know why. But they're trying to flip it under the ambulance?
Feel the wrath of the goddess.
Dude, I'm sorry I called them a bot. That's literally offensive to bots everywhere. Holy fuck.
Done with this fight.
This is like a sentient piece of paper.
Get that vehicle moving again.
This is like a fucking piece of paper off your desk, like a sticky note tried to play Rivals.
No, that spider nest has got to go.
I know the audio not being there is probably throwing you off, but they haven't hit a shot in an hour, and they're trying to shoot the storm and miss every fucking shot. I think it is still on, though. I think it's probably still on a hit scan, but holy fuck, they killed someone. That's crazy. They found the angle. They're not moving. This is where they're going to be for the next 30 seconds. They're not going to move. They got a kill here. Oh, is the fight over? Oh, the fight's over. Oh, are they going to go back? They didn't go back. Holy shit, though. Real talk?
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You know, at least they're kind of figuring out the angle. They're sort of realizing they have to aim up by shooting at the storm, but they're literally hitting the walls. They're not even angles. There's not even like people near them. There's not even the choke.
Time to go nuts.
Miniature metal spiders. Interesting.
Big thing, the prime.
You're shooting it. Keep going.
Clearly, you need.
I don't know if is this worse than the cheating gameplay? Like this is
Spiders never stood a chance.
this is just boring. Like how do they enjoy this experience? They just sit so far back. Are they on a controller? I mean, I guess they could be on a controller. They are still reloading at 1. Okay, I'm gonna watch someone else's POV really quick. I want to see if they also reload at 1. Let's do Magneto really quick. 4, 3, 2, 1. Nope, we'll live to 0. Okay, so they're also reloading at 1. It's not a replay viewer bug. For some reason, they always reload at 1. No matter what character they've been on.
Leave them to Khonshu.
Do you think it's scripts to reload for them? Or do you think they're so fucking terrible and so stupid that they can't even figure out how to reload on their own? Trope's thinking it's 2-1. That's crazy. But the game reloads for you at 0? I know. That's just like... Just like, why? I don't even understand the purpose behind it. They just hit all their buttons on, like, just smash their face on the keyboard at all times. But the thing is, they have wall hacks. They know there's nobody over there. I just don't think they let go of mouse 1 the entire game. I think they actually just walk around holding mouse 1 the entire game and do nothing else. What if it's AI? Well, I don't think it's AI because the person was hard cheating before, like shooting through walls, shooting people through walls, and then they got called out and then swapped to this. So it's like, there's definitely someone back there smart enough to realize that, like, okay, like, now I gotta try to be a little bit more, you know, safe. I gotta make sure they don't catch on to me. Not saying it's a good thought. I'm just saying there is definitely a thought, though, somewhere in there. Also, I think that Squirrel Girl ult literally tripled their kills. Pretty much. Also, my goodness, they're at 34,000? They would be way higher. I think they were at, what, like 25 or 28 when they were on defense?
Us against the world.
At the pace they were going, it should be way higher. Bro isn't even MVP? Wait, you're right, they're actually not. Where are you going?
I appreciate you. No worries. I've got your back. Anyone willing to help?
I'm just saying, this person 1000% watched a guide or something, or watched somebody talk about how to play these games. It was like, you need to play in cover. You gotta always play in cover. Because, like, I don't think this person could be any further away from the fights. They're just sitting there just holding left click and just hoping that the cheat redirects somebody into them.
Only 60 seconds left.
I can't even say they have the reaction time of a pineapple. They have no reaction time. 0. It doesn't exist. There isn't a sentient object out there to compare it to. It doesn't exist. It is null. They just got stuck walking to a fucking desk. Hello? We're back on the same corner, just feeding the Magneto ult to try to kill my teammates? That's fucking brilliant. If this Squirrels kills multiple people again, I'm gonna be so upset.
No more delays.
That squirrel just slammed into so many things, though.
Disappear.
Oh, well, it can't. Doesn't matter if they're invisible when you have wall hacks, right?
Final 10 seconds.
Jesus Christ.
Final score.
Dude, honestly, I feel like if you take away the wall hacks version, you can let this person keep the cheats. They're so fucking terrible. I don't think they're gonna go anywhere. He got hard carried? Yeah, actually, team legitimately did carry him. Team legitimately actually carried them at the end. They didn't do shit the entire attack. Didn't even get MVP. Dude, not even getting MVP? Wall hacking, aim hacking, rage hacking, shooting them through their own walls and shields is diabolical work. That is actual diabolical work. Hang on, I gotta... Let's see. Surely you're gone, right? Wall hack.
Love the smell of bad
Aimbot,
cheaters in the morning.
silencer. Maybe that's what that was on the left, on the Squirrel Girl. Maybe. Ground clipping, sure. Headlock, yeah. Wall clipping, sure. Yep. AoE, sure, you can have that too. Actual. This player is so bad. The cheats might not be that bad to let them keep. Just take away the shoot through walls version. Wait, they're actually not banned yet. Wait, they're not banned yet. They still exist. Wait, are they still playing? Wait, they're still around. Oh, they just haven't played in a bit. They just stopped playing on the account. But they're plat. Huh. This guy's plat? Yeah, I mean, what the submission was what? High gold, low plat. Do we spectate another? We could. Wait, this game's only 4 minutes long and they have no kills, no defeats. Wait, what is the story of this game? 297? Wait, did somebody draw their game? Wait, hold up. Did somebody draw their game so they stopped playing on the account? Hold the fuck up. Don't tell me this is what happened. Wait.
Everything in this place.
The battle starts in
New
5,
jeans.
4,
And yet so
3,
strange.
2. All you need to do
Okay.
is capture the mission area.
The game starts being
Got it?
played. Hang on. I'm just gonna skip ahead a little bit.
Clash over fighting vampires.
Wait, how did they can't draw this game mode though?
A little help, please.
You know what to do, spiders?
Holy fuck, they're awful. Bro, just move the mouse or something, you lazy fuck!
One less pull.
Jesus!
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh my fucking god, dude, this is... They don't do anything! They just let the cheat play for them! Wait, did they get bopped? Wait, hang on. Wait a minute, they were there, right? Like, they were playing. They were still playing, right? Wait, they're gone. Wait, did they get bopped? The other team probably left, right? What happened at the end of the game? Oh, they chose to surrender. So, I think,
30 seconds before
because it looked like they were playing. I don't think they rage quit. Right? He was definitely doing an action. Did he get banned? But it doesn't say they're banned right now. Huh. Interesting. Where are they again? Where are they? Where was the game that we spectated? Was it this one? I think it was this one, right? Yeah, it was that one. So they got one other game where they did the same thing. Let me see real quick.
the right heroes could make all the difference.
Yeah, maybe they got unbanned since then. Where are they?
We are undefeated.
Wait, did they get scared? Wait, is this what happened? Wait, did they play Squirrel Girl most of the game again? They died. Comes back. Damn, the game they got called out scared them so bad they just started playing Squirrel Girl to cheat, so it's less obvious.
I'm just dying.
The knuckle spike is coming.
Skip ahead. Same spot the entire time. It's like actually watching a robot play. Oh, then they go Somebody said they wanted to see them play Bucky and reloading at 1. Whoever said that before, you spoke that into existence. You're gonna get your wish. Hang on, what was that? Hang on.
I unleash the Bashanti's power.
Wait. It is a script! It is a script! He only has 2 arrows! He shoots twice and then reloads every time! It is! It is! You were right! You were right! They actually only shoot twice every time! Holy fuck! The cheats are actually a nerf. That's so funny. Gets absolutely annihilated. Cheater meet Wolverine. Oh, there they go, Punisher. Another absolutely awful fucking. Wait, is that a new version? Wait a minute. Hello? That's not normal. Wait, that's not normal. Wait, they have a speed up cheat for the fire rate. Wait, he's going so fast that the server literally doesn't even recognize it.
Battlefield ready again.
He did no damage, but his whole clip's gone.
We are undefeatable!
Whoa! Full normal speed. Yeah, no, that's fucking insane. Bro, what is that?
Leave them to Khonshu.
A nice deep
Bro, they're not. It's not even helpful. Okay, that one was. He kind of deleted them.
Justice, pure and simple. Hey, Dee! Enjoy this!
That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row! 5! That's amazing!
Bro, someone call the United States government. Someone call the military. That should not be fucking allowed. Hello? AC-130! That was more than an AC-130! That was a fucking A110! What the fuck was that? I'm pretty sure that was against the law!
Double KO!
Nah, hang on. I need to see if they play Punisher on attack and then do the same thing again.
2.
Wait, they play... Oh, this is wrong person. Nah, that was fucking disgusting. Dude, they're dropping the whole clip in less than a second.
Now drop faster.
Holy shit!
What have you summoned now?
Dude, I'm so glad that I can go into their profile and look at previous games.
Not too many things impress me, but Storm.
On the help! Double KO!
Dude, it doesn't even do good things for them. Like, they could have easily killed that Luna if they weren't dropping the entire fucking mag in like half a second every time. I want to see the Rocket team up one more time. Surely it happens, right? Why do you have a turret set up, stupid? There's nobody here. They're not gonna come out here. Hello?
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Like, did you grow up drinking lead? Like, how do you just not understand any of these things? Like, how dumb are you? Like, these people are so stupid. They're so fucking dumb, and they're so bad at the game too, that like, even with the cheats, like normal cheats, they're still terrible. They have to get like some advanced version. Are we gonna get another team up though? Because like I just saw the Rocket drop the team up there for a second, and I don't know if we're gonna get a chance. Yo, just for the Overwatch 2 drop thing with Big 10 gifted. Yo, that's my favorite chatter right there. Thank you so much for the Big 10 gifted. How are you? Thank you, thank you. Okay, I gotta go back and see it then. Hang on, I gotta go back and see it one more time. One more time. This is like watching a crime. Right here.
I'm good to go.
That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row. 5. That's amazing.
The worst part is, this person is slandering NewYT by using that name. They need to be sent to the gulag.
Team play. That's me.
In 2 months.
By the eye.
That's gotta be some of the craziest things I've ever seen. I've been doing a lot of spectating for a long time. I never see anything like that. That's wild. That is wild to me.
Those bullets are flying out faster than toilet paper coming off the shelves during the pandemic.
They just played Rocket and all these other games. Let's try to see if there's any. Not an MVP in sight. Nope. Validating the tier 2 for 28 months. OG Feet Muncher. That's a fucking
You have
name.
read
Thank you
this
for the Prime.
message before. Till next month.
Just Chad, thank you for the 2 months. A1, thank you for the 2 months. Jar Jar, thank you for the 16 months. Just for the Overwatch 2 drops, thank you for the tier 2 for 7 months and the 10 gifted. Appreciate you. Rig Bushy, thank you for the 7 months as well. Thank you. That is crazy. That is actually diabolical. I'd never seen anything like that. Okay. Jobby Stats, thank you for 3 months. God damn. I have another one too.
Just a random
Yo.
question. Would you be down to do a No Man's Sky playthrough?
So, okay, I'm gonna do another spectating in a sec here, but before I do it, I want to answer that. I would be down, but No Man's Sky is a really hard game to stream. Not gonna like the Prime. The last time I tried to play No Man's Sky on stream, it felt really slow. And also I was very lost because I haven't played the game in a long time. So getting caught up on everything, a lot of people were like, just start a new save. And it's like, yeah, but do I really want to start all over? Because I have so much shit in that game. So it's like, I'd rather be able to get to the new stuff by using all the stuff I already have as like an advantage. But, you know, it's tough to know how to use everything so properly, right? Yeah, true, Trumpy, true. So, like, I don't know. I'm not against it, I guess. It's more... I don't think my hero shooter audience is going to enjoy it as much as someone who maybe is more established as like a story game streamer slash YouTuber slash video maker. But also, it's a little tough for me because I haven't played it in so long. And because I feel like it's not going to be as enjoyable to watch, I already have a little bit of extra pressure on that one. So I probably wouldn't. If anything, I might just like stream on my second channel someday with that. Because I do think it's a cool game. I do think it's a really cool game. But, you know, tough to say. Tough to say for sure. So, all right, I got one more thing for you guys today in this department. And then I'll save the other one for tomorrow. We already watched some crazy cheaters, so let's bring it back a little bit with something a little bit more down to earth, which is this bronze Jeff the Landshark player. which I thought was hilarious because like Jeff the Land Shark was one of those heroes that everyone hated, quote unquote, at the beginning because he was so OP with like the eats and stuff like that. But now, like, I think everyone kind of knows, like, okay, he's really not that good. But I remember my first tier list, when I made my first tier list and was like, Jeff's not that good. People were like, what? But now, like, everyone's come around, so I was like, okay. But I think he's actually better than people think too. I think it's swung too far in the opposite way. So let's see how they go. And it's, hi, I'm getting back into hero shooters after Overwatch 1 shut down. Overwatch never shut down. Trying to get back into the rhythm of support after playing DPS all through Overwatch 1. I feel like I did pretty well this game, especially with my clutch ult at the end. I was wondering how I could improve and what I was doing well. Feel free to roast as well. Haha. So, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little scared that you have almost a 50% win rate in bronze, too. Considering you said you were a DPS player and now you're playing support, I'm wondering how much of that is just like you're playing support the way you think you should play support. But I'm sure we'll figure it out very quickly. We'll figure it out very quickly. All right, let's go. So let's see. Holy fuck, why do you have 11 deaths? On arguably one of the most survivable characters.
So, y'all
that's
come
not
here
good.
Often?
That's, oh god, only 666 damage? Uh-oh. So remember when I said earlier, Simber thing with 52 months, appreciate it, buddy. Remember how I said earlier you might be playing support the way you think support's supposed to be played? Remember that part also where you said you played Overwatch 1, not Overwatch 2? Yeah, it's all starting to make sense now. Because Overwatch 1 was much more supports do healing, while in Overwatch 2 supports do healing and damage. So you never got the updated version, and it looks like this is gonna show that. So let's go see. Let's go see.
The right heroes could make all the difference. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Alright, so you're gonna play Jeff the Land Shark on attack. What's your team comp?
Starts in 5.
You're running triple support, 2 tanks, and a Star-Lord in bronze. Wow.
You have to stop them
That
from
is
securing the mission area.
surprising. And you're going for the TP off the map strat? Okay. Okay, so you TP to high ground. No damage on this spot? Whoa. Hang on. You jump through a portal. Everyone's full HP. Everyone's legitimately full HP. It's not even possible anyone took damage here, and your first instinct is to back away and do healing? No, you don't got that killer instinct. You should be right-clicking immediately. You're running triple support. The reason why triple support works is because all the supports do lots of damage, but also can heal. If you do not do damage in triple support, you are legitimately trolling. So this right here is actually legitimately trolling. Like I can tell that it's going to be like that for the entire game and the entire day, but I just want you to know this is one of those opportunities that should have been immediate damage dealing. Everyone's full HP. Nobody needs tons of healing right now. You have triple support too. Also, hang on. I'm just curious, by the way, before I go any further. What happened to the other guy? What happened to this guy? He just decided to walk the whole way there? What? What? Why did does he just not trust portals? Did he see a TikTok or two too many where like people were TPing him off the map and said, nope, you ain't getting me? So like, now you might be saying, Flats, this is why I can't climb. These are my teammates. Yeah, but that's also like the enemy team too. So like, gotta remember that. You're also 1 HP. You should be putting bubbles for yourself right now. No survival instincts at all. 1 HP. You don't try to fight for your life. You literally just hit your shift and then run for your life and hope for the best. You have all your bubbles pretty much. You don't use a single one trying to keep yourself alive or anything. You just put your head down and run. This will work nowhere above current where you're at bronze. Oh, there he is. He's finally joined the fun. No bubbles still. You have 6 bubbles. You've had 6 bubbles the entire time and you have not used them at all. You don't even use them to save yourself. Jeff is one of those characters that should almost have no deaths the entire game. Unless they're dying like with the rest of the team in a full team wipe. And even then that can be difficult. You don't use your bubbles at all. So like you are just functionally not using a cooldown, which is not good. That is really bad. Also, oh, okay. I was gonna say, which team up do you have? And it's the group one. This is fine. This is fine. I definitely bubble, you know, maybe once or twice just to give your, you know, give him the speed boost to help him get through a little, which is fine. I don't know if you know that, but the E gives speed. Okay, there you go. There's a few. No damage though. Like you don't feel the urge to shoot even a single time. So like, you know how I pointed out already that you weren't really using your bubbles? You are not using half of your kit. You just don't use half your kit. Like you don't use the bubbles very much and you don't even shoot. So it's like, how can you expect to do anything on a character that you straight up don't use their kit? Captain America just jumped at you. No survival instinct to try to shoot at them. No survival instinct to spit out bubbles. You just swim away. Nothing else. Okay, there's a Magneto ult. You don't want to get hit by that. You're going away. That's pretty good. Everybody's pretty much full HP. You still don't go to shoot a single time. Still not a single time? What? Are you stun locked? What is this? Do you just get like frozen in terror? Why do you just stop playing the game? It's not like you don't have ammo. You're just watching. Why do you not shoot? This is what I mean by you might be trying to play support, like the ideal support. Like, oh, I wish my supports would stop doing damage and heal me. If they healed me more, I'd win. No, that's not how that works. That is not how that works in any way, shape, or form. So there's also a Captain America chasing you specifically, right? You know what you can also do? You can climb walls. You know what Captain America can't do? Climb walls. You know what he also is? A melee character. Climb up the fucking wall. If there's a good Captain America player, like an actually scary Captain America player, just climb up the wall. Can't hit you anymore. Now what? Just sit there for a sec until he gets bored. He'll get bored. Still chasing you, but like you're just running around in circles. You don't try to go up top, you don't try to stay alive, don't pop E's, don't pop bubble, don't fight back, nothing. Oh, yeah, you're about to get cooked. Do you own a headset? Because you gotta get a headset, right? I had an Alienware sponsor this month, but I don't have a code for them or anything. I do have a code for Code Flats on gamersupps for 10% off. But yeah, other than that, though, I don't have a code. So I got no headset to give you. But like, you hear this witch ult going off behind you, right? And I can't even fathom how many levels of stupid kind of just took place here. I'll count them for you. So you hear the ult going off. Nothing you can do about that, right? So here's the levels of stupid. You eat 2 teammates and 2 enemies. You can see the ults behind you. You have an indicator on your screen. You can hear it. We all see it. So you see there's an ult behind you. And instead of choosing, let me run towards the ledge that I can throw these enemies off and survive, you decide to turn around and start working your way back towards the witch. Then not only that, you then go to spit out your teammates. Actually, I don't know if you were actually trying to throw out your teammates or I think you actually might have been trying to. No, were you trying to spit out your teammates? You were trying to spit out your teammates. Okay, I'm not crazy. Do it one more time. So you eat them up, decide to go back into the team, and then throw your friends, your teammates, your fellow comrades into the ulting Scarlet Witch ult. You did the TikTok combo in fucking reverse. You know how like Jeffs will eat the enemy team and then Witch will ult and the Jeff will throw the team into the ult? You did that to your own teammates, in which you could have survived. They could have all survived. You could have got kills. The amount of fuckery that just took place is not okay.
I need assistance. We do not have the numbers to match them.
That is just not, that is just, I actually cannot tell you in words how awful that is. So instead I'm going to tell you in, I hope that helped. Okay, so how are you gonna make up for that? Grapefruit awareness, that is offensive to grapefruits, okay? Like, we do not indulge in that for these types of situations. Okay. So so a Bucky just tried to kill you. Luckily he missed. So instead of, you know, running for cover inside of the room inside, popping bubbles for yourself, fighting back, again, you just put your head down and run. You always do this thing where you just put your head down and run away. You will not get away with that on other supports. You're getting away with that because Jeff has insane survivability. But you're also not using Jeff's kit to his fullest anyways. You're just taking advantage of the fact that in these ranks, gamers are not good enough to hit players when you're underwater like that. They can't hit you. Also, I don't know why you're healing everybody sitting at full HP. Everyone's just chilling. Actually, the one person who needed healing was the Psylocke, and it was the one person you didn't help because you're looking to heal everybody else who's standing directly in front of you. He did damage? Did he? Did I miss it?
30 seconds. Down to 30 seconds.
My life energy grows stronger.
It was before all of that?
Only 60 seconds.
And dangerous!
Chin up.
I require some aid.
Oh, they did! Oh, they did shoot! Oh, you're right! They finally did shoot! I wish I kept shooting, but...
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh! Finally!
Pleases me to be helpful.
Finally! I would chase him. Go kill that Captain America. Yeah, go kill him. There you go.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
I want to see that more. Are you a milk type of person? Yes, milk is delicious.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Our enemies are here.
I'm confused on like the little stun lock right there. I'm like not really sure what to do. If you're ever confused on what you should be doing after a fight's over, there's three options. Obviously, push cart like you're kind of doing, or like looking for angles. So like you can see your team is fighting over here. So like you can go look for an angle over here, go up to the top, look for an angle, like look for angles instead of just like hanging out waiting for the fight to come to you. That's a setup question, Flats. Don't answer it. I am a milk enjoyer, and I do not care. Enjoy what you want to enjoy. Milk is delicious. Drink the milk. If you don't like the milk, don't drink the milk. Okay, so you're gonna definitely Jeff ult here. Well, the question is, what are you gonna Jeff ult? I smell it coming. 1 HP, show some survival instinct. Please bubble yourself at least once. Please, please. You're gonna end this game with 11 deaths, and that should literally never happen. You're playing Jeff. You're one of the most survivable characters in the entire game, right? Like, I just want to hit tab to show really quickly what you're at this current stage versus the enemy team. You might think you're doing a lot of healing, like if you look back and go, look, I have 7,000 healing, I have more than my other two supports. Yeah, but look at how much more they've contributed. They've contributed so much more in this damage department, right? Then if you look at the other team, right? For some reason, I've lost my cursor on the scoreboard. You look at the enemy team. Their cloak and dagger is 14,000, and the Luna has almost 10,000. Both of them are beating you by a mile. And not only that, they both have defensive ults that, if they used properly, would absolutely be destroying you. But not only that, above all else, they have 5,700 damage and 4,600 damage. You have 400 at this stage, and you're going to finish with 600. You've already done 3/4 of the damage you're going to do for the entire match already in the VOD we're looking at. So like you got like 3 shots left in you for the rest of this game. You are dying way too much. Way too much. Your ults are not going to be used as defensive ults, so they have to be big team clearing, fight winning ults, which they haven't been. You don't have survivability with your E. You don't prioritize staying alive or keeping your teammates alive with burst. And you're just kind of only spraying the hose around looking to heal everything. Not as impactful as the other heals. It's still good. It's not bad. So the super chat for shit. This ult was terrible. You might know because you missed, but no. It was bad from the start. It was always destined to be shit. And the reason why it was destined to be shit was because look at where you teleported, right? You teleported past the cart. Everyone's kind of all over the place, right? They're also all over the place. You need a little bit more of a grouped fight before you do this. You don't wait for that. Second off, even if you do eat them, where are you going to take them? Do you know how to take them up here and throw them off this point of the map? I guarantee you do not know about this spot. I don't think many people know that you can climb up this wall and throw them off the map there. I don't think you did. Would you thinking to pull them all the way over here and throw them off the map? I doubt that. So even if you did eat anyone here, what was the plan? What would you have done? Probably nothing. So then you miss because you get nobody, because you go for the cloak, the person who has bailout ability. But then, I don't have to be the one to tell you, there's no survivability, there's no trying to stay alive, there's no trying to fly into this corner, trying to go in here, try to hide along a wall, nothing. No survival instinct after you hear the ult going off. You just put your head down and run. You know what the best part is? If you were behind that Groot wall, would you have lived? No, you would not have. You would not have. But if you at least went directly behind the wall and tried to hug it, I'd give you points. Be like, you know what? This is fine. You gave it your best effort, but you didn't do that. You ran just the middle of nowhere. So it's like, there was many options to choose from. You chose none of them. Unfortunately, even if you had chosen one of the better options, you probably still would have died because of where they were, but you don't even attempt to do it, so it's still a bad thing. So there's currently a Captain America beating on people in the back line. You're not even attempting to help with them though. This is fine right now because your Bucky's 1 HP, but after your Bucky's no longer 1 HP, maybe shoot the guy trying to beat your head in. Maybe just a little? No? Okay. Maybe poke right here. Like, there's nobody here. You can come into this corner and just start poking the witch or anyone else that's coming through the choke. Poke, do some damage. There you go. You did hit that. Was that the rest of our damage for the rest of the game? Almost. We still got 100 left. So, like, you participated in a kill right there. That was really good. I want to see that much more often. When you don't do stuff like that, you're not using.
I am ready to put on a show.
Not even attempt to, not even the awareness to try to stay alive. This happens because you're looking at the floor, kinda, and you're just like, you don't really know where you are. You're not really keeping track of things. You hear the maximum pulse, right? Where is it? You hear it right here, and if you have a headset, you know that it's somewhere from beyond this choke. Logic will tell you that it will be somewhere within this box. Okay. Logic will tell you that if they're firing from beyond here, logic tells you that it will be somewhere within this box out here. You should probably just either hug the wall over here and try to survive or back away. You do neither. You don't even acknowledge that it's going off until it's way too late and then die. If you had went directly against the wall, like if you'd hugged the wall and still died, I'd be okay with that. But you didn't do that. You kind of just freaked out and then ran away. So. Are we sure they know that their heal only heals? I'm sure they know. If they don't know that, then it's like, well, I mean, you probably haven't played this game more than a few minutes, and I don't know how you even got into comp. And you probably also shouldn't be asking for feedback and for help at that point, because it's like, well, hang on. People typically don't ask for help in a game that they literally just started playing like a second ago, because like they need to learn the buttons, you know? Once they learn their buttons and they learn what the abilities are, it's like, okay, now what? Now what do I do? Because like at that point, it's like, okay, maybe they don't know niche interactions, but the fact that their left click doesn't do damage, they wouldn't hear a notification noise for doing damage. Okay, that was interesting. That was very interesting. Okay. See, I'd love to see you poking. Like, you don't poke ever at all. And by poking, I mean like taking an angle, doing damage, because you can still heal from a different angle. This is a lot. Remember that Invisible Woman we watched? Remember the Bronze Invisible Woman? They do the same thing that the Bronze Invisible Woman does. They just stand in the middle of the point and wait for fights. They don't ever try to like take any high grounds. They don't ever try to take angles to do damage. They don't really ever do anything like that. They just kind of always sit in the same spot. They're kind of always just sitting in the same spot, like towards this back half of point, and they just stand there. Everyone always does that, you know? And it's like, just, some people might argue, they'll be like, well, that's where my team's playing. Okay, so what? You don't have to play there. You can reach, your abilities aren't melee. You know, just because everyone else is standing somewhere doesn't mean you have to stand there. If they aren't an initiator, they'd rather wait in the lower ranks. It's not about that though. You don't have to initiate anything. Like they're just sitting on the low ground. You don't have to sit on the low ground. They don't have to sit here and do nothing. They don't have to never shoot. So there's a Venom walking up, right? Do you see the Venom? Did they not see the Venom? Holy shit, they didn't see the Venom. I just realized they actually didn't see the Venom. So everyone's sitting there. You have an Adam Warlock. If he hits E a single time, everyone's getting heals in the entire group. You should have done some damage there instead of just looking for heals only. But it's fine. It's whatever. Doesn't the best Jeff player always flank? I've never personally spectated the #1 Jeff. Maybe we should. But I believe so, yes. He's basically perma-flanked. Perma-flanked, always doing damage, always looking to get big eats. Yeah, you're probably right. You know, the Mantis on your team is actually pretty good, from what I've seen. They know how to do damage, they know how to walk up, they play with their tank, they're not too scared. I think your Star-Lord's about to die, though. Oh no, he got out. Was your Strange AFK? I think the Strange might have been AFK right there. What the fuck was that? Why did you ult? That's not even like a small wasted ult. That was a huge wasted ult. What? Were you scared of the 1 HP Hulk? And then why did you try to eat them through the wall? Why don't you go in? What? Shoot into it? Okay, you actually played your life for once. I'll take that. I don't know how your Strange died, but okay, they're gonna need help in a sec when you turn around. They're probably gonna be low HP. Uh-oh. No awareness. Not trying to stay. No look up. No see where it's coming from. You don't react to the ults. You probably would have still died anyways, but you don't even react to them. That's my big problem with it, is you genuinely don't react to danger. And then when there is a little bit of danger, it takes you so long to realize it, then you panic, and then you fuck up, and it's not even that dangerous. Like that's a moment where there's actual danger. Don't respond. But the previous one, when the Hulk jumped in, it's like, oh shit, I gotta ult this. I don't know how you lost your... I mean, like, you want to talk about mechanical issues? Like, you probably shouldn't have lost your Groot there. He probably would have died anyways. It's not like your fault. But you lose track of people very, very quickly sometimes. So, but like mechanically, I would say you're probably not that bad. Like, if anything, you're pretty good mechanically for this rank. It's just you don't get to show it because you're constantly left clicking. So, I wouldn't say they're top tier mechanics, but it's pretty good. E, bubbles. You don't recognize when you're half HP. You don't recognize when you're getting shot. You don't recognize when like you're in danger. Like these are things that are fundamental. Like you played Overwatch 1. You know when you're half HP, oh shit, I need to get healed. I probably healed myself, throw on a nade at the ground, right? Hit the Baptiste shift. Those are skills that you still need to have. You need to react to those. Okay, you don't probably have to teleport spawns here, but I would definitely keep moving.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Okay. Also, how are you only 60 to ult since your last ult? I feel like you ulted forever ago. Do we still have some damage to spare? Yeah, we do. Right click time? Okay, your other support, your Mantis is actually really good for this rank. You want to know the difference between you and your Mantis really quick? Let me show you. Sees threat.
Help, friends.
Sees threat. Doesn't give up. Keeps you alive. Annihilates threat. You don't ever do that. This is the same rank as you. That's also probably why... If I hit tab here, your Mantis has 12,000 heals. Or sorry, 12,000, almost 13,000 damage. Has 14,000 heals, and you have about 17,000 heals. So you only have 4,000 more heals, give or take. And you've done absolutely fuck all in the damage department, and they have more deaths than you. So like, the amount of impact this player has on the game is so much higher than you. And your one thing of survivability hasn't even really been on display. All right, let's see this ult. Everyone's low. Are you gonna pop that immediately, or are you gonna hold it? Okay, you're holding it. Don't you dare right now. Okay. Okay, you didn't. Are you... You know what? You actually ran for cover for once. That was good. But you didn't even look to fight back, even for a second, in a 1v6 situation. I'm not gonna lie, I would have at least given it a quick look to see if it's something that you could stop by shooting at. But I mean, you ran for cover. That's a win.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay. Still no shooting though. This is... Ooh. That's tough. I don't think there's a whole lot you could have done there. I don't think there was much you could have done. That's just like a shit. They got a good ult. That's it. All right. Why so early? Why the... Bro, your ults are so... I'm sorry, like, your ults are beyond Pineapple 3 level. Like, we're talking like fucking Dryer Lint level. Like, this is... First off, why are you ulting so early? Wait till your team gets there so everyone's distracted at least a little bit. Even bronze players can see an ult coming if everyone's standing there looking at it and watching it come in. Wait till the fight starts and then go for it. But not only that, you didn't even learn your lesson about going for the person that has fade. You go for the fucking cloak. Yeah, you're like, oh, I could have got the Luna too. Why not go mostly for the Luna? Because the other two people have fades. If you want to go for one person, go for the Luna. And then you whiff so badly. And again, I don't think you know about the spot up there, the secret spot.
Us against the world.
So like, what would you have even done with it? Help that person in the corner? No. Too late. I don't know why you play so far up close too either. Like, after the fight begins like this, you have so much range. You can reach from miles away. This tells me that you're not confident. Because most... hang on, let me get the bits really quick.
Flats. Hit plat yesterday on
Yo,
mostly magic.
rats.
Even though you're a tank main, watching you has made my base mechanics better.
Thanks for 1,000 bits. Appreciate you, dude. When really bad, like especially not like very mechanically talented support players play support, or people that are not confident in their abilities, they do this thing where they over time hover their way closer to their tanks. You are basically you are playing tank with everyone else. Like, you want to see where you die? Let's see where the front line ends up being. Look where your Groot is. Your Groot is dueling a Captain America in the back line. Your Strange and you are literally interconnected at the butt. You actually couldn't tell the difference between the two of you. You guys are so fucking close together. Why are you this close? Why are you trying to give Strange a hug? What's the point?
The God of Thunder!
You know what I want to do? I'm gonna want, because you're gonna somehow win this fight. Let's watch what your Mantis does this fight. Pops ult because they hit the touch last second. Gets good damage in. Trying to deal with the biggest threat on their team right now, which is probably the Iron Man in the sky, who's also not getting healed. Doesn't overcommit for it. Backs away. Still playing a little too far frontline for what I would like to see, but I understand it's overtime. Gets frozen. That's unlucky. But they had to hit them with so many abilities to stop them. You, though, on the other hand, have not put any kind of pressure like that at all. So now you're back. This is perfect for you, because you're gonna get so much healing as long as you don't run at them. Please don't run at them. You win these. Why are you... Dude. Hello? Are you blind? Do you not see the giant beam guys sitting above you, just hitting you slowly? No ease? No trying to escape? No go underwater? Nothing. So you get rezzed. Somebody dies to the thing. It's okay, you're back. Now you don't have to play super close. Everyone else is back too. You can keep healing them. Okay, mechanically, some issues there. You could have probably saved that guy. Probably could have healed the Strange. Helped this. You're stuck by the wall. That's fine. That happens. Okay. This is like turning on a fire hose on maximum, just letting it go around. Okay, now you have your ult again. What are you gonna do? Okay, you got two. And you ate them off the point. Hey, you got two and you ate them off the point. If that wasn't last fight though, situation there, I'm curious where you would have taken them, but you end up winning that because of that. That was the first ult you actually hit the entire game, and that was the first good play you've done the entire game. So you know what? Take pride in that. It is savable. It is in fact savable for sure. But this was only able to happen because your Mantis stalled with a good ult. Your Adam brought you back with a good res. You died 4 times in that OT. You will not get a chance to have an ult like this if you die 4 times throughout OT, right? So even though you make a good play here, you got to realize the reason why you even got a chance to have a good play is because like everyone else held on for so long. But in the future, you won't have to have everybody hold on for dear life to make a play like this happen. You'll be able to do it just by staying alive and just by doing things on your own. And that's how you climb. Because this was just, even as good as it is, was a result of other good players on your team hitting good ults and allowing you to build up your ult in time to do this. If they hadn't done that, you would have never got the ult. So, yeah. Lot to work on there, dude. A lot of work on. Hope that helps. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Okay. I'm gonna save that one for... No, we'll save... I'm gonna save the rest for chat. Okay. I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick, and then when I get back, I don't know. We'll figure out what we're gonna do next. Shall be right back though. BRB. Okay. Ugh. All right, real talk. Question time. It's question time, chat. Okay. I won't say I'm not gonna try. I don't want to say I'm burned out. I'm more burned out. Period. I guess. Right. I've just been tired recently. I took yesterday off. Definitely helped a bunch. But still a little tired. Where I was gonna probably take today off too. But I wanted to come on, do a little content farm for retro and crap, and make sure they have vids for the week. What I was thinking we could probably do is we could either do a chill day, watch vids from chat, or we could do more Spidey. Where's my Hot Topics channel? Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here since the last time I looked. Wow, there's 81 new videos in here since I last looked. Okay. All right, and maybe we do a chill day, and we just watch vids from chat, and maybe we can do Spider-Man if they get a little bit boring by the end. But we can figure it out from there. Okay. Yo, thank you, big super chat. I appreciate it, dude. All right, let me do this. Change the YouTube title. And I'm going to close out of Rivals. And I'm going to look through the Hot Topics channel in my Discord. If you don't know what that is, in my Discord, there's a channel, if you scroll down, called Hot Topics. And basically, if you see cool videos, stupid videos, whatever you might be, we'll end up watching them on stream. Sometimes they get uploaded to Flats TV, sometimes they don't. But I figured we could at least take a look. Oh God, what is this one? I'm clicking on it really quick, but I'm not. Oh my God, this is 21 minutes long. I don't know if I want to do this one. This is a spooky video. This is a very spooky video. Okay. Also, I'm probably not going to be watching any like Overwatch stuff if it's in there, because sometimes it's in there. Oh, there's some Rivals ones in here. Best crosshair for every hero? If you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm scrolling through the videos right now to look. There's a lot of them in here, so. The gaming industry has lost their collective mind. What the fuck is this? I don't know about that. Scarlet Witch is more awful than you think. Huh. Okay. Put that one off to the side. Why is there some people that are in here just like talking?
Damn, with my sub cancel, it ruined my streak less than /3.
Pokemon weight makes no sense. Oh, I might be down with that one. I know. Well, I know this. I know this is true because like Ash is apparently fucking goated in the anime. Bob Pahita, by the way, thinking 17 months. Moochild, thinking the tier 1. All right. You know what? Maybe I can just put them on screen, I guess. I click through them. So this is what I've got so far. We all agree Twitter is terrible now. Gaming industry has lost their collective mind. Scarlet Witch is kind of mid. Pokemon weight makes no sense. Oh, this is an interesting one. Why Marvel Rivals is loved, but Overwatch is hated. Oh, Jesus. What else have we got? Is fairness fair? Should the better player always win? An interesting concept. That's a long video, though. Jesus Christ, you guys are sending me some novels. Someone send me an Arj video. Arj is cool, but I don't want to just like watch random. I don't want to watch random like Rivals gameplay videos. Like, what is this, guys? Retro put a video in here. The hell? Oh, this is so retro coded.
Much love.
This is so retro coded. Okay, I'll put it in there. Dean, thank you for the tier 1. Good video of the Twitch Rivals Morrow's drama. I'm not interested in drama. Capacity here is a precious gift. Modern existence noisy. Are we low-key going deaf? Wait, actually, hang on. This is... Did you? I'm scared. Okay, maybe I'll watch that one. Okay. Have I ever told you guys that I have the very smallest amount of tendonitis? Like, it never affects me unless I'm in complete silence. Then I can hear it just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like, if there's anything, like the smallest bit of sound, like someone walking, anything at all, don't hear it. But if it's complete silence in my room, or this is where it gets bad. If I'm at like a hotel and it's a very quiet hotel, right? Very quiet hotel, no like cars going by. You said tendonitis? I did not say tendonitis, did I? But yeah, it's so quiet. So I always have like a fan on or something, you know? Let me see. Apple Game. And very important topic for the Overwatch community. I gotta show you guys this. Dude, what is this somebody put in here? Very important topic for the Overwatch community. Moira. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I don't know if it is. I don't know if that is. Overwatch with limited Marbler video. Okay, that's definitely on the list. Holy shit, it's 46 minutes long, Marbler. I don't have a week. Holy fuck, my goat uploaded though. For anyone's curious, yes, I know you guys I know you guys want me to watch the Marbler video. I got it.
Wahoo.
The death of skill-based games. Analyzing Let It Die. Pay to revive. What? 47 fucking minutes, guys.
Thanks to @WhenWe89 for my sub gift.
More of Marbler's video. Another Marbler video. Oh, Yeetle video. How to fix Overwatch 2. Yeah, is this going? Oh, Yeetle, my goat. 15 minutes. Well packaged perfectly. 3 days ago, 108k views. I'm gonna save that for an Overwatch stream, so not today. Definitely will watch it though. Yeetle cooks pretty hard with these. Holy fuck, guys! I love Marbler, but enough with the Marbler. There's so many in here. Why do War Thunder players leak classified information? I know the answer to this. I'm pretty sure. An hour long! I thought it would be a funny 10-minute long video. I know the answer to that. They want to win the argument on why their favorite vehicle or whatever like actually works a certain way because they've worked on it before, and it's like they want to say fuck your balance. Yeah, here's the fucking actual blueprints, bitch, and yeah, it's bad, but it's funny too. Practice ranges making perfect. I feel a little targeted with this one. I feel a little targeted. Small channel though. You know what? I might be down. It's only 10 minutes long. Small channel. I like watching small channel videos. Sometimes they're like fucking like gems that just don't get enough attention. Oh, you know what we also gotta do? I gotta catch up on the rating your guys' setups at some point. Spylo video. How long ago did this come out? 2 days ago? Maybe that's a watch in the future. Artist looks at Marvel Rivals with zero Marvel knowledge, and the thumbnail is 19 inches of Marvel. I'm kind of scared. you know what? I kind of wanted to click on that one until I saw that. Now I'm scared. That one is funny. How do you know? How do you know that one's funny? Hmm? Hmm? How do you know? Because you watched it? All right, fair enough. I'm almost at the bottom of the list. And then we can get going. What is this Marbles matchmaking? It must be the most sophisticated matchmaking I've ever seen. Crazy interesting video, Marble Rivals matchmaking. Shows real proof of winners' queues and losers' queues and a bunch of mind-blowing things you would never have thought, like putting people counter your best character against you. Is this a conspiracy theory video? It has 70K views in 8 days. Oh, it's playing. I don't know why it was playing. I'll keep this in the pipeline. It's not the first thing I want to watch, but I'll keep it in the pipeline. 30 minutes is a long video. Almost to the end, almost to the end. All right, cool. I got fully caught up. All right, there's some other ones in here that look cool, but I think we got a good list to start with. Also, what is this? Okay. All right, let's do the first one. The one that's going to be the most that everyone wants to see. It's time. There he is. Overwatch with limited ammo. A Marbler classic. It's only been 3 days. My goat has uploaded. I've missed him. All right, dude. Let's see what he's got. Is it? You know what's funny? I see War Thunder here, but then like one of the ones that we looked at earlier was another War Thunder video.
War Thunder. What if you wanted to reload, but the game said, many first-person shooters give players a finite amount of ammo. Team Fortress 2 is a game where running out of ammo means you need to collect an ammo pack to gain more ammo. Counter-Strike is another game with limited ammo, but the lack of ammo packs means your only option is to switch to a different weapon. Overwatch, on the other hand, gives everyone infinite ammo. Conserving ammo is not a skill Overwatch players have ever had to worry about. So what happens when it's suddenly introduced to the game?
Please tell me this is here. Oh, it was stolen.
The short answer? There are many aspects of Overwatch's design
I don't think it would be very
that don't
good.
mesh well with limited ammo. Shields become
like, I mean, cast right click. Like, why would you want to use right click if, you know what I mean?
significantly stronger, since alongside blocking damage, you now waste precious ammo destroying them. On top of that, most heroes in Overwatch only have a single weapon, so there's no sidearm to fall back to when out of ammo. Despite this, the mode was novel enough to have its moments.
I'm out of ammo. That's really bad timing. I was gonna right click him.
As for the long answer, well, that's what the rest of the video's about. Our previous gameplay experiment, the Fall Damage mode, had about 200 lines of gameplay-related code. This limited ammo mode has about 2,000 lines of gameplay-related code. Needless to say, this was a very complex project to work on, and there are a lot of interesting things to talk about. I'd like to thank the channel members up front for supporting the channel and helping make content like this possible. I'd also like to thank the sponsor of today's video,
War Thunder.
War Thunder is a free-to-play vehicle action game featuring immersive
huge. All right, let's skip
7
ahead.
days of premium account status,
Yep.
and more.
Hey, get
There's
your 7
no better
days.
time to jump into the action.
Yep,
Download
true.
War Thunder for free on PC, PlayStation,
My guy's farming.
Xbox, or mobile using the links in the description.
Yep, use
As
the links.
mentioned, this project ended up being incredibly.
I was gonna say really quick. You know what's funny, dude? Marbler is such a good YouTuber at all of this stuff. I know he did like a Portal video that like popped off. I hope, as much as I love Overwatch, I hope he does other games at some point in the future, because like Overwatch is a bit of a niche game sometimes. And I feel like if he did other games too, he would literally be like top of the world like YouTuber, like no joke. You know what I mean? Like you can kind of always get like that feeling about certain creators where it's like you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot staying with what you're doing. I feel like if you did beyond than just like Overwatch ones, like if you did like other games or you know, on that complex level, I think it would be insane.
I want to cover as much as possible.
It's so
in this
informative.
Video, but I also realize
it's so
not
nerdy, but
everyone
it's
has
so
the time
great.
to sit through everything. If you only want to see the gameplay highlights or play test statistics,
I want to see all of
feel free
it.
to skip to these timestamps. But for those of you who enjoy the journey as much as the destination, then stick around for all of the juicy details as to how this mode was developed. The custom mode requires the addition of 2 new systems: an ammo manager that...
Chat, what is this thing? I've never seen this thing in Overwatch before. Like, what is this object? It's BAP's right click.
limits the amount of ammo the player can use, and ammo packs the player can collect to gain more ammo. This sounds fairly simple, but where do we even start? Overwatch has a lot of different weapons that function in a lot of different ways. Creating a limited ammo mode means we need to deal with revolvers, shotguns, rocket launchers, laser beams, lightning guns, bows and arrows, shurikens, and so on. To make everything more manageable, I classified every weapon in the
So wait, wouldn't Ryan be insane? Because, like, you don't have to reload?
Game into one of 4 types depending on how it uses ammo. The first ammo type is
who am I kidding?
discrete.
Probably not.
Discrete weapons consume ammo in whole number amounts. This is
AT
usually
thinks it's
1
your one, by the
ammo
way.
per
Flip
shot,
down.
but there are exceptions, such as Tracer's weapon, which fires 2 ammo per shot, or Widowmaker's weapon, which fires 5 ammo per shot when scoped. But all these weapons have one thing in common: their ammo values will always be a nice, round number. This is in contrast to the second ammo type, continuous. Continuous weapons have the ability to consume ammo in fractional amounts. Although not shown on the HUD, all ammo values in the game are stored using floating point numbers.
Yep.
This is what allows beam weapons to arbitrarily start and
You can, like,
stop at
technically
any
left
time
click for
while
like a
always consuming
fraction of
ammo
a
at
second
the
and still
same
at full
rate.
ammo.
Determining whether a weapon is discrete or continuous is generally pretty easy, but as
Or,
with
like,
most things in
not how to go
Overwatch,
down,
there
I
are
mean.
some surprising exceptions. For instance, May's weapon has 2 firing modes. The primary fire is an ice spray, and the secondary fire is an icicle projectile. The intuitive assumption would be that the ice spray consumes ammo continuously, while the icicle consumes ammo discretely, but
No, but
it's
it goes
actually
down.
the opposite. The ice
What?
spray discretely depletes 1
I thought it'd be
ammo while
both.
it's active, and the icicle continuously depletes ammo while it's charging. The charge consumes a maximum of 10 ammo per shot, but we can interrupt it with a melee attack to end on a fractional ammo value. For the sake of making classification simple, a weapon that has any method of firing ammo fractionally will be classified as continuous. The third ammo type is melee. Melee weapons are short-ranged weapons that deal damage by physically striking the enemy. These weapons don't expend ammo when used, indicated by the infinity symbol in place of an ammo value. The fourth and
Wait, am I covering the infinity symbol? Move down here for now. Probably gonna go back up in the corner.
final
after.
ammo type is infinite. Infinite weapons have infinite ammo, similar to melee weapons, but fire bullets and projectiles similar to discrete and continuous
I was
weapons.
covering the number before? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize.
Always be a nice, round number. This is in contrast to the second ammo type, continuous. Continuous weapons have the ability to consume ammo in fractional amounts. Although not shown on the HUD, all ammo values in the game are stored using floating point numbers. This is what allows beam weapons to arbitrarily start and stop at any time, while always consuming ammo at the same rate. Determining whether a weapon is discrete or continuous is generally pretty easy, but as with most things in Overwatch, there are some surprising exceptions. For instance,
you already
May's
heard the
weapon has 2
information.
fire
You're
modes.
just seeing it
The primary
faster
fire is an
now.
ice spray, and the secondary fire is an icicle projectile. The intuitive assumption would be that the ice spray consumes ammo continuously, while the icicle consumes ammo discretely, but it's actually the opposite. The ice spray discretely depletes 1 ammo while it's active, and the icicle continuously depletes ammo while it's charging. The charge consumes a maximum of 10 ammo per shot, but we can interrupt it with a melee attack to end on a fractional ammo value. For the sake of making classification simple, a weapon that has any method of firing ammo fractionally will be classified as continuous. The third ammo type is melee. Melee weapons are short-ranged weapons that deal damage by physically striking the enemy. These weapons don't expend ammo.
Is that how you
when
normally
used,
watch videos?
indicated by the infinity symbol in place of an ammo value.
I only ever do that with really fucking annoying TikToks that are like, they just don't know how to tell a story. You ever come across someone on TikTok that has like a really good story? Like they were just like, you know what I'm talking about. Like they had an event happen that went viral, and then they milk it out over like 5 TikToks where like they explain what happened, or they talk about it, or they show it, and they're so fucking dog shit at telling the story. That's when I 2x it.
And
yeah.
final ammo type.
Other than
is
that,
infinite.
I almost never do.
Infinite weapons have infinite ammo, similar to melee weapons, but fire bullets and projectiles similar to discrete and continuous weapons. This is the most tricky ammo type to deal with, since each weapon in this category behaves slightly differently from one another. For example, D.Va's mech cannons can fire endlessly without consuming ammo, and they never have to stop to reload. Hanzo's bow also has infinite ammo, but behaves a lot like a discrete weapon with a max clip size of 1. It always fires one arrow at a time, and it can't fire another arrow until a new one is knocked. Moira's
Are we gonna
damage beam
Spooderman
has
today?
infinite ammo
Maybe.
as well, but could theoretically behave like any other continuous beam weapon. There are a lot of ways to go about implementing these weapons, but we'll deal with that later. For now, let's see what it would look like if we organized every hero into one of these categories.
Good point. I didn't think about some of those.
Okay, so discrete weapons are the most popular by a wide margin. This actually makes sense since having discrete ammo is the most straightforward weapon design. You may have noticed that some heroes are listed twice. That's because some heroes have two different weapon types. Diva's the most obvious example of this, since she's technically two separate
Pilot
heroes.
versus mech.
The mech can fire infinite ammo, but Pilot Diva equips a pistol that uses discrete ammo. Torbjorn's rivet gun fires discrete ammo, but his hammer is just a plain old melee weapon. Some
Right.
heroes have multiple weapons that all fit into the same category, such as Lifeweaver. Since both weapons are discrete,
How do you count Winston
he's only listed
Primal?
once in the discrete section. Out of the entire hero roster, there are 7 we had to ban for being played. I really wanted every character to be accessible for playtesting, but these heroes have
anything that
unavoidable issues with the mode. Let's
Shit.
first take a look at how limited ammo is actually implemented. Alongside the game's built-in clip size and max clip size, a new variable has been added.
It's this melee. I know, but like it was in the category before where it's like, you know what I mean, where it's actual ammo. So like I'm sure like the coding for that must be a nightmare. Where like, how does it flip between the two?
Ammo.
You know what I mean?
The idea is that each time a player reloads their weapon, ammo is taken from the reserve ammo and placed into the weapon's clip. We can detect when the player reloaded by comparing the current value of the weapon clip to its previous value to see if it increased. For example, right now we have 4 bullets in our clip. After reloading, we have 6 bullets in our clip. The ammo manager notices that 6 is greater than 4, calculates the difference between these values, and subtracts that amount from the reserve ammo.
That's so cool.
This simple formula works for
Dude,
any
I
amount
wish
of ammo
Overwatch put
reload.
more resources
But what
into
if we
that
don't have enough
workshop.
reserve
Imagine all the
ammo
cool
to
shit we
fully
could have
reload
had
the
by
clip?
now.
Here
Like
we
imagine a world where they said, okay guys, we fucked up. We fucked up the PvE. It's so bad. Like we had to scrap it. But you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna release all the shit we made for it. Here it is. Boom. Here's all the cutscenes that weren't like either they're finished or not finished. Here's all the assets. Throw it all in the workshop and just like have fun with it, guys. See you later.
We have 2 bullets in our clip and only 1 bullet in our reserves.
Imagine all the shit
Reloading
they
will
can make.
initially fill our clip to 6. The difference between 6 and 2 is 4, so 4 is subtracted from the reserve ammo. But oh no, our reserve ammo went into the negatives, which means we couldn't afford to reload the entire clip. So now we perform one extra step. We add this -3 to our clip of 6, which results in 3. This means we effectively went from having 2 bullets in our clip to 3 bullets, which is exactly what we could afford. The reserve ammo is then set to 0, and the reload key is disabled since we don't have any reserve ammo. This
That's
process
so
can
fucking
actually be
cool.
applied to every discrete weapon and continuous weapon in the game. It works for heroes like Ashe, who reload bullets one by one. It works for ultimates that automatically reload the player's clip.
That doesn't seem optimized at all. You gotta realize they're probably working within the Overwatch's engine and also working within like the workshop confinements. That's probably like the only way they could do it.
It even works for abilities that passively reload ammo, such as May's Ice Block. Todd Howard would be proud.
All of this just works.
But if it works so well across multiple weapons, then why are certain heroes disabled? Well, the reason is pretty dumb. Some heroes just can't have their ammo read. That's it. The workshop always reports these heroes as having 0 ammo in their clip, and any attempts to set their ammo to a specific
See what I
value
mean?
will do nothing.
They had to work within the
heroes affected
confines
by
of
this
it.
problem were all added in Overwatch 2, which isn't too surprising since the workshop has been deteriorating ever since Overwatch 2 launched.
Sometimes it doesn't just work.
What is surprising is that the newest hero, Hazard, works perfectly fine. His ammo can be
Really?
read without problems, which goes against the trend of the last few heroes not working. There is one hero that I had to disable that isn't the workshop's fault, Doomfist. His ammo can be read perfectly fine, but his reload mechanic posed serious problems for the ammo manager. Doomfist's ammo reloads one by one, similar to Ashe, except it's done passively, so you can fire ammo at any time. With a good
Oh,
enough
so you can't
timing,
stop it,
you can
probably.
fire a shot on the exact same tick the ammo increases. This is undetectable by the ammo manager, effectively giving Doomfist an infinite ammo exploit. Again, I really didn't want to disable heroes from being played, but every attempt to fix this problem came with equally bad trade-offs. So eventually I just said,
Yeah.
screw it. The next weapon type to implement are the
I
melee
respect it.
weapons. Actually, we don't need to do anything. These weapons will continue to function as they normally do, letting the player swing infinitely to their heart's content. A lot of playtesters were confused why I didn't give these heroes a limited number of swings, but there is a bit of balance to this. Melee weapons may have infinite uses, but the downside is that they're short-ranged. Long-ranged weapons generally outclass melee weapons, up until they run out of ammo, in which case the melee hero gains
I
an
like the way
advantage.
that he did this
Once we
instead.
start playtesting, we'll see how powerful melee weapons really are. The last group of weapons to implement are the infinite weapons, and unlike the previous weapon types, there is no one-size-fits-all solution here. Every hero in this category needs their own custom ammo manager. None of these weapons have an actual clip value, so we can't directly detect when the player's ammo changes. Thankfully, there's a workshop function called isFiringPrimary that returns true whenever the player is actively firing their weapon. Knowing the fire rate of the weapon, which for D.Va is 150 milliseconds between shots, we can manually decrease ammo while firing. It's not a great future-proof solution, since any change the developers make to the weapon will cause this to desynchronize or stop working entirely. But for the purposes of running playtests, it's the best we can do. Things get especially sketchy for some of the other infinite weapons. For Hanzo, isFiringPrimary is true when the bow is being drawn, and it becomes false whenever it isn't. Hanzo's custom ammo manager assumes that anytime this function goes from true to false,
so if you cancel
fired,
it doesn't matter.
Unless the shot was canceled by pulling it back. Or canceled by using melee. Or by wall climbing. Or by dying. Yeah, the ammo manager code for Hanzo is an abomination. This if statement is truly
they made it work?
horrific programming, but it's the only way we can accurately detect when an arrow has been fired.
That's impressive,
Moira's
though.
damage beam is also very interesting. If you don't know, Moira has had an exploit allowing her to recharge her
hear what is
healing
Marble doing?
resource
What if
faster than
Overwatch
usual
had
by spamming the fire button?
not unlimited
this has
ammo?
been in the game
so you gotta
ever
really,
since she released
get an
over
ammo
7
count.
years
You gotta
ago.
keep track
After
of.
giving the damage beam limited ammo, the exploit became much more useful since you can extract more healing resource per unit of ammo. Because of this, I carefully tuned Moira's custom ammo manager to consume the same amount of ammo with and without the exploit. Despite how robust the ammo manager logic is, there were a ton of these one-off quirks that I had to deal with to make things run smoothly. My favorite is what happens when your weapon is out of ammo. When you have 0 ammo in your clip, Overwatch doesn't allow you to fire your weapon. This is just how the game operates by default for every hero. Except for one. If you run out of ammo on a Lari, you're allowed to keep shooting. Your ammo will go into the negatives and nothing can stop you. Why does this happen? I have no idea. But
wait, hang on. This video is sort of new. Is this just like a long time ago? Because this is an old bug that got fixed. Is it possible that it's not actually fully fixed? They just did some kind of workaround?
It's not the first time it has. This bug was possible to perform in vanilla Overwatch in early 2024. Eventually it was fixed, but only in the same way Briggs' Infinite Shield was fixed. The underlying problem still exists, but the method to cause the problem was patched. For the limited ammo mode, I had to explicitly disable the player's primary fire button when they run out of ammo on a Lari. This is a good example of a per-hero hack that was needed to
So it's not actually fixed, just the way to get to it is fixed? Holy fuck, that's insane.
Fix a game bug, but others were needed to handle intentional game mechanics. Symmetra has a past—
You know what that reminds me of? Okay. If you don't remember, a while back they changed the way wall climb works. And then after they changed the way wall climb worked, there was a bug that you could do to like infinitely wall climb. And they tried fixing it a few times, but it just kept breaking. And you just kept breaking wall climbing where it would either not work or it was just infinite. You could keep doing it. And then at some point, I think they just said, fuck it. And they went back. They just went back to the original. But there was something they were trying to solve by changing the way it worked. And nothing ever really came of it. You know, everyone just kind of forgot and just moved on. And I wonder what that was they were trying to fix now. Did they ever find a way to fix it? And whatever it is, does it still exist?
That regenerates ammo when beaming a shield, which broke the ammo manager in a couple of ways. I didn't want to strip away this ability since it's a part of her kit, but I also didn't want her to have infinite ammo. To solve this, Symmetra was given hero-specific tweaks that depletes ammo from her reserves when her clip is full, and it depletes her clip when her reserves are empty. As mentioned earlier, D.Va's weapon type completely changes depending on whether she's in the mech or not. Fortunately, I was able to handle this swap over nicely, which is unusually easy for something D.Va related. When she calls a new mech, I decided to just refill her ammo, since it makes sense in universe.
Yeah.
Echo can duplicate any hero using her ultimate. Because of this, she needed special logic to inherit the ammo manager of the duplicated hero. This way, everything functions the same as it would if you were just
That seems like a
playing
pain
that
in the
hero.
ass, though.
Once duplication ends, Echo's ammo properties and values are restored to what they were prior to duplicating. Now that the ammo logic works for every hero, we need a way to show players how much reserve ammo they have.
This looks like hell.
The ideal spot to
But
display
this is
this
like-
would be in
this
the
is what I
bottom
love
right
about
of the HUD,
this.
just above the weapon
This is
info.
some
At
turbo
first, I wanted
nerd
to create
shit.
a fancy graphic to fit
But
in with
like,
the rest of the HUD.
if you
but
have the
this just
skills
isn't
to do it,
possible using the
it's
workshop.
so cool.
The HUD for the
'Cause,
reserve
like,
ammo ended up
you and I
looking
could
like
probably never do
which
this.
shows your current amount of
We can
reserve
never test
ammo
this.
and the maximum amount of reserve ammo you can hold. The workshop allows custom text to be positioned on the left, center, or right of the screen, starting from the top down. To display the reserve ammo in the bottom right, we'd logically want to start by placing the text in the right region. But this comes with a major downside. The kill feed pushes custom text down each time a new entry is displayed, so it's effectively impossible to have the text stay in the same position. The center region has the same problem, since the game mode HUD at the top of the screen also pushes custom text down. Fortunately, the left region doesn't have anything that pushes text around. By creating the text here, we can pad it with a ton of new line characters, and even more empty spaces to shift it all the way to the bottom right of the screen. For heroes with more than one ammo pool, we simply remove one of the new line characters and display the secondary ammo below the primary ammo. Now our custom HUD works and looks great, but there's still one sneaky problem left. I said the left region doesn't have anything that pushes custom text, but that's only true for players. Spectators and replay viewers are shown player information at the top of the screen, which does push text down. Luckily, there's a workaround for this. The workshop allows us to set whether or not spectators can see certain text. By setting the first 3 new line characters to not show for spectators, the reserve ammo text will end up in the same position regardless of whether the viewer is spectating the match or playing in the match. After adding some additional polish, such as flashing the ammo text when low on ammo, and warning the player when they've run out of ammo, the first-person ammo HUD is fully functional.
Dude, I feel like stuff like that is so small. That's so cool.
All we need now is a way to
Dude, being able to, he changes so that it gives you an indicator that you're low on ammo,
such as flashing the ammo
and makes so you got a thing on screen too. That's so cool.
The first-person ammo HUD is fully functional. All we need now is a way to show how
Why no OW etiquette? Huh?
much ammo other players in the lobby have.
What are you talking about?
My first idea was to simply display ammo numbers above everyone's head, but having a ton of constantly changing text on screen can easily lead to information overload. Because of this, I settled on a more elegant method of telegraphing ammo values. An exclamation mark is displayed when the player is low on ammo, and an X is displayed when the player is out of ammo. This makes
you can
much
tell when
easier
other
to
people are out of
quickly read
ammo?
which teammates need assistance and which enemies are vulnerable.
I don't know if I like that much. Obviously, it's all for fun, but like, I'm fine with teammates showing when they're out of ammo. But I feel like it should be like one of those.
It may
They'll
seem
explain
strange
why. I could still say that. You know what I mean? It's like I feel like it'd be better without
show
it
the
though.
out of ammo icon above enemy players, but there is a good reason for this. Typically, games with limited ammo allow the player to hold more than one weapon. When a weapon runs out of ammo, that weapon becomes holstered and it can't be pulled back out until more ammo is acquired. It's easy to see that Soldier can't fire rockets at you because he's holding a shotgun instead of a rocket launcher. It's not so evident that Farah can't fire rockets at you because she's still holding the rocket launcher. Nothing about her model changes when she runs out of ammo. The purpose of the X icon is to say, even though this player still has their weapon equipped, you aren't in danger of being shot by it. This decision ended up affecting the psychology of players in a few interesting ways. Players with the icon over their head would be relentlessly targeted. After all, they aren't able to fight back, so why not go after them? This led to attackers taking increased risks, and at times being extra stupid.
Wait, Zen's out of ammo.
Zen is never in danger though. He has the kick.
But we'll go more into the playtesting side of things later. Now that we've finished the ammo manager portion, we can move on to the second major addition to the mode, ammo packs. My first task was to figure out what ammo packs should look like.
That kick's no joke.
The most common suggestion was to use Torbjorn's old armor pack, which was removed with his rework in 2018. Repurposing these as ammo packs would have been a perfect fit, but it's not a model the workshop allows us to use, so it's not possible. I looked
Insert workshop left abandoned.exe
for
somewhere.
Alternative models and ended up finding the second best fit. A Baptiste healing grenade turned to
Oh my
point
God.
upward. It's easily visible, appears reasonably ammo-like, and has a yellow-orange color that nicely contrasts the blue color of health packs. With the visual
That's
effects
crazy.
squared away, next comes the technical implementation. Ammo packs are constructed using two arrays of data: positions and timestamps. Positions are XYZ coordinates that determine where the ammo pack is located within the map, and timestamps are numbers that determine whether or not the ammo pack can be collected. So how exactly does collection work then? The collection system relies on a workshop function called isTrueForAny. This function checks every element in a specified array against a specified condition and returns true if any check passes. If you're familiar with programming, this is basically a specialized for loop. The array we want to iterate over is the array of positions, and the condition we want to check for is if the distance between the player's position and a pack position is less than 1.1 units. As we move around, you can see how the distance between the player and each of the ammo packs is being constantly evaluated. Once we step close enough to an ammo pack, the isTrueForAny function becomes true, signaling that an ammo pack has been collected. The only problem is that this function has no idea which ammo pack was collected, only that one of them was. But there's a very simple solution to this. Logically, the ammo pack that was touched must be the one closest to the player. So by sorting pack positions by their distance to the player, the collected pack will always be the first one in the list. Now that we know which pack was picked up, we can mark it as being collected by setting its timestamp. But what exactly is the timestamp? Overwatch has a global timer that counts the number of seconds passed since the server started. When an ammo pack is collected, that pack's timestamp is set to whatever value the global timer is at the time of collection. By measuring the difference between the global timer's current value and the timestamp's value, we end up with the amount of time that passed since the pack was collected. Players are only able to pick up the ammo pack if this difference is greater than the cooldown time of 10 seconds. Otherwise, the pack is disabled and displays its remaining respawn time. This is
so fucking cool. This is such turbo nerd shit, but I love it.
Compare two numbers to infer the state of each ammo pack. The collection system is running in the background all the time, constantly measuring the distance between every player and every ammo pack in the map. This means the workshop script has a lot going on at any given time. Despite that, early playtests proved that the server was stable with 10 players and a few dozen ammo packs. But everything changed when the Control Nation attacked.
Alright, control maps.
Wait, does Control not have a timer?
They actually have the most ammo packs out of any game mode. Just kidding, the server crashed. Why? Control maps are split up over multiple rounds across 3 stages. These 3 stages exist in the same map.
because it's all the
They're
same
just
map,
far away from one another, so your game doesn't have to render every stage at once. Each stage needed its own set of ammo packs.
Yeah, you ever seen the bug where you get stuck on the wrong one? That's funny.
And this is where the problem lies. See, players on a given stage wouldn't just be measuring their distance to ammo packs on that stage. They'd be measuring their distance to every ammo pack from every stage. With a total of 52 ammo packs and 10 players in the server, there were 520 distance checks happening constantly. The server simply can't handle this without crashing, so we need to make an optimization to the collection system. Since each round takes place on a single stage, there's no way the player can collect ammo packs on 2 out of 3 stages at any given time. Measuring distance to these packs is completely wasteful, so the solution is to just not do that, and only create ammo packs within the current stage. With significantly fewer distance checks happening at once, the server no longer crashes. Needless to say, ammo packs require a lot of tuning, and not just for technical reasons, but for balancing as well. To facilitate the fast iteration of ammo pack placement, I created a second workshop mode specifically for editing ammo packs. This tool allows you to dynamically create and destroy ammo packs in a map, and export the list of positions to be used in the limited ammo
Wait, so you
mode.
made a whole other workshop map to then make a workshop mode to then place the
perfect symmetry.
things in your current workshop mode?
Arbitrarily moved anywhere, which is especially useful on maps that aren't exactly centered. The mirror mode actually revealed that there's quite a bit of asymmetry on symmetrical maps. I made a video last year about unmirrored spawn points in Overwatch, but there are also unmirrored health packs, and even unmirrored level
No, you did not just do that to me.
Axis of reflection can be arbitrarily moved anywhere, which is especially useful on maps
I can never unsee that now!
The mirror mode actually revealed that there's quite a bit of asymmetry on symmetrical maps.
The health pack's over here, but it's over here on the other. Oh no. Oh fuck! I can never unsee that now. Every time I ever go near this health pack, I'm gonna go. Wait a minute, it's off-centered.
Maps. I made a video last year about
Oh
unmirrored
Jesus!
spawn points in Overwatch,
This.
but there are
oh,
also
fuck.
unmirrored health packs, and even unmirrored level geometry in some cases. Unmirrored health packs, and even unmirrored.
So those are the stairs on one side.
Level geometry.
It's over. It's over. I can never unsee it. People talk about the teeth on Route 66. Nah. It's gonna be so much worse for me now because now I'm gonna be like, yeah, have you ever heard about this?
In some cases.
Now
These
it's gonna be
range from minor differences like this floor on Ilios to major differences like this side room on Samoa. The gameplay effect of these asymmetries can be debated.
This one I feel is not as bad.
Ammo packs more difficult than it needed to be, since a good spot on one half of the map may not correspond well to the other half. It's
Holy
just something
shit.
to keep in mind when placing ammo packs on mirrored maps. For the rest of the map pool, there were a couple of design goals I
Blink Flats, thank you for the fresh membership on the YouTube
tried to
side.
follow as best as I could when placing ammo packs. First,
God
ammo
damn it,
packs
that's a
should
great
not
name.
be directly within combat spaces. What I mean by combat space is the general area where team fights occur,
I'm blinking.
which is usually the
blinking,
main
thank you.
path between the spawn room and the objective. Side rooms were a much more attractive option for ammo pack placement, but I still had to follow my second goal. Ammo pack should be visible from multiple angles. It's easy to tuck an ammo pack into a corner to ensure it won't get in the way of fights, but this makes it significantly harder for players to find them. With some experimentation, you can usually find another spot that has better visibility while not obstructing gameplay. Of course, all of this can be, and was ignored at times if I felt it was worth it. These goals are not strict rules that must be followed at any cost. They just exist to provide some level of consistency across each map. Remember this ammo pack, it's important later. For the final version of the mode, all ammo packs restore.
I was gonna say, I feel like sometimes health packs are in spots though like that, even if they're a little bit more difficult to find because like you're running from the fight and it's someplace that's
half
closer.
Of the hero's maximum reserve ammo. Players
I guess
suggested that
you
there
don't
should
have
be
to
mini
have
ammo
ammo be in
packs
the
and
same
mega ammo packs,
spots.
just like health packs. But for
Would
simplicity,
probably be
I decided
simple.
to just have one ammo pack size. There are some areas with 2 ammo packs next to each other to effectively act as a mega pack, since refilling half of your ammo twice will always bring you to full. In total, I populated
they only do
19
half?
maps with ammo packs for playtesting.
Oh.
This is the current map pool for the playable workshop mode, but it's easy to add more maps yourself using the pack editor. Now that the mode is done being developed, we can finally start a custom game and start play. So, at some point between playtests, Blizzard introduced a restriction that prevents you from hosting public games if you're below endorsement level 3. This completely blocked playtesting until I could figure out a way to increase my level. I took the most logical course of action and started an endorsement level speedrun with the goal of leveling up as fast as possible.
Holy fuck, I forgot they did that! That's actually hilarious, get fucking
Junkenstein's
rolled!
revenge route to maximize the number of endorsements per hour, but this was too slow. I then tried the Mercy main route where you only play Mercy in quick play and pretend to be nice to everyone while secretly hating them. But it turns out you don't even need to do this. There's an insane trick called Good Behavior Skip where you beg for endorsements in chat at the end of each game. This was definitely the best route for the speedrun since it resulted in the most endorsements per match.
Wait, hang on, Marble. The true answer is to stream, get stream sniped like fucking crazy, and then have it, and then boom, it'll appear level 5. That's what I do. You could do it. No, I'm just kidding. You know what's funny? The whole reason that thing existed, that system, is because people would make custom names with insane names on them. So instead of stopping the names, they were like, "Fuck it, we'll just make it so only some people can make accounts or make custom lobbies."
After begging for a few hours, I finally had enough endorsements to play the custom mode I made in the workshop. The very first thing we discovered while playtesting is that having too few ammo packs in a map is not great. Once multiple players run out of ammo, everyone starts fighting.
Especially with them only being half. Like, I'm surprised that they chose to do half instead of fulls. I mean, I'm sure I'll probably figure out why in a bit,
single pack.
Dark Clan.
I'm out.
Prime.
Uh-oh. I still have to heal people, so I need to be in the fight. That pack was taken. I'll beat you to death. That's all I can do.
Wait, boop counts as ammo though, doesn't it? Or did it used to count as ammo? Wait, does boop still count as ammo? Didn't it used to a long time ago? Or am I losing it?
We are out of ammo.
That's from Overwatch Classic?
Oh, this
Oh.
pack. There's got to be another pack somewhere, right? I didn't put one back here.
Okay, so it did used to. All right.
Is this the new King of the Hills? We fight over the ammo pack? I think we're all fighting over the same ammo pack.
A common piece of feedback was that it was often better to walk back to spawn than to look for an ammo pack,
Yeah.
which slows the pace of the game down a ton. It didn't help that for a while, we tested Lucio with only 40 reserve ammo. The idea was that Lucio's speed boost helps him collect ammo packs more often, so he can get away
I still
with
think
having
that's
a small
it's
amount
probably
of ammo.
way too low.
This ended up starving teammates of
In like even in like COD games, you spawn with like 180 ammo sometimes, right? Which is like if you're getting 30. Well, actually, is it 180? I guess it depends. Like it was either what. It's like it's so you could reload a bunch of
ammo
times
to the point where he was a
Spitfire, I think,
detriment
2-1.
to his own team.
Seems a little low.
Eventually, we found 60
Hello.
reserve ammo to be a good spot
And
for
Zombie thing
Lucio.
in 3 months.
Later on, the prevalence of ammo increased a ton. Hollywood, for instance, went from having 15 ammo packs to 30 ammo packs. But even with far more ammo
In
packs,
Siege, you get like 180-ish. Is it Siege? You get 180-ish? I'm trying to think because I played like way. I mean, we're talking way back when, like actual era. Like I think Blackbeard would get 60 because like I could never be the person who broke down walls because I'd have to save all my ammo for actual fights.
packs per map. Knowledge of their positions did not come easily.
You'd only get three
Players would
clips.
frequently
This was
not
20,
collect
20,
ammo
20.
packs that were right next to them. Oftentimes, players would go for extremely risky ammo packs instead of safer ones, again because they don't know where every ammo pack is. This would slowly improve over time as players learned where the packs were, but every now and then someone would be incapable of finding an ammo pack.
You just don't have any ammo.
Where are the yellow things? No, he got hooked out of it.
Oh my god. Okay, well, you know.
Throughout all of playtesting,
That is
I noticed
actually
a
so
very
fucked
interesting
up.
phenomenon.
Poor
Players who
guy.
ran out of ammo would charge into certain death rather than retreat to look for ammo.
I'm out of ammo. I have to go like beat people to death.
Hey,
This is actually the play.
Watching.
What's up, Kristen? New Marbler vid.
I probably should have just gotten to go get an ammo pack.
There are countless examples of this happening.
Uh-oh. Just like die and reset, get your ammo back. Yeah, probably needed a lot more ammo. Like, what do? You can't do anything, you can't participate.
Every now and then, someone would actually retreat when out of ammo. This instance actually led to Junker Queen securing a kill when she otherwise would not have turned around.
And instantly died.
The
Classic.
lethality of heroes when they're out of ammo varies a lot. Some have very little offensive abilities, but others can output a ton of damage, even without using their weapon.
Fuck, I'm out of ammo. Why am I nanoed? Okay, I'm punching this guy to death.
Go punch him! Go punch him!
I can't even shoot him. Okay. I'm a
That's
big
awesome.
fan of the I don't have any ammo nanos.
Yeah, I feel like you
goodness,
definitely want to have
nano
more
ammo
ammo though,
though.
like more of a reserve of
I
ammo.
only have 10 bullets though. And now I'm out of ammo. Sorry, can't really use the ultimates you guys gave me. Just kidding, I can.
Huge.
You know what'd be crazy? What if a hero had an ability to place down a fake ammo pack? Even in vanilla Overwatch, like what if a hero could make a fake health pack and just put it at their feet? And then...
A medic
Hello,
hero
I
that could
can't
drop
shoot
health
you.
packs?
Please don't kill me!
I don't know, would that be good?
Well, he didn't kill me.
During this circus of a fight, Torbjorn earned 4 kills while out of ammo.
You know, after playing so much Rivals, I've thought a lot about team-ups. I really thought about team-ups a lot, and it's like, dude, Rivals is kind of genius for that. Because in hero shooters or team-based hero shooters, like, people don't want to work together. Like, real talk, people just don't give a fuck. Like, a lot of people want to load into a game, and one of 3 things happens. Like, they're there to hard sweat their balls off, and they're going to play meta. 2, the one person who just wants to play certain heroes or whatever, and like their one hero that they really want to play, and that's it. Or 3rd, who only has like a small hero pool and is willing to help the team and be flexible, but they're not going to be good versus off of like 2 or 3 heroes, right? All 3 of these people are going to be playing the game a lot. And like, there is no reason to play a hero someone tells you to play unless it's hard meta and you're like, they're yelling at you. But like, there is some benefit to being like, hey, you know, we have a Captain America player on our team. You know, I can play Thor. Let me play Thor and you'll be able to play much better. And then I get to play some Thor, right? And it's like, it works out because it encourages you to work together, right? I don't know if team ups would work in Overwatch, but like for this example, talking about health packs, like if there was a health pack hero, right? Like a support that could drop like 2 or 3 health packs somewhere on the map. What if you had a Sombra? You have a Sombra on your team, they hack your health pack. Now you have health packs that you place down, and then you have a Sombra hack them, and those two have almost like a pseudo team up to make it better, you know? Anything 3 months. Something to encourage players to work together. Yeah, like I'm not saying like actual team ups per se, but something to like encourage you to work together. You know what I mean? Something I hadn't thought about really before until recently. The ability already existed, just bring back Lifeweaver's parting gift. You mean the heal the enemy team button by dying?
And of course,
Junkrat's
Junkrat's passive can still kill, even without ammo.
Classic. Boom. Yo, thank you for the big bits. 2,000 bits, I appreciate it. Thanks so much.
In general, ammo being a limited resource made team fights very intense. Oftentimes you would completely forget about ammo while caught up in the moment.
Appreciate the big bits.
I'm out of ammo. That's really bad timing.
Oh, that's tough.
I was gonna right click him.
Things get especially harsh during overtime.
Nope, I have 1 right click left. Oh my god, my last bit of ammo. Okay, I have no ammo though. I just gotta punch her to death.
Wait,
I'm getting this. Why am I punching people? I can just do this. I see that by getting ammo.
Oh no. That's
it's
tough.
a built-in C9.
Just like the fall damage mode.
Wait, it's a
the limited
built-in
ammo mode has the
C9. That's
potential to be
crazy.
very funny. Players stealing ammo packs from each other happened quite frequently and resulted in a wide array of emotions.
Yeah, I can see that.
No, okay. I'm out of ammo. Oh, this is a problem. Nearest ammo pack is in here.
Wait, so is it right-click fire?
We're out.
Uh-oh.
We're out. Thank God the Echo died because I needed that.
But this didn't just happen among teammates. In fact, stealing ammo packs from enemies was one of the coolest.
Marvel's done a few of these before. What if you can you combine them all into one? Like have one where you take fall damage, have limited ammo, can kill your teammates. You know what I mean?
Strategies that emerged from the mode.
Just unleash all chaos.
Wait, she's like really healthy for being out of ammo. She's comedically out of position. That is unfortunate.
Since ammo is a limited resource, you can intentionally starve enemies of ammo.
Oh yeah, what if you could pick up ammo from enemies you killed? That would be cool, actually.
For your team.
Probably a pain in the ass to put together, though.
Aspects of the mode didn't shine as much as I'd hoped, but there were still moments of creativity.
What does C9 mean? C9 means you basically touch the point, but then you're like winning, or you have a chance to win, and then you step off of it and lose the game. It's named after a certain play that the team Cloud9 did, where they had won. They basically won the game and were going to win, but they all stepped off the cart right as they're about to win, and so it was then deemed a C9.
You've got to run out of ammo soon. You've been shooting for a while.
Wait, just like waiting for people to run out of ammo? That's such a crazy strat.
I'm really banking on the fact that I know how much ammo you have, but yeah, you're out of ammo. Come here.
Seeing
That's
the X
awesome.
indicator above an enemy's head was like winning the lottery. Players stopped at nothing to chase down free kills.
Yeah, so I feel like not having it there would be kind of awesome. But I get why it's there. It just keeps things spicy.
Zen's out of ammo. So is Widow. They're all out of ammo. What are you gonna do?
It's the most useful I've ever seen Ryan.
Kills.
Wait, Zen's out of ammo. I'm not gonna get the kill.
Wait, would ult count as more ammo?
That was a
Probably
complete
not.
throw.
You probably would
This
still
team
work.
fight on Circuit Royal is one of the most chaotic scenes that came out of playtesting. It's literally a Looney Tunes bit.
But that's a legit issue with Cloud9 and every single competitive
Letter
esport. Their Dota
I
2
hardly
teams
know
often their Dota teams often forget to carry teleportation scrolls, thus never being able to return to base and defend it. That is a really complicated joke you just made, and I do not follow Dota, so I have no idea what you were just talking about. I appreciate the insight, though. Jody, thank you for the bits. God damn it. You know what would have been crazy if they somehow put in a way to make it so when you eat on Sigma or Diva, you got ammo back. Also, I need more water after this, by the way, so give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna finish the video first, but just as a heads up.
Adaptive circuits engaged. Soldier 76.
I've got you in my sights.
Soldier
Dude, seeing
learns
everyone
that
just
you
run
can't
'cause they have no
actually
ammo,
use the
that's
ult
awesome.
without ammo.
Wait, what?
Got you in my sights.
Nah, what? Wait, what about Reaper ult? That's crazy.
I've got you in my sights.
Playtesting anything like this
That's
in Overwatch
awesome.
usually results in chaos. To try and make sense of it all, I collected a ton of statistics along the way. Unfortunately, the statistics from these playtests don't paint as much of an objective truth as the ones in the fall damage video did, and this is due to the incredible amount of variability in this mode. Per hero reserve ammo capacity, per map ammo pack placement, ammo pack respawn time, how much ammo packs give, there's a lot of mechanics that influence hero statistics. Because of this, stat tracking was more useful as a tool to help guide balancing decisions, and less useful to answer what happens when you add limited ammo to Overwatch. Regardless, the data was already gathered. Plus, looking at colorful graphs with numbers is always cool. Every statistic shown was
Torb's
collected
turret.
using the final version
Torb's
of the
turret
mode
actually would be
after
OP,
balancing,
has
unless
unlimited
noted
ammo.
otherwise. Let's start by looking at what I believe to be the most interesting stat: percentage of time spent out of ammo. This is calculated by taking the number of seconds spent out of ammo while alive, and dividing it by the number of seconds spent alive. The player being alive is important, since it excludes any time the player spends respawning. This way the stat is more representative of actual playtime. Applying this to every hero, these are the results. It's pretty hard to see the colored bars when the chart is scaled to 100%, so going forward, they'll be scaled in for the sake of viewing. This statistic was one of the primary factors that went into balancing the mode. Early
Damn.
playtesting
Zarya
suggested
having
that heroes who
almost
spent around
5% of the
3 to
time
5%
not
of
having
their
ammo is
playtime out of
crazy.
ammo were the most fun to play.
Does this also count like pre-game? This probably also counts like pre-game, right? Like where you load in, you're sitting in the spawn room, then start walking from spawn.
Because of this, I deliberately tried to have each hero fall within this range by adjusting how much reserve ammo they can hold. Earlier versions of this chart had crazy outliers. Sigma, for example, used to spend nearly 10% of his uptime not having ammo.
Holy
Buffing
shit.
His reserve ammo from 40 to 48 decreased this percentage to only 4.14%. This sounds like an unusually large effect for such a small change, but modifying a hero's reserve ammo is twofold, since it also affects how much ammo they receive from ammo packs. Conversely, Reaper did not run out of ammo a single
Holy shit! This is actual balance right here.
time until his reserve ammo
This is
was decreased
actual
from 32 to
stats-based
24,
balancing. Holy
ultimately
fuck.
resulting in 0.12 time spent out of ammo. This falls short of my target range of 3 to 5%, But there are more factors for running out of ammo than just reserve ammo values. Reaper's playstyle generally forces him to retreat with Wraith form long before he has a chance to fire all of his ammo, during which he can easily restock with an ammo pack. Similarly, Lucio spending only 0.33% of time out of ammo seems surprisingly low given how little ammo he has, but his sheer speed allows him to gobble up ammo packs trivially.
So it was
when we
true.
tried Lucio with only 40 reserve ammo, this percentage increased to 3%. This is within the target range, but it felt bad to play overall since he needed to gobble up even more ammo packs more frequently, which starved teammates of ammo. So although I wanted each hero to fall within the target range, it ended up being more of a loose guide than a strict requirement. Balancing anything in Overwatch is nowhere near a straightforward process. Sometimes a change to one hero can have several knock-on effects for other heroes, and this is a good example of that. Anyway, here's the chart in its entirety if you want to see how things shook out. It's also worth noting that, unlike
statistics-based statistics-based balancing.
Echo duplication. This means if Echo
Interesting.
duplicates Ana and runs out of ammo, that counts as Ana running out of ammo instead of Echo. Baptiste's measurement is a little flawed, since he's only considered to be out of ammo if he's out of both primary and secondary ammo. Individually, he definitely spent more time out of one type of ammo. Finally, Broccoli and Reinhardt are grayed out since they have melee weapons, and thus can't run out of ammo.
Who?
The next chart shows kills earned while out of ammo per 10 minutes. The reason statistics are shown per 10 minutes is that it factors out playtime. Two heroes may have the same raw number of out of ammo kills, but this means two very different things if the hero has 100 hours of playtime versus 600
this is smart.
hours of playtime. Looking at the full chart, we see a familiar name at the top. Junkrat excelled at earning kills in the fall damage mode, and he continues the trend of being incredibly lethal, even without ammo. Heroes toward the top of this list generally have abilities that deal damage, allowing them to earn kills without using their main weapon.
Queen makes sense, Sigma makes sense, Hazard makes sense, Torb makes sense. Does Railgun count for Sojourn?
Heroes toward the bottom of this list generally have abilities that are more defensive and have less killing potential. Zenyatta, for example, can barely do damage without ammo. In fact, his only out of ammo kill was earned by using quick melee. Several heroes have 0 out of ammo kills. This doesn't necessarily mean that they can't earn kills while out of ammo. It just means that they didn't earn any during the limited time we had to play
Sojourn's Zappy Circle? Yeah, it doesn't do much though.
Over a much longer time span, it's possible for every hero to earn out of ammo.
Surprised to see Winston at 0. I figured you'd see either primal kills or Winston melees, like finishing somebody off.
Kills. Except for Brig and Rhine, since they don't have ammo. Although technically, all of their kills could be considered out of ammo kills. The next statistic is the exact opposite. Deaths while out of ammo per 10 minutes. Interestingly, the top 3 heroes for the deaths chart are also the top 3 heroes for kills, just in a different order. My theory regarding this is even though these heroes have lethal damage abilities, there's a sort of glass cannon quality to it where missing an ability means you have to wait a long cooldown before you can deal damage again. Moira and Tracer seem particularly vulnerable when out of ammo, since they have a high death rate with a low kill rate. Looking further down the chart, there's an almost linear fall off in deaths.
You would think Tracer would actually be one of the ones with, well, I guess it's deaths while out of ammo, but like, you know, it does make sense because she was pretty low, I think, while like not having, she wasn't out of ammo a ton because you could just blink away. But
per 10 minutes.
Maybe like you were like going to finish off a kill, didn't realize you run out of ammo, so that's why you die.
Hazard is the inverse of Moira and Tracer, with a low death rate and a high kill rate. This is in large part thanks to his block ability, which deals a lot of damage while simultaneously giving him protection from incoming damage. As we reach the bottom of the chart, there are 5 heroes that didn't die while out of ammo at all, although D.Va was demeched while out of ammo a single time. Here are each hero's out of ammo kills and deaths ordered alphabetically. This way you can conveniently look at any hero to roughly assess their power level in a limited ammo setting. The larger the value is on the left column, the more lethal that hero is when out of ammo. The larger the value is on the right column, the more vulnerable that hero is when out of ammo.
That's crazy to see then, like things like Queen and Junkrat, because they're both like really good out of ammo, but also super vulnerable.
Keep in mind that this isn't a perfect assessment, since many heroes have 0 kills due to low playtime.
Dude, this is such turbo nerd shit, but it's pretty fun to actually look at. What's up, Sleepies? The Doomfist wasn't in this because of complications with his left click.
This next comparison can be used for the same purpose, but the statistics are slightly different. This time, the left column shows what percentage of kills were earned while out of ammo. If a hero earned 10 kills, but 1 was earned while out of ammo, the stat would be 10%. And the right column shows the same thing, but for deaths. The only hero with a higher kill percentage than death percentage is Bastion, likely because his turret form allows him to shoot for the duration of the ability. Everyone else has a higher death percentage than kill percentage, which means running out of ammo is a hindrance more often than not. Which sounds obvious, but now there's proof. Comparing the values from each column gives a rough idea of how well the hero fares in this mode.
Huh. I like stuff like this. It's cool, but I can definitely see where the data becomes a bit overwhelming. This kind of stuff, because there's so many numbers, there's so many different characters.
Ammo packs each hero collected per 10 minutes.
See, yeah, like before when that part that talked about how Tracer like died a lot without ammo, like this is what I was like, huh, really? Because I feel like you'd have ammo all the time because of how fast you can blink around.
Tracer collects the most ammo packs out of any character by a decently large margin.
I feel like that's also a good example of like why the stats don't always tell the full story.
This statistic generally correlates with mobility, since high mobility heroes
good
have
example
more
of it.
opportunities to
At least in
collect
this
packs
case.
than low mobility heroes. Despite that, Cassidy and Zarya are very high on the chart, despite having next to no mobility options. Reserve ammo capacity is another large factor, since heroes who run out of ammo quicker need to seek ammo packs more often. For example, during the 40 ammo Lucio playtests, his ammo pack collection increased by almost 50%. Moving to the bottom of the chart, we begin to see heroes with fewer mobility options and larger ammo capacities. There's really not much to say about any particular hero, although Mercy has a significantly low collection rate, which makes sense since she only needs ammo for her pistol. The next two statistics aren't super useful, but they are mildly interesting. Here is how many times each hero reloaded their weapon per 10 minutes. This chart
I look over and see I definitely skewed the Zarya numbers of how much I spammed reload on Zarya. See Zarya at the top 3. Alright, fair
manual
enough.
reloads performed by pressing the reload key, and automatic reloads performed when the weapon's clip is empty. Nothing here was particularly relevant for balancing, but I tracked these stats anyway, so here they are. Infinite weapons are grayed out alongside the melee weapons, since none of them reload in the traditional sense.
Makes sense.
This final chart shows how much ammunition each hero fired per 10 minutes. Each hero's ammo consumed is mostly dependent on the fire rate.
Zarya makes sense. I guess Winston probably didn't get played as much. Well, actually, no, it says per 10 minutes. Interesting, Zarya is so much higher than Tracer Winston.
And clip size of their weapon. Although it's interesting to see how much ammo everyone uses, this statistic is definitely influenced by limited ammo. Since limited ammo
I wonder if the right click on Zarya helps put that up there that fast.
Encourages players to not waste shots, it's likely that
like
these
4
values
right clicks,
would all
100
be higher
ammo.
in
That's
vanilla
pretty
Overwatch.
fast.
I do want to point out that Moira's value means nothing on this chart. Her damage beam is an infinite weapon with no concept of ammo units, so this value is completely dependent on the arbitrary ammo capacity and fire rate that I gave her. Other infinite weapons like Hanzo's and Sigma's fire a quantitative number of projectiles, so those can be counted just fine. The bottom of this chart consists of heroes who fire single bullets, single projectiles, and shotguns.
Oh yeah, spamming
and
right
perhaps
click
unsurprisingly,
to jump
Mercy's
too.
pistol is the least used weapon confirmed.
If they actually were doing that.
Over the course of this project, the time spent out of ammo, kills, deaths, and pack collection statistics were all cross-referenced when deciding whether to buff or nerf heroes during playtesting. Trying to achieve perfect balance using nothing but data is very difficult, and in my opinion foolish, but there's still a lot to extract out of these numbers alone. Tracer, for instance, has a high percentage of time spent out of ammo, a high ammo pack collection rate, and high deaths while out of ammo. On paper, this indicates that she could probably use a buff to her reserve ammo. Roadhog's low time spent out of ammo, mid to low ammo pack collection rate, and low deaths while out of ammo indicates he could probably get away with a nerf to his reserve ammo. I want to stress that this mode is not perfectly balanced, but after community feedback and rigorous playtesting, it's still very enjoyable. You can try the mode yourself using the custom game import code. As always, the source code is available in the description if you just want to tinker or use ammo-related features for your own projects. The concept of source code for a workshop mode might sound weird, but when things get too complex, the in-game editor gets angry.
Oh, it's right here. I was gonna say, no.
This is... Oh,
I think I just crashed the game
Uh-oh.
by clicking on that. Yeah, the game crashed.
Also, the workshop is even more broken than it was last time. Thanks for watching, and thanks again to War.
Damn, that last part at the end, it's even more broken than before. That kind of hits, man. That kind of hits. Oh, man. I love these videos, though. Marvel is so fucking talented. I think if he expanded beyond just Overwatch stuff all the time, and he actually did, like... I think he did, like, a Portal video, right? He did a Portal video 2 months ago. Look, it's got 1.6 million views.
Poggers and high flats.
Yeah. I don't think he's done much outside of that, but... yeah, his videos are always insanely good, so... Marvel is super talented. That's my goat right there. Probably one of the best Overwatch YouTubers I've ever seen. Cool. All right, I need to go get more water. So I'm going to go fill up my water real quick. I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes, okay? Be right back. You didn't like it? Likes don't matter on YouTube. Watch time is all that matters on YouTube, and we watched the entire thing the entire way through. That is the best thing we could have done. Be right back. I had to refill up my Brita too. That thing takes an hour. Oh. All right, though. I have returned. I am back. Okay, good video. Good video. All right. What do we want to do next? There's... Which one was the most interesting? I don't remember. Also, if you're wondering where I'm pulling these from, I'm pulling them from the Hot Topics channel on my Discord. So if you ever saw cool stuff, throw it in there.
That was a long cloggers nodders.
I wasn't taking a shit. Went to go fill up my water bottle. My water bottle was empty. See, like...
Jarvis create a resub message, 49 months. Flats, you've been streaming so long, your first hammer swings are probably in a history book by
Okay,
now.
dude.
Older person, hammer and pick, at this rate, Rain's getting a mobility scooter before a buff. Here's to many more months of boomer plays, party popper.
Thank you for 49 months. Appreciated. Okay. Oh god, why I just get jump scared by myself? What am I doing up here? Oh, it's your Overwatch. Oh, it's Frito's video. Why Marvel Rivals is loved, but Overwatch is hated. Decent video idea. Should the player always win? Or sorry, the better player always win.
Wow,
Wonders.
20 months. What a gamer moment. Anyways, time for your favorite thing ever. Another sub-joke. Why did the Scarecrow win several awards? Because he was outstanding in his field of work, Keck.
Okay, thank you for the 20 months. I appreciate it. Gaming industry has lost their collective mind. That's 25 minutes. Pokemon Wait makes no sense. I already know the most of this, I feel like, though, because, like, certain Pokemon, like Wailord, only weigh, like, 800 pounds, but then, like, fucking Cosmo's fucking middle evolution weighs, like, 19 tons or some shit. Death of skill-based games. Could do this. 47 minutes, though? Holy fuck. You know what? I'm interested in this one. The gaming industry has lost their collective mind. This could go one of three ways. I don't know which way this is gonna go. I'm a little scared to watch this one because this one could be off the rails. But you know what? I'm gonna do a quick scroll. Oh, it's talking about prices? All right, I'm in. Let's go.
Recently, a nasty little conversation has reared
Tattoo
its
cover
ugly
stoner,
head yet
first
again,
one.
and it's that the video game industry believes that it's time for games to be 100.
Wait. Is this the guy who made the Warframe video? Is this the same person? That was a while ago. Oh, it is! Oh, his Warframe video was so good. Okay, all right. Whew, I feel better now.
$4 or more.
I was scared to click on this
Mark
one,
my
but now I
words.
feel good.
If this is the path that the industry chooses to follow, this will likely lead to the largest collapse this industry has ever seen. They think that the layoffs, closures, and canceled games are bad now. You haven't seen anything yet.
Implies
The
we have
players
mind to
already
lose in
have
the first
a
place.
long list
True.
of reasons as to why not to buy games today, and you want to go and add an even bigger reason to that list? Likely for the vast majority of players, the reason that will be at the very top of their list. You know, for years now, we've heard about how they think that the video game industry bubble is going to burst because there's just been so much investor interest over the years. The wages have increased, the cost of development and marketing has gone up, and the long...
That's an interesting question. Oh, is it actually even a bubble? I mean, esports kind of was, but like the actual games, I don't know.
that these games are in 7 to 10 years in some cases is just not making these games financially viable. These big AAA, these big shiny AAA games are too expensive to make for such little return. So they've gotten themselves thinking, well, how do we fix this issue? What's the actual problem here? I mean, it can't be that our, leadership is incompetent. It can't be the slop that we've been delivering to the customers. It can't be that we've been over-investing in these projects. It has to be that the customer's not paying enough money. That has to be the solution.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
So today what we're going to do is we're going to listen to the industry's long list of excuses as to why we need to be paying $100 or more. We're going to watch on as journalists seal clap the...
Okay, real talk, though. I think GTA 6 is going to be the turning point. Because, like, there's no way that game ends up being $60. It's going to be 100, right? Minimum. So, like, that's going to be the moment that everything changes. Because like games have been $60 since like I was a kid, you know, in like 2007, 2005, you know what I mean? So it's like very recently they started going up to like 70, and then, you know, the whole quadruple A meme. But then the free-to-play pipeline came in and kind of kicked that can down the road by quite a bit. So like real talk, like games have not been affected by inflation that much over the last 20 years. And the only thing that's holding that back is like genuine outrage. You know, like if people, every time a company goes to $70, they just get absolutely hard flamed. And the AAA game, right? What was it? It was from fucking EA, right? It was definitely an EA game. It was like the pirate game. You know, like it was like someone help me out here. You know what I'm talking about? The really shitty sail around game. Skull and Bones. Oh, it was Ubisoft? Oh, okay. Well, kind of similar. Skull and Bones did it, and it was a fucking disaster, you know? So I feel like, you know, do they know, they can't tell the difference though. Was the game a disaster because the game was bad? Or is it a disaster because they put it at $70, right? And I don't think it's the only game that's done that. I think there's a few games that have come out at $70 that don't do well and they get highly criticized. And so like, outrage has kind of held them back. But GTA 6 though, if it actually ends up being as good as people want it to be, might be the first crack in that wall.
Industry's death march into oblivion, and we're going to talk about why I think the players aren't going to buy. This isn't the first time we've had to have this conversation. Back in 2023, Capcom's president came forward at an event in Japan and explained that video game prices were far too low.
I remember this.
Even after the price hike up to $70, explaining that video game development costs are 100 times more expensive than they've ever been, and games haven't followed inflation like other industries. And
yeah.
He's not wrong. In 1990, a standard game would cost around $50. Adjust for inflation, that would be closer to $100 today. Yet, even with the price hikes in 2020 up to $70.
Yeah, you know what's funny is like I'm looking at this right now, and it's like, yeah, I remember this. I remember getting the magazine when I was like, well, hang on. I must have been like, it was before my parents got divorced, so I was like 9 at maximum, right? I was like 7, 8, 9. They'd hand you the magazine from Toys R Us and be like, okay, circle what you want for Santa, and you'd go through the magazine and circle different things, and then, you know, so your parents could go to the fucking Toys R Us or whatever, and they're like, okay, we'll get a couple of these, you know what I mean? Like, depending on how many it was, depending on how, you know, how well off or potentially not well off you were. So like mine, for example, my mom would always say like, oh, you can circle a bunch of things you want, but then like put an extra thing. It's like, I really want this, right? So like if I got a bunch of cheap shit that year, like I didn't really want a whole lot, like they'd probably get all the cheap stuff. But if I wanted like a big items, then I'm probably really getting that versus like a bunch of other stuff, you know?
For AAA games, the reality is that the industry just hasn't kept pace. Over the same time period, from 1990s to today, wages, marketing, and development costs have all skyrocketed. Game studios are spending exponentially more money than they ever did in the 90s or early 2000s, so the profit made on the sale of a single game has shrunk year over year. If we were to adjust in line with inflation from the early days of gaming to today, AAA games would be priced well over $100, maybe even $150 to be able to match today's financial realities.
You know what? Hang on, before he gets in, I think we're gonna end up agreeing, but I do want to say it beforehand, just so nobody ever thinks like, oh, you're only saying that because the video said it. You know what kind of pisses me off? When I was growing up, and even into early adulthood, I didn't have much money, right? At all. And I had a lot of friends that were kind of well off, right? And so as we got into like post high school into college era, right? You know, I had friends that had, and it wasn't just my friends, it was like friends of friends too, that always had money to go to the bar, to go out to eat once a week, to go buy snacks for their room, or all this other stuff. And I was like, bro, where the fuck do you guys get all this money? Like, I don't have money for this shit. And like, my friends were always really good. I always gotta say, like, we always looked out for each other, right? Like if they ever needed anything, I was there for them. If I needed anything, they were there for me. But, you know, it's not fun being the friend who doesn't have much money along for the ride, right? It's not a good fucking time. And so I was always like, what the hell? Like, how does someone always have this money like on hand? But the thing that I would always get irked for, or get mad about, because my friends would sometimes be like, oh, like you always play video games, like you have money for video games, but like you don't have money to go to the bar this weekend. And I'm like, bro, I spent $60 on in the summer. We're in November, right? Like, I'm still playing the same fucking game. You know what I mean? Like, I spent $60 in September. You spent $60 at the bar last night, right? And so I would get shamed or like talked about like, oh, you spend money on video games, but you don't like spend money on this other stuff, or you don't have money for this other stuff. I'm like, cost effectiveness. Video games are pretty cheap for entertainment for how long it can last if you're playing the right things or buying the right things, versus what was considered like average entertainment or like going out to the bar or going out to restaurants or whatever it is. And so, yeah, I feel like the bang for your buck for video games is actually really good, or always felt like it was really good compared to other things. Is that changing a little bit with like microtransactions? Yeah, of course. But like, you don't always have to buy those, but then there's like not really a reward. So it's like, it's a little different.
Now, all of that makes sense with nuance removed. However, we don't live in a world without nuance. The fact of the matter is that the
advice to new streamers doing all like sorts of streams. Well, there's your first problem. Why are you doing all sorts of streams? You need to build an audience first, and typically building an audience around a single thing is the correct way to go. AKA one game or one idea or what it might be, because you need to have a point of inflection that everyone can relate to. It's why most streamers who start off just being a rival streamer, start off just being an Overwatch streamer. They start off being just a Valorant streamer. They start off being just a CSGO streamer, because everyone that comes to their community all has one thing in common. They play that game.
Vast majority of games that are released today make far more money past the point of sale. Something that didn't exist back when games were being made in the 90s and early 2000s. While they still had merchandise, toys, and clothing and other different things that they could sell, now today, games have DLC, loot boxes, gacha and gambling mechanics, microtransactions, expansions, collector's editions, and more. I'm sorry, but you can't convince me that video game companies aren't making enough money today, or there aren't enough ways for them to make money. However, games journalists and industry analysts...
Well, yeah, they'll never make enough money, because even if they do make enough money, they can just do like stock buybacks and stuff like that. So they'll always spend it.
Matthew Ball are going to try to tell us otherwise. In an article written by Eddie Mackich titled GTA 6 could cost as much as $100, some hope. Analyst clarifies comments. If Take-Two raises prices to $80 or more, other publishers could apparently follow suit. Eddie
Holy
writes,
shit, this is literally what we were just talking about.
And researcher
Okay,
Matthew
so
Ball of Opinion has released a gargantuan
I'm glad this lines up.
19-page report about the state of video gaming in 2025. And some of the presentation looks at how the video game industry could possibly grow in 2025. In a section titled How Player, Playtime, and Player Spend Might Return to Growth, Ball mentioned a variety of opportunities, including Grand Theft Auto 6 costing as much as $100 when it launches this year.
Yeah, everyone's waiting for GTA to be the lead.
Ball said that there is hope among some in the game market that Take-Two will price GTA 6 at $80 or even $100, which could prove as a turning point for the video game industry.
Holy shit.
This could break a key price barrier and allow developers to raise their prices as well, he said. Before this, a Baldur's Gate 3 developer said a GTA 6 could prompt a shift to more expensive games if Take-Two decides to price it above $70. In a series of follow-up posts, Ball shared further key updates, including how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in...
You know what the thing is, though? If GTA 6 has been worked on for like 10 plus years, and it actually delivers that level of quality, charging $100 in a vacuum for GTA doesn't seem that insane. But it's not going to be in a vacuum. That's the thing. Because other games will come behind them, you know, and be like, oh, well, they did it, so we can too. But their games are not worth that same price. That they didn't put in all that work. They didn't spend all that money that GTA spent. They're just riding the coattails. That's where the big problem will be.
In real terms, with GTA 5 costing $83. Ball added, your rent is up, movie tickets have doubled, minimum wage, Spotify, Netflix, bus fare, gas, etc. Indeed, nearly all categories are up, not just flat in real terms, while games are at
just
record lows. He went on to say Rockstar's cost isn't sufficient to set the price, but the argument games should be the only thing never to adjust for inflation and thus be, in the strictest terms, worth less every year is not healthy either or a good argument, in my opinion. Ball was not making a prediction himself that GTA 6 would cost $100, only that there is a belief in the market by some that it could happen. For his money, Ball said that GTA 6 will cost $70. I can't believe I have to say this, but customers only ever care about inflation when said inflation affects them and their money. $100 is $100. Whether it's 1990 or 2025, no matter how you spin it, what excuses you make, or what numbers you point to, the vast majority of people just flat out cannot afford those prices and will have a far more difficult time justifying buying games day one or buying games at all.
True.
My friends with kids buy maybe 1-2 games a year, or they just spend their money on indie games because they're far cheaper.
Free to play games.
They tend to have more replay value and they don't take as long to complete. My friends without kids Well, they work too much and they can't even justify buying a $70 game, and they just choose to play free-to-play games instead. Gen Z is so maladjusted and ambivalent due to the pandemic that they can't even find work, and even if they do, they can't hold jobs for long. Heck, the vast majority of them are choosing to...
It's because they don't. None of these kids want to work these days. They can't. Oh, they just want to complain and go on social media and make videos and vlog themselves being at work.
Become NEETs out of choice. Who are they planning to sell these games to, and where are they going to find the money? When Ball mentions how GTA 4 was priced at $90 in real terms, he's talking about how the price of GTA, adjusting for inflation, was priced above inflation at the time, making $59.99 feel like $90 at the time. And that's why it should be completely fine for games to be $90 or $100 today. Here's the other thing they're missing. $100 isn't just a number. It's a cultural touchstone. It's a psychological...
See, that's the big one, actually. Because I do this, right? Like, I don't give a fuck how well off I become. Let me finish the statement, because this matters. I refuse to pay for something past a certain point. I'll give you an example. I got very comfy during COVID and post-COVID and streaming and stuff, always like ordering groceries and whatnot. But then at some point, like it just became no matter what you were getting, like you're just getting like 5 items, you're paying like $100 for your delivery, right? And I was like, why the fuck am I paying for this? Right?
Never seems to go
and I do the same thing with DoorDash. I do the same thing with fucking Grubhub. If it hits a certain point and it's like $20 for the sub, right? And then it's like another $7 delivery fee, out of range fee, tax, tip, Massachusetts fee, dingus delivery fee, right? And now it's like $35. I don't give a fuck how well I'm doing. I'll cancel it. I just close out of it. I'm like, I don't care. It's not about the money. It's like principle at that point. You know what I mean? So it's like, I feel like there's a lot of people who are like that with games where it doesn't even matter if they could afford it. They just won't pay for it because it's like, fuck that. Like, that's so stupid. I ain't doing that. I'll catch it when it's on sale. It's not that important to me. Because, like, in a lot of ways, you know how like people make fun of like girl math, you know, where it's like girl math is like you buy a jacket for $50 and then return the jacket because you didn't like it. Well, now you can spend $50 of like in-game or in-store credit. And that's like not spending any of it at all because you already like it's technically free because you got $50 from the store, right? And it's like, well, that's not actually how, but like in your mind though, it makes sense because like it's like, okay, like you already spent that money's already gone. Now you get to buy something else. So it's like you can justify it a lot easier. I feel like you can do that with a lot of games too, where it's like, well, I'll spend $60 or I'll spend $50 or $40 it's on sale. Cause like if I buy this game, it'll get me by 3 weekends. And 3 weekends at the bar would cost me $60 a night. So I'm actually saving money by buying a game, playing it for 3 weekends in a row, instead of going to the bar 3 weekends in a row. I'll actually save a lot of money. That's boy math. That breaks boy math. You know what I mean?
Threshold that makes consumers think twice before making a purchase. Crossing that $100 mark makes a statement. It's saying that this product is now a luxury tier item, something that isn't just an impulse buy, but an investment, whether it's worth it or not. And that's when that feeling hits the hardest. It's not just about the price tag, it's about the perception of value and what people...
I buy a 2K computer because it takes years to come, and it saves me thousands of going out. Hashtag boy math. I mean, real talk, that's true, right? Like, some of my friends who are like... I like a couple of my friends like work in like finance and like other shit, and they make good fucking money, right? They bitch just like everyone else, but they make good fucking money. And the other day, the group chat is talking about they want to play COD. I don't play COD anymore, so I don't play with them when they do it. But like someone is still on like an old Xbox One, and they're like, bro, you got to get the fucking upgrade or like get a PlayStation because like you can't even play this game. And he's like, nah, like I don't want to spend the money on it right now, all this stuff. I know how much that fucker makes, right? But it's like, he's like, he plays games still and will buy games as long as they work for that console, but he doesn't want to spend the $500 or whatever to get something new because he doesn't play it enough, so it's not worth it yet to him, right? So it's like, he could afford it, but that it's like, yeah, but I don't actually need it right now. I don't really want to get it right now, so I'm not spending the money.
Can reasonably spend.
So like, if it price went up though, he might just go, nah, it's not that important to me anymore.
And in an already stretched economy. Look, $100 purchase feels like it demands a justification. I can't tell you guys.
Oh God, what does he do now? He was literally like lead security for this company like cybersecurity, and then he left that company to go to a big company, and he's like really high up in their IT security team. Like that guy fucking makes bank, and I'm like, bro, you could like I read through the conversation, I'm like, you are not bitching about this right now. I know how much you make, but they just don't care. You know what I mean? That's what I mean, though. It's just more of a mentality.
Dread when I was wanting to upgrade from a $30 webcam and a $50 microphone. For many, this is going to be a breaking point. The moment where games start to feel more like an exclusive club for the people that can afford it and less like a pastime accessible to anyone who loves the medium. It's a barrier that not only reflects inflation, but also sets the tone for how the industry views its audience. One where only a select few can afford or truly engage with what the industry has to offer. I just hate how disingenuous all of this is. Ball says the prices for all things are up, and the idea that games need to stay the same price isn't fair, conveniently ignoring the fact that while the upfront price of games has remained relatively stable, the way that games are monetized has changed drastically.
That is a good point, because I was going to say, actually, it is kind of a fair statement to say that. But at the same time, though, yeah, like it's not like there's a million microtransactions.
In-game purchases, microtransactions, season passes, battle passes, and expensive collector's editions have all become the norm. Game companies have found new, more aggressive ways to squeeze every dollar from the player far beyond the original price tag. A $60 to $70 game is no longer just that. It's an entry point. To truly experience whatever the game has to offer, players are often pressured into spending far more in additional content. Customers aren't just paying more, they're paying far beyond what they originally bargained for, and that's what should be addressed, not just the price tag on the box. And what's even more funny about all of this is the fact that the writer of this article actually ended up using the Baldur's Gate 3 developers' words out of context. And by the way, if you guys have paid attention at all to journalism over the last couple of years, they've been using Baldur's Gate 3 developers out of context constantly.
Yeah, they've been doing it for a long time.
Adds some type of emotional weight to whatever their words are. Like,
well, they kind of had some big controversy when the game came out. Remember the whole people need to realize BG3 is not going to be the standard for games. Like that's an outlier because that'll ruin the entire industry, because it was like other like devs, quote unquote, on other studios talking about it. And then like they kind of like clapped back a little bit and was like, you know, like this was a passion for love. So yeah, it was extremely hard to do, but we did it because we wanted to. You know what I mean? So like ever since then, it's been kind of like one of those things that like it gives validity. Like they have like a street cred.
This great developer that made a game that everybody loves saying that they agree with us, when 9 times out of 10, their words are completely out of context. They used it here saying that everybody's just waiting for GTA to increase the price, acting like the Baldur's Gate 3 developers want GTA to increase the price, when the original tweet that they had made was talking about how much they hated artificial price structures and gouging that we see in today's gaming industry. The original tweet actually said, "I don't love the artificiality of pricing structures post-retail. Use the inflated base price to upsell a subscription and use vague content promises to inflate ultimate editions to make the base price look better. It all seems a bit dangerous and disconnected from the community. I think the game should be priced according to its quality, breadth, and depth. I'm not against higher prices, but this arbitrary uniformity just doesn't make sense to me. It feels so unserious." I'm going to go off for a second. Don't you guys love how every single time they like to twist things to be able to suit whatever their narrative is, and everything is always coming from the perspective of the industry and never from the perspective of the player, of the customer, the people that are actually spending money on these things to begin with? Because we are never a priority. We are never at the forefront of discussion. We are never at the forefront of their mind when they're making these decisions. And then they sit back and they wonder why games are failing and studios are closing. I don't know. How could that possibly happen? The prices for everything is going up. You're absolutely right. Now that I think about it, you know what hasn't gone up with inflation? The general quality and day one performance of video games. Even some of the best games that we've seen released over the last few years can't even hit a standardized level of quality. We are spending $60 to $70 on brand new day one video games that we have to sit there and hold the bag because the game's not even finished, because it's always...
You know, it's funny. I'm playing Spider-Man 2 this week. And people keep asking me if I'm having bad performance issues, because apparently everyone's getting cooked on it. Like, it's just not working that well for most people. I had a couple small visual bugs, nothing crazy, nothing like game breaking yet, but I also have like a super PC. So maybe that could be potentially part of it. But even for like a game that's a couple years old that got ported to PC, it's like still the same thing. It's still got big problems. Apparently, I mean, I'm not looking at the Steam stuff, but I saw like online that the Steam reviews apparently were pretty bad, because like people were pissed that the optimization's really, really bad. And it's like, you couldn't optimize the game for the port? That doesn't seem like that big of an ask to be able to resell the game at full price to a new demographic. No?
Always the minimum viable product that's being released to us, and we have to wait for them to finish the game for us to be able to play it. But let me take a wild guess and say they're probably going to try to blame the price of things on that as well. They want to talk about how expensive it is to make games today. You know, my question is, why are we the ones that need to keep up with you and your spending? We didn't sign up for that. When I look around the industry, I see some of the most successful games over the last few years: Baldur's Gate 3, Black Myth Wukong, Space Marine 2. These games are made with a quarter of the budget of some of these big, flashy AAA games that nobody ended up buying in the first place. You guys are
Skull
making
and Bones.
tens of billions of dollars. The vast majority of the money that is made in this industry is coming from microtransactions. This is not my problem.
This is not my problem. Real.
The sheer cowardice of these companies to sit by and wait for somebody else to increase prices because they know it's a game, or they think it's a game that everybody's going to buy, and it's going to be the best way to just sneak that price change in. And that is so telling, because you are pathetic and you realize that your games wouldn't sell.
You know, it makes a lot more sense about the Warframe video now. The Warframe video now makes a lot more sense. Still got to get around to playing that at some point. Things got crazy. Rivals is out now. You know what I mean? Like, it's like life just had other options, had other things, but it suddenly makes a lot more sense.
Asman, thanks for unpausing. Eddie continues with,
wait, huh?
That your games wouldn't sell. Asman, thanks for unpausing. Eddie continues.
Oh, sure. We're good.
Continues with, $70 is the current market rate for new AAA releases. And
still slightly feel a little bit caught, but like, it wasn't me. I wasn't even giving a take. I was just talking about the Warframe video, which was awesome. I loved the Warframe video. I was just saying it now makes more sense now that hearing all the Warframe stuff, and now here we are.
And in fact, it was Take-Two that was among the first to raise prices from $60 to $70 back in 2020. Many are naturally wondering if Take-Two might raise prices again for GTA 6's launch.
Now I'm scared to pause
but
again.
It remains to be seen if that'll happen. Beyond updating the sticker price for games, video publishers have found other ways to be able to make more money out of players, including expensive editions, microtransactions, and battle passes, just to name a few. GTA 5, for example, has sold 205 million copies and brings in a lot of money in microtransactions in GTA Online. Early predictions have said that GTA 6 could sell 40 million copies and earn more than $3 billion in revenue during its first year alone.
You know for a fact GTA is going to do GTA Online, and they are going to absolutely sell shark cards. It might be called something different, okay? I'm not proud of this, but shark cards is the thing that got me into doing microtransactions. Shark cards was the only thing that I ever, growing up as like a teenager, then into like early college, ever put my card on my Xbox to play, because I loved GTA Online. I played the shit out of it, and I couldn't keep up with all the stuff that they put out. And sometimes I'd come back after a couple months and I'd really want to try the new stuff. And I didn't have time to grind heists for so long because like my friends weren't on. And like we were good at doing the heists, right? Like we knew all the bugs, we knew about the Kuruma glitches, and like the one apartment you could go in, like when you escape on the bikes, right? We knew all the spots. We knew everything. We could min-max it, but it would take hours. And like every once in a while, you wouldn't have everybody on. So I'd buy a shark card, you know? I'd buy a shark card or two. Like sometimes it was worth it to me at the time, you know? And now it's more normalized, so.
Ball said that GTA 6's launch this year will have mixed impact on total player hours and revenue across the gaming industry because it'll only be available on console. A PC release is expected after the console launch. However, Ball said that GTA 6 will severely cannibalize total hours and spending that would go to other video games when it launches. For its part, Ubisoft said GTA 6 is a good thing for the video game industry overall because a huge game like that may help more people turn to gaming. Some of the other areas that Ball listed off as having potential for growth in 2025 included further expansions into non-core markets, user-generated content, social game services, the Nintendo Switch 2, other new handhelds and devices, AA, AAA, mobile.
User-generated content kind of irks me a little bit. Because like there's a way to do user-generated content properly and to actually make it so that those people who make that content benefit from it, because they are making content for your game. They should they should be rewarded in some way. But that's not how most people go about it. They don't give a fuck. They just want it for free out of them, and they just... That's a weird one.
Gaming, app store regulation, new game releases, generative AI, and advertising. Make this make sense. I do not understand how GTA 6, projecting 40 million copies sold and $3 billion in revenue in its first year, is somehow a footnote in a discussion as to why other games should increase their prices to $100. They are failing to realize why GTA 5 did so well, why GTA 6 is likely to do even better, or why it could even sell for $100 in the first place. You're not even thinking about what the impact of a price increase would be on other games and other studios outside of one of the biggest video game franchises of all time. $70 is the new current market rate for AAA releases? No, I think it's the going market rate for trash. The best releases on PC over the past 2 years have been $60. Damn. I mean, take a minute to think about it. If game
Wait, is there a list of all the $70 games that have come out?
Prices were $100 today. What games
would
video realistically come out at $100? Suicide Squad Kills the Justice League, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Skull and Bones, Star Wars Outlaws, Dragon Age The Veilguard, Diablo 4, Call of Duty, The Sims, sports games, trash, generic slop.
Hang on, one more time, because I want to go through it.
Justice League, Assassin's Creed.
Sorry.
Would have realistically come out at $100. Suicide Squad Kills the
Suicide Squad. I got sponsored to do that game. That one was funny. That one was could kind of tell right away. Whew, that was gonna be a tough one.
Justice League, Assassin's Creed Shadows,
Assassin's Creed Shadows. I did not play. I know nothing about it.
Skull and Bones, Star Wars.
Skull and Bones, hilarious. Star Wars Outlaws. That one was weird because some people said it was really good. Some people said it was really bad. Maybe that one was just up to difference of opinion on take. Oh, Shadows isn't out yet. Oh, so wait, what was the last one? Okay, so Shadows is the one that's in Japan, right? So Mirage is the one before? Ah, okay. That's what I thought they were talking about. Wait, yeah, so Shadow hasn't even come out yet. Okay, fair.
Outlaws, Dragon Age The Veilguard.
Dragon Age, I didn't like Dragon Age games. I haven't played one since Inquisition. It wasn't my thing, although that one just seemed like a culture war.
Diablo 4, Call of Duty.
Diablo 4? You know, honestly, the DLC was pretty fun, but I'm not a huge... I just don't have time for a game like Diablo these days. Call of Duty's weird, because, like, I feel like people liked a lot of the changes for Call of Duty, like Omni movement and stuff, but then they just didn't give a fuck about, like, the things actually people, like, really needed, like maps, dealing with cheaters quickly. So the COD cycle just died faster than normal, but like it seemed like it was looking pretty good at the beginning.
Duty, The Sims, sports.
The Sims, I know nothing about. Was there a new Sims game this year? Or was it, because I remember I watched that video about how The Sims just basically pumps out content all the time, and they just split content into smaller pieces so they can charge more for it. Oh, it's The Sims 4 and they're just milking it? Okay.
Games, trash,
okay.
generic
sports
slop,
games, you know.
and in some cases, absolute dumpster fires. And while some of them still would have reached an audience, they wouldn't have reached an audience of the same size because they would have cut off their leg to save a foot in regards to the game's price. I mean, think about what you're saying here.
They canceled The Sims 5 to make more Sims 4 updates. Is that true? Is that confirmed? No way that's true. It is? Did The Sims 5 get canceled? This is a website I don't know if I trust. God, all these websites have so many ads. It's looking like yes, but oh God, that almost just broke my whole computer. It was such a laggy ass website. The Sims 5's cancellation is an unfortunate news for the fans of The Sims 4, despite the fact that it means more free content. The Sims is one of the biggest franchises in gaming and EA's most prominent IP. So it did. Sims 4 launched in September 2014. Holy shit, that's old. Okay. Story reached its limits. Okay. When did it get canceled? Is it just a leak that it was canceled? Let's see. As reported by Variety, Maxis will not be developing The Sims 5, instead focusing its efforts on expanding The Sims 4. Okay, there's a bunch of articles like this, so I'll take your word for it. I'll take your word for it. I believe that's true. Damn, that's crazy. Okay, let me continue the video we were watching. Sorry.
Even
well,
Ball
sidetrack. I just wanted to be.
GTA
I just wanted to be sure it was true.
To cannibalize the sales and playtime of other games when they're released. Now imagine these morons raising their prices to $100. Good games sell well and bad games don't. And from my perspective, if the price of games were to increase, it's going to price a lot of players out of a lot of games, and the entire market is going to shift. Good games will sell well, and bad games won't sell at all, which means a minor mistake could have catastrophic consequences for some of these studios, and the gap between successes is going to become an ocean many studios cannot cross. I do not understand why the conversation isn't focused around how much money these companies are spending on games. Companies that cannot properly budget their own projects, set realistic sales projections, or even target an audience's needs properly. Ubisoft spends hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's definitely made gaming worse over the years, is there is no targets anymore of setting targets for doing, like, we want to release this content, we want to have this out by then, we want to work on this thing. It's sales targets still, obviously. And like, that's fine for when a game's going to release, but like after the release and like the game's lifespan, that should kind of like go away, you know?
Dollars on a busted ass pirate ship.
Not saying fully go away, because like you still have to like actually make money as a company and like actually get everyone paid and stuff, but it's like everyone's just shooting for higher numbers constantly. Like the concept of limitless growth is, I think, the thing I would probably say is the most problem. I have most problems with.
EA invested hundreds of millions into an educational HR video disguised as Dragon Age. And we have so many more studios that are torching millions of dollars on bloated games filled with busy work and realistic eyelashes. What are we doing here? This industry is in a state of entropy where they just keep pressing forward. They keep spending more money. They're adding nothing to the core experience. And the customer...
Wait, am I crazy for thinking the remastered actually looks pretty good, though?
...is the one that is expected to keep up with their spending.
I mean, I don't know if it's worth another $60, but like, it looks good.
I want to blame the failures of the industry on not making enough money, only to distract from the fact that it's their fault that people are losing their jobs. Studios are closing and sales are dwindling. I actually read through Matthew Ball's 223-page presentation, and he unwittingly proved it himself. In 2020, IDC, Google, ARC, and SMP all made projections on what they thought the industry would look like with its growth in the coming years. They viewed the pandemic boom as an accelerant, not an anomaly. Yes, these idiots thought that COVID was the future. ARC Investments forecasted that the industry would grow by 50% in 4 years, from $200 billion to $300 billion. Meaning that investors, blindly trusting speculators, ran to invest in these companies.
Well, hang on. Anyone who's worked in esports can tell you why that's just a fucking lie. Yeah, there's a reason why every esports team on the planet back in 2021 and into 2022 was promising every investor, every advertiser insane numbers. That was never gonna happen.
And publishers, and in turn, those companies, flush with cash, invested heavily into their new future, only for them to be met with the crushing reality that none of those predictions would come true outside of Ampere. So if you're going to use them for investment, they're actually probably the better bet. They don't want game prices to increase for inflation. They want game prices to increase to make up for their colossal financial hole that they've dug themselves into. The pandemic led to a wave of overly optimistic projections. Popular forecasters and analysts predicted that gaming would experience
that's pretty fair,
growth,
actually.
an assumption that was rooted in a brief surge during lockdowns. These predictions were reckless, overlooking the fundamental truth. Once the pandemic subsided, people had to return to the working world. Inflation would then hit hard. I think a lot of people forget just how much of an impact stimulus checks had in the US. You had people that were low income and middle class earners that were making more money through unemployment than they ever did while they were employed. This ended up leading to a lot of...
Okay, but these projections are not isolated to video games. I agree. I think we're going a little too hard on this section, personally, because like it's not wrong, but at the same time though, it's like anyone who worked in that industry for years kind of just knows that a lot of like finance bros slash like investment companies and like, you know, big money that's trying to make money elsewhere, like they're knowledgeable to a point. Like there's a point where their knowledge actually kind of falls off because that's more grassroots, and they're never going to get into grassroots. You know, because the numbers look all pretty, right? Like it's like 100,000 viewers for every time with a big event, then it ends up being 500,000 concurrent, which ends up being millions of views. And it's like you have millions of people that ended up watching the advertiser. And it's like, yeah, well, actually, you know, it was a lot of people who AFK'd because the drops, they wanted those like secret rewards. So you didn't actually get the money that you thought you got out of it. You know, or you didn't get the eyeballs that you thought you got out of it. Like, you know, like people think that they're advertising on like the you know, I mean, not the world, maybe not like the Super Bowl, but like almost like the World Series. Like, oh yeah, there's millions of people that watch this big event, and it's like, well, you know, well, actually, there's a good amount that watch, but then there's a good amount that actually just leave their PC on because like whatever free rewards are going on, you know, like whatever it might be. And so, yeah, I think there's a little bit more at play there than just spending,
especially
you know,
given how much time they had on their hands. How the hell could you believe that the sales and engagement gaming saw in 2020 and 2021 would stay the same? Then I found out just how delusional they are when I came across the slide that was talking about the shortfall of spending and how players were spending less money and how there were less hours that were spent in games and how that led to an unprecedented number of commercial disappointments and
I mean, I'll tell you right now, I was talking with some of my friends earlier, when everybody got forced to go back to their office or whatever it might be, they can't play games in between meetings at work. Like when they worked from home, I know all my friends were grinding Call of Duty, we're grinding Madden, we're grinding whatever. And it's like they could do that because they'd have their work laptop on their desk and then they have their controller underneath the desk. And it's like, oh, I got a meeting in 15 minutes. I already have all my stuff prepped. Let me get a quick game in, you know?
Flops. Forspoken.
Yeah, you're saying you used to be in games while in meetings? Yeah, of course. There's millions of people that could do that. You know what I mean? Flats don't tell them. They know. The fact that they couldn't put that into projections, though, is crazy.
Bones, Concord, Halo Infinite, Redfall, Star Wars Outlaws, Avatar. These games didn't fail because of some esoteric lack in spending.
Wait, the shortfall of players, dollars, and hours versus forecasts, even if it's versus 2021, has led to unprecedented a number of commercial disappointments or flops. Well, okay, let's go look through this list. X-Defiant, genuinely, I think that this game I think they fucked up. I think this game they shouldn't have given up so fast. I think this game still had a future, but Ubisoft is burning money, so they had to start cutting costs. They just needed to wait for the COD cycle to die. They didn't think it was probably going to die as quickly as it did, and they announced they were sunsetting it before the COD cycle ended. If they waited an extra 2 months, I think they had a real opportunity, unfortunately. Forspoken, know nothing about this. Gotham Knights, know nothing about this. Multiverse, I think this is the only game I've ever seen that died twice. Skull and Bones, first quadruple A title, that's hilarious. Crucible? I don't know what in the fuck I'm looking at. Tales from the New Borderlands. I don't know. I mean, I know Borderlands, but I didn't even know this existed. Gundam Evolution. I feel like most Gundam games fall off. Like people love the Gundam universe, but am I crazy for saying that? I feel like I've seen Gundam games and stuff pop up all the time, and then they disappear so quick. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not knowledgeable. Star Wars Outlaws. I feel like people were very divided on this. Hi-Fi Rush. I remember seeing a trailer for this. This game looked like it was gonna be cool, and then I never even heard it getting launched. Concord, RIP. Suicide Squad, we talked about that earlier. The Callisto Protocol, never even heard of it. Apex Legends Mobile. Wasn't this game actually kind of popping for a bit? And it was actually getting more updates and like cool things that the base game wasn't? Halo Infinite, that shouldn't be here. I feel like they've had a bit of a comeback. It's not like old Halo, but they have like it's like Overwatch now. They have like their own dedicated community, and like they're working actively to try to make. Okay, maybe this word diverges, but like they're actively like people don't believe that they're not actively working to make the game better. Overwatch is a little more debatable. Some people think they are, some people think they aren't. But like I think most people think Infinite is like is improved since its launch. Guardians of the Galaxy. Don't know anything about that. Prince of Persia. I think they basically killed it after it launched, even though it was apparently pretty good. Battlefield Mobile, didn't even know you existed. Hyperscape, never heard of you. Marvel Avengers, dude. Multiple Marvel games on here. What, dude? Marvel was kind of, you know, not doing the hottest until Rivals, huh? With games. Splitgate was just kind of like a niche thing. I don't think it was even that bad. It just whatever. Redfall, this game was genuinely terrible. Like, actually one of the worst games I've ever seen. I still have it on Steam. I hang on, let me see. I played it. Here it is. I played it. Redfall, right here. Genuinely awful game. Almost no redeeming qualities. I played it with Seagull and Shade and Emong. It was genuinely so jank, terrible. I don't even know how that game released. Avatar, okay, and then Blue Protocol, nothing about. Okay, sorry.
It's because these games sucked. Now, after I saw this, it got me thinking. I'll admit that I was taken aback when I saw just...
No, it wasn't sponsored. It was not sponsored. Shade wanted to play Redfall. I think at the time she thought it would be funny. Or she was like, yeah, like, you know, a lot of people said it's bad, but like, you know, what if it's not? And we're like, okay. And then it was horrendous.
How much the industry had receded after 2020. I had expected a decline, sure, but not to that extent. It took me a while to process it, so I started comparing some of the numbers with some of the other charts in the presentation, and then I stumbled upon something eye-opening. For a while now, I've had this ongoing theory in my mind that the so-called silent majority, those unengaged, uneducated masses that the industry often points to, doesn't actually exist in the way they think they do. I've always believed that the controversies and the complaints that we see from gamers are more than just the noise of a toxic vocal minority. They have a real, tangible effect on how players spend their money and engage with games. And as much as these developers and journalists would try to dismiss it, I think our collective opinions hold more weight than they give us credit for. The slide in the
That's a pretty good take. That's actually kind of a decent take. I'll explain why in a bit. I want to hear more.
Presentation that caught my eye was the one that showed that while US GDP and world GDP were on the rise, indicating that global overall spending was up, player spending dropped 13% from 2021 to 2024. That's a pretty significant dip. And it made me think, what other industry exploded alongside gaming during this period? Social media. And guess what? Social media didn't take the same dive that gaming did. So think about it. Players who would have normally not been involved in gaming communities suddenly found themselves more connected than ever. The silent majority, those once quiet and unaware of the broader gaming world, became a part of it during...
I think TikTok is a big part of that. I think TikTok actually changed the way it works by quite a bit.
COVID. They began engaging with games.
Like, I reached, like, even like myself, I reached so many more people because of TikTok. Like, yeah, YouTube has been always great. My Twitch stream is, even though my Twitch stream is good sized, is nothing in comparison to like actual mega giants from other industries or other streamers, right? But you'd be surprised how many people have at least heard of me or seen me in passing because of like TikTok and like Overwatch content, or like, you know what I mean? Like, it could be anything from balance. It could be anything to tier list. It could be anything to like covering news. It could be me just reacting to a random fucking clip. Like, all of that stuff though is only because of TikTok. And I think that's what got people more connected.
On a deeper level, and their awareness grew. They didn't buy into what was just being fed to them. They started thinking critically and evaluated their purchases, participating in some of these online communities and sharing their thoughts on other platforms like Twitter, Reddit, and Twitch. And I think that Twitch is a really good example of this, because while their viewership has dipped a little bit since 2021, they still retained a lot of the audience that they captured during COVID, and they haven't fallen back to their pre-2020 numbers. That shows a community that stuck around, that was once passive consumers.
I mean, let's be honest with you. Streaming on Twitch is fucking goated, right? Like, I'm doing right now a YouTube stream and a Twitch stream at the same time. And as YouTube, as much as I loved you guys, Rivals has actually been so enjoyable to stream on YouTube for. But like, I'll tell you right now, when I was streaming Overwatch on YouTube for a little bit before obviously Rivals came out, I stopped doing YouTube streams because it was just like, it was so unbearable that it was no community to it. It was just it was like treating it like a comment section in real time where people just wanted to come in and argue or debate or do whatever. Rivals has been great because I've been able to start cultivating that community a little bit, but it definitely still has that sometimes. Twitch is much more community. Everyone's in on the memes. Everyone's in on the drama. Granted on where you're at, right? Like, not always. Like, I'm not like a big drama streamer, but like, depending on where you are. People are keeping up with like the events. People are coming up like, oh, did you hear about this tournament? Whatever. Like people are much more willing to like kind of talk to each other. Like I almost never see people in YouTube chats ever talk to each other. And I'm sure there's a lot of people that are lurking on YouTube side too. I know there's a lot of people that lurk in my Twitch chat too. Like I have a much older audience on average than most streamers. It's why my chats are slower. It's why I'm a lot more like a calm demeanor most of the time, where it's like, you know, like if you have like a lot of a much more younger audience, like a Zoomer audience, like they like the really loud, over the top, super fun, like super engaging, like high excitement type streamers. And there's nothing wrong with that. I just don't got the energy for it. I never have, right? And that's okay. But if you are someone in one of those communities, you know what you're signing up for, right? Like if you go to like Queso's chat, it's probably going a million miles an hour, and every 10 seconds you're hearing a TTS fat joke, right? Or if you go to like Kai's chat, it's fucking going 9 million miles an hour, and they're probably doing some cool event, right? Like, you know what you're getting into when you get to these places, and Twitch is good at that. Other platforms were never good at it.
Is now much more active and informed. You have a group of customers who have returned to the workforce, who have less money to spend due to inflation, who likely picked up on a couple of YouTube channels or Twitch streamers that are talking about different issues that are going on in the industry, and they're still watching. They're still engaging with that content. This isn't just...
Flat Zoomers are 20 plus. That's Gen Alpha. Okay, that's not all of Zoomers are 20 plus. Because I'm a millennial, and I'm the last millennial at 28. So like, yes, the early Zoomers are definitely into the early 20s or early Zoomers are in the early 20s right now, but like teenagers are still Zoomers right now.
I'd honestly
you know what I mean?
watch
I know what you mean
on
though.
Twitch, but my TV can't run Twitch, so YouTube has been very convenient.
I feel that. Yo, Critical Pub Crawl, by the way, thank you for 5 gifted. Appreciate you. Critical Joey, thank you for the Prime. And yo, Novel, thank you for the Super Chat as well. I appreciate you. I've lost my train of thought a bit there. I don't remember what I was talking about. Let's just watch the video.
It's a trend. It's a fundamental change in how we as consumers, as customers, as players engage with this industry. We're not just the ones buying games anymore. We are shaping the conversations around them. We are shaping what their sales look like at the end of the day. And I think the developers and journalists are starting to realize this, even if they're reluctant to admit it. The players really are the ones with all the power. When you look at the growth of social media and you see how many people are connected to it, it's at a point where it's oversaturation. We're still seeing the same levels of engagement during the lockdown days. That they're still the same. A lot of the channels probably have seen even more growth since then. I would guarantee if I went out and I started polling some of the people that blew up or got big or anything like that during COVID, they probably still retained a lot of their audience, except for some of those Minecraft guys. But that's a completely different story. They protect themselves for the most part. But I think what the industry doesn't realize,
holy
maybe they
shit,
just don't want
that's
to
a
realize,
wild
it's probably
stray.
really what it is that players are still engaged in all these discussions. All the views are still coming in on videos. All the tweets and all the Reddit stuff is still getting updates and all that good stuff. People are talking about the industry, but they're not buying the games and they're not playing the games. So what does that mean?
Chat, one day I'm going to play Minecraft. I haven't played Minecraft since before they did the Bees update. I've only ever played console Minecraft. I've never played Java. One day I'm going to play Java Minecraft and we're going to play the whole game all the way through. We're going to do it. Someday. It will happen. I don't know when. I will not give you a promise. You know what's funny? Last time I watched one of these guys' videos, it was when I said I'd play Warframe, and I got asked, when are you going to play Warframe for the next, like, maybe like 2 to 3 months straight. Every day. At least one person, sometimes up to 30. Now I said this in Minecraft and this one. Is it going to continue to happen? God knows.
That means that they're out there involved in these communities and they're avoiding games. You cannot tell me that all the controversy that was surrounding Dragon Age the Veilguard didn't affect its sales. People waited for reviews. They felt the general vibe of the game and they avoided the game. And as such, the game failed. In most cases, a game with that name, a game that has that much cultural weight, Dragon Age, should have sold regardless. It still should have did really well, but it didn't. And why is it? Well, it's because
didn't it still do okay,
paying attention to videos or watching videos or keeping up on previews and stuff like that. They're going off of the vibe before they actually go to buy. And as such, they're avoiding stuff that they don't think is worth their money.
No, it did terrible. I remember at the time it came out when everyone was arguing that it was like, no, it's fine. Like it's not like a smash hit, but it wasn't like a failure either.
You know, One thing that the analysts and the journalists aren't talking about is why GTA could sell for $100.
It sold well, just not as well as what EA wanted. I think that's a fair assessment. Like, it didn't reach expected sales. Maybe the expected sales were crazy high. There's only 3K people on Steam right now. Steam. It's also a single player game, right? So at some point, that's normal. Okay, so the game came out in November. And then by the end of the month, dropped to 10K. I mean, I don't know what the projection was, to be fair, off the top of my head. Like, I actually wouldn't know that probably even unless I looked it up. But I remember at the time, it didn't seem like that bad, but interesting. All right, let's continue.
$. The reason why is it's because it's a cultural phenomenon. It has been a cultural phenomenon. It's a massive game. And the thing is that there's a lot of players that are out there that have overhyped the game in a lot of cases, but it's one of the most anticipated releases in forever.
Looking at current players for months after release of a single player game is fucking dumb. That's kind of why I'm like, I mean, I didn't remember it being like that back then. But then again, yeah, a single player game that hasn't been out for a long time, unless you're talking like the giants of like Elden Ring, I feel like you might see a lot of games that end up looking similar to that. But again, I have no stake on either side. I'm just working off of memory.
Feels like, and some people are confident the game is going to deliver, but I think a lot of people are going to buy it even if it doesn't because they're just going to do it. Simple as that. And there's a level of confidence there, consumer confidence, that I don't think exists anywhere else in the industry right now. Maybe there's a couple of studios that are out there that people are like, for sure, I'll buy one of their games.
The Witcher studio, I would say. Because they or CD Projekt Red, they made The Witcher and they made Cyberpunk. FromSoft, Larian, yeah, I mean, God, what else is Larian working on right now though? Digital Extremes, is Digital Extremes Warframe? Isn't Digital Extremes Warframe though? Because I don't think they're working on anything new. But yeah. Okay, interesting.
Games. FromSoft is like that for a lot of people. Larian's now become one of those studios as well.
Enough. I'll just stop pausing, I guess.
People will probably pick up on Game Science or Saber or whatever it might be. But outside of that, the vast majority of games, most people are relatively...
Actually, no, I'm not. It's because
I mean, there's not a lot of
studios. It matches what we were talking about before.
Game comes out, I'm pretty nervous because I'm like, I don't know if it's going to work day one. I don't know if it's going to be worth my money. I don't know if they're going to deliver on all the promises.
It's not pre-watched.
Even with the gameplay trailers and stuff like that, because we've had games in the past that have showed us gameplay trailers and the game didn't play anything like it.
What do you think of the 2-1? Shit.
Sure, you're going to have some people that are out there that are going to be habit buyers.
You know what actually was like that for me? Siege. Go back and look at old Siege trailers, and then versus the game that actually came out, it's very different. Very, very different. And I was very disappointed at first, but the game was still good, and I liked it. So,
and they will just go and pick up Grand Theft Auto, and I'm sure probably the same thing will happen for like sports games and stuff like that too. But I'm just going to be honest.
Are you out of the loop because all the talent escaped from CD Projekt Red? I might be.
With you, there's just a lot of people that are out there that can't afford $100 video games. And this isn't a shot at people being like, oh, look at this broke boy or anything like that. Dude, I get it. I don't like spending that kind of money on something. I can write it off on my taxes and I'll still feel dirty doing it. And to be honest with you, with the rise in popularity for PC gaming,
remember I talked about earlier.
Surprised if you saw a return to pirating. Just like in the early 2000s with CDs. They were overpriced, they were bulky, they were hard to store, they were easily damaged. $20-$30 for a CD? Bro, it was too much money. Everybody flooded to LimeWire and Napster and stuff like that. And I guarantee you'll probably see the same thing here because a lot of it is based off of convenience. While general customers, I don't really think are really interested in pirating games, just general consumers, they will be if the industry...
This is weird, and this is probably not the place for this take, but I have this firm belief deep down that people do not want to pirate things if it's not unreasonable. Follow me for a sec. Anime is a good example of one of those places where everyone loves to sail the 7 seas because there's no good alternative. There's Crunchyroll maybe, and Crunchyroll's UI is fucking terrible. It's hard to figure out what new stuff is coming out. The only way I know how to use Crunchyroll at this point is by, oh shit, new anime come out. I see it at the top. I click on it, add it to my, so it's like my continued watching, and then I close out of it immediately. That way I have that bar of everything that I'm interested in watching at some point. And then in the way that it actually puts them is fucking terrible. And then it doesn't have everything. And it sometimes is weeks behind or months behind. Or, oh, now that's locked to Netflix, but only in Canada. So you got a VPN to Canada. If there was actually a place where you could have it all in one spot with a good UI and put stuff on your to watch list, and you could have, oh, you liked this, here's some similar ones, boom, you could have all these things together. I don't think people would pirate near it as much. That is my own take. I believe most people are good. Most people want to pay for a service that they believe is good, and they think it's worth it, but there just isn't one that exists.
Prices them out of it, because they were at one point in time with music. Back in the day, nobody had any problem downloading movies, TV shows, and music, and still in a lot of cases people do.
Yeah, you can talk about, like, you know, Netflix, Disney, all that stuff too. I was talking about specifically for one thing that I know about, but like,
the only reason why they do it today is because it's convenient and relatively cheap in their eyes, because they're spending it on, you know, subscription programs or whatever it is. This is going to be devastating to the industry if they make this choice, because like I said before, listing off some of the games, think about the games that they would actually sell for $100. The vast majority of games that release in a year aren't worth that kind of money. And you know for a fact, anytime there's some type of just generic blanket price increase, they're all going to go for it. And they're all going to fail. Outside of a handful, maybe 1, 2, 3 games a year, maybe.
GTA will be fine.
And the funny thing is that even those games are going to suffer, because most people aren't going to be able to justify $300 on 3 games. That's crazy. You out of your mind? That's half a console. What are you thinking? Even a price increase up to $80, I think, is going to be too much. It's just,
I think 80 would be.
I don't care.
I don't think 80 is the breaking point. 100 is the breaking point, because that's a number. That's a cultural number. That's a number in your head of like, you know what I mean? Like 80, I think, is like you've pushed it as far as you can. Once you get to 100, that's where you'll see the drop off. That's when it will happen.
What people say about, you know, how realistically
half a console or 3 cartons of eggs.
$80 to $100 is a lot of money. And for most people, they're just going to pass on it.
Oh, no.
There's other games that are out there that are far cheaper, that are much more worth their money, and they're going to support them instead. So if these AAA companies want to go ahead and do it, these big, you know, the biggest publishers and studios that we have that are out there, go for it.
Yep.
I love to make videos about it. Like the video I'm going to make for BioWare. Oh, man.
What did BioWare
do? That one's a long time coming. Anyway, hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys did like the video, subscribe to the channel, share it to your friends, share it on social media and things like that.
Very good
Boost
video.
My engagement.
Reminds me a lot of the Warframe video, but in reverse. The Warframe video was all all praise. This one was all, you know, what the fuck are we doing? That was a really good video. Thank you for recommending that one. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick peek, see if there's anything new that's sitting in Hot Topics potentially. Nothing I really want to.
I think I saw this episode of Flats already. Yeah, this is definitely a rerun. I can't believe this.
Fuck you. Yeah, you heard me. Thank you for the 48 months. Proc, thank you for the Prime. Okay. If you're wondering where I'm pulling these videos from, it's all from the Hot Topics channel on my Discord. So if you have some cool vids or whatever and you want me to watch them, throw them in there. I think we have time for 2 smaller videos or 1 long video. Let's see what we still got. The death of skill-based games. See, this one looks awesome, but it's 47 minutes long. So I'm like, Practice ranges making perfect. I might have to do this one. I feel like this one's too funny to not do because it's me. Practice ranges making perfect. Okay, I gotta do it. I have to do it for the meme. Let's do it.
Can't talk right now.
And it's from a smaller channel too. Only 12k subs. So sometimes there's some hidden gems in these.
I need to train. I need to become worthy of wearing this Team Ireland jersey. And I only see two viable methods of this being possible. Number one is going to be going ahead and putting in the blood, sweat, and tears in order to actually attain the skills that I need and to be worthy of it. And the other involves tying this green sash around my head. I mean, how could it fail? Every character does it in the movies. Surely it'll work.
Defeat.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Uh-huh.
Defeat.
Yeah, I've never seen those screens in my life. I only win. No, not this clip.
You know, that's honestly my fault, since when could Hollywood be trusted?
The practice range for when regular reactions aren't enough. We've all used a practice range.
Okay, I know what community you're in. I know exactly where you come from. I know for sure. I've seen this too many times! We've played these games before.
We've all used a practice range. They exist in practically every single online multiplayer game. It's honestly harder to not find one. And while most practice tools these days range from incredible to...
Hey, Apex's is pretty good, by the way.
It did take some time to get here. You know, in fairness, the Perfect Dark training range is actually pretty solid, but it's fucking Perfect Dark, so who cares where it go in my household anyway. We all know what a training range is. A room with no immediate threats to the player.
Damn, this is a throwback.
A lot of time being used as the tutorial. Brilliant, wonderful, amazing. But what about the more notable ones? Well, I'm gonna go on a quest to find out. And by that, I mean I'm opening my Steam library and looking at the shelf that contains my Switch games to try and discover if the echo chamber I built myself has any diverging paths. Starting with our newest chamber, Marvel Rivals. And I mean, honestly, the first thing I have to say is, why is it so massive? Like, imagine asking someone for a space to practice and they give you 7 football fields. Though it does have everything that a good practice range should.
Why not?
Ways to simulate enemy heroes, team...
I mean, it is a little big, but like, hey, why not? You know what I mean?
Activation, a load of incredibly easy to hit, slow-moving, massive hitbox robots. I mean, we got it all. To be fair, for Rivals itself, specifically the team up practice and even the destructible environment zone, this is actually a pretty kitted out training range, even though it does have some random spots with just nothing going on. So that's more indicative of...
Hey, I love going up here. Hey, this is one of my new favorite spots. Hey, leave it alone!
The range is actually pretty solid, letting you sort through all kinds of settings, from characters to movement paths. But there's one thought I have, which is kind of indicative of my thoughts on all practice range spaces. They don't really help you improve, or at least not in the way you expect.
No,
sure,
they do not.
You can hop in, take a look at the new character you want to try, see what they do, get a brief grip, but none of it is really practice, or maybe just not in my book. I mean, it's all definitely useful when you're first learning or trying out characters for the first time, just to see who you vibe with, especially with the team.
Yeah, people always ask me when I'm in the training range, they're like, why don't you press on the bots? Why don't you shoot at the bot? Like, it doesn't do anything. It doesn't help.
Specifically. But has anyone ever used the destructible environment training that it offers? All the places with robots don't really give you much except a grasp on your breakpoints with how easy they are to hit, which just leaves the shooting range. And as a warm-up, this is great. I always use it for 10 or so minutes before I queue up, so I don't end up looking like I'm playing Rivals while cooking a 3-course meal on the side. But as aim
I don't think it's very useful.
It's Marvel feckin' Rivals. Why are you trying to aim train against an AI movement mantis?
And that's something you see in a lot of shooter training ranges. They'll have their
exactly. The movement's not real. Like, it's so jank a lot of times where it's like, There's actually a good one in Overwatch. Someone made a custom workshop version in Overwatch to aim train. It's very good. But like these ones just they don't.
Mini version of Aim Labs or Kovacs and all these other aim training tools. But do they work as well? It depends.
Yeah, the destructible area is nice.
I think all the mini ranges you'll see in games like Valorant, Apex, and Overwatch are good things to have. There's literally no downside to their inclusion. But as aim training, I think they're worse off than the dedicated apps for it. And in the first place, I just think those apps are a waste. I mean, sure, if you use 15 minutes a day in either the game ranges or the apps, your aim will improve. But it'll also improve alongside all your other skills if you just play the damn game. In fairness, a lot of the time people will just use the practice tool to get a combo down, like to stick with Marvel Rivals just for a moment. Spider-Man players will start pulling ability uses I've never seen before out in the training tool just to try and see if there's any real game application for it. But once you got the real buttons down, any further practice in the range is just going to result in some diminishing returns because you need to see how real people react to it. And while I said
Holy shit, that was kind of sick.
I have a strange relationship with the practice range as a concept. I mean, they should never not be included. Absolutely no reason not to. But it's always called the practice range, but it doesn't offer much in terms of practice. It just doesn't really live up to its name. In fairness to Marvel Rivals, I'm being a little bit pedantic here. If you really got nothing else and you just don't want to play normally, that little shooting range will work great, I suppose. But I'd like to travel a little bit back in time to show how my current actions earned me this diagnosis from my friends. Overwatch. Whatever you think of this game now, one thing can't be denied. This training range is grand. We can spawn in only one enemy. We can swap around the teams of bots. There's a little shooting range room only with the bots. You know, while it's grand now, before we had nothing. When I was
No, we had the bot on the bridge, okay? I can't.
12 back in 2017 playing Overwatch for the first time, I loaded into the practice range and my only thought was what practice can be done right after. Holy shit, is that a talking monkey? This memory was only unearthed after one of my friends messaged me just saying you should make a video on practice ranges, and I've realized that I've had an undiscovered burning desire to talk about these for years. The old Overwatch practice range was terrible, let's be real lads. It was slowly improved.
Which one?
The
The original?
spawner added specifically for Echo
That was a
lovely,
great change,
but in
yeah.
general, even in the modern state, the Overwatch practice range is like any other. Grand for a warm-up or checking out a new character, but not that helpful for actual practice. That is, until the workshop was added. Then shit got serious. These are real practice tools. Pharaoh, shatter blocks, even the fun game modes like Lucio Surf or
oh yeah, this isn't the practice range, but yeah, these are awesome.
Doom Parkour double as incredible tools to help you learn the movement of these characters. Obviously,
Yeah,
devs can't implement stuff like
true.
this, or at least not in full capacity. Overwatch tried a kind of mini version of them with Hero Mastery, but can everyone who has played Hero Mastery raise their hand? Weird fucks do not count. But you know what practice tool that's just weird?
Fuck.
League. Now, pretty recently, it just got updated to have.
You know what? Alright. You want to know what happened to Hero Mastery? They should have released all of them at once. The fact that they got trickled out over time, nobody gives a fuck. It was really cool when it came out. People were grinding it. They were like, this is awesome. But there was only 3 heroes. If you didn't play those 3 heroes, you kind of got left out. So you had to wait for the next one. And if you weren't in the next set, then it's like, I don't care anymore. I'm not waiting anymore. So like the fact that it got trickled out over time is what that's why people don't care. It's cool. It's cool that it still probably has a little community, but like on average, people are like, nah.
15 years in, most practice tools are for your mechanics, combat-oriented things of that nature. But League, at best, you can take a look at your damage possibilities at different stages, theory craft some combos, get a little bit used to them, but it's not going to help you much in the long run compared to just going full blazing in ARAM or just an actual game. But as a previous jungler, I can say with confidence, this tool is great for actual practice. Trying out your clear to get some optimal times, and if you're a filthy fiddle player like I was, learning the perfect spots for multicamp clearing when it was possible is something this tool is incredible for. Even for new players, when you're struggling with last hitting, you can just hop in.
I kind of like they're being trickled out. I can grind them when they come out and has something to do when waiting for the new season. Yeah, but if you had all of them tomorrow, you could still technically do that.
And do it for 15 minutes in a less stressful environment, then allowing you to focus on dealing with your lane opponent while last hitting more consistently in a real setting.
That was Necros in the training range. I thought it might have been him, but I wasn't 100% sure.
As a practice tool, however, League is certainly an odd one. It works great for pretty much everything outside of combat, which in fairness, you don't technically need to kill people to win. Stuff like your first jungle clears and item build theory crafting are made way easier thanks to this tool, so I have to say, fair play to Riot, which is a rarity these days. Like, what do you mean it takes 8 years to unlock every champion now? Though there's one genre of game where my thoughts on the training tool are conflicting in ways previously thought unimaginable: fighting games. Though I need to clarify something, and it's that I am irrelevant. Yeah, so I only play Guilty Gear Strive, and I'll hop on Smash with my friends if we have items turned on, so I cannot speak for every fighting game, or how it's been in their history, because as much as I really want to give Street Fighter 6 a try, the universe has other plans. Now, with me coming from Overwatch and League, where my attitude to improving was always, give me 2 minutes to look at what they do and then put me in, coach, getting into Guilty Gear was painful, because you can't do that. I'm trying to learn a new language, and these mix-ups feel like slurs. Unlike in the games I'm more used to, the training mode here, and I would assume in all fighting games, is pretty much a necessity. Now, if you just want to have fun, you don't need to spend 12 hours staring at the screen. Just know your buttons and have at it. But I did find that just constantly trying a combo just to get it into my muscle memory was immensely helpful. And it's a lot easier since Strive has an immediate reset button for the mode.
I feel like fighting games, depending on what game you're playing, are a lot like that though, where just you need to have tons of practice and like good practice, and knowing what the difference between good practice and just playing is huge.
Practice range feels like it can be used for real practice. You can't fully rely on it. I will always say that the best way to learn and practice is to just play the game with your brain turned on. However, in comparison to the training modes I'm
keyword turned on
most experienced with, this blows them out of the water, especially with the amount of settings, since you can record the enemy to perform a set of moves to simulate playing against a real player in certain situations. It's insane. Well, if someone were to hop onto Strive, spend hours in the training mode, and then just hop into a match with no thoughts except finding the windows of time to mash the combo they learned, they won't really have the best time. The instant one move gets blocked, they won't have the knowledge on how to respond. But it would work out a lot better for them when compared to something like just spamming training range practice in League or Apex, which is just really cool to me. The fact there is a training mode which works as training is just great to see when you're used to floating robots that move at half the regular player speed being labeled as target practice.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's very different though for a fighting game. Like fighting games, because you're always just in a one-on-one situation. Like it's like practice is always gonna be like much easier. While something like this, like you can't hit the practice range to learn about macro stuff, like who you're supposed to heal in Overwatch, or what target priority you should be going on. Like how are you supposed to tank? Like you're gonna go stand in front of the bots and just sit there and take 6 damage. Like how do you tank? Practice range can't teach you that. Rivals actually has a good thing where they teach you how to use all the abilities of characters, which I think is really cool. Practice range doesn't do that either. So it's like they're kind of limited in their scope, while fighting games have no limitations in that department.
Now, even with Strive having a better training mode than any other game I play, I'm still far too much of a put-me-in coach type person. I'll just learn a combo then rush into game immediately, because I just find it way more fun to learn that way, even if it's a little bit inefficient. And I'm pretty sure it just works better for me either way, because I'm just enjoying myself. But regardless, I have to respect Strive for having a mode that actually lives up to its name. Also, Fire Emblem Three Houses and Ultra Kill both have practice ranges as well. I just thought that was funny. Like, Button Mash McGee gives you an option to test things as if you needed to test anything other than your thumb's ability to hit the same button a couple hundred times. And then Ultra Kill is just GM Construct. I mean, who would I be to complain? I love GM Constructs.
You know, after all this, I think I've finally figured out what it means to practice. And it's not sitting in the Overwatch training range for 7 hours. Damn it.
True, but you could react like crazy in there.
We reacted to today.
Thank you for the 56 months. Speaking of React, the React guy himself. I mean, I react to him. Stuff Cube. I think 56 months. That was a good video. Actually, a really good video from a small channel too. Hopefully this pops off. It's a pretty good video. So I liked it. What have we reacted to today? Oh God, what did we react to today? We watched this video about like the games industry, like chart, like if the prices go up after GTA. What else? The Marbler vid. Oh, we watched Marbler's unlimited ammo vid. There was this one. I'm trying to think what else. They were so long. They were so long. Okay. All right, what else have we got? Oh, this one. This looks like it's conspiracy theory video, chat. It's 30 minutes long. Maybe I'm gonna probably save that for another day. Watch my Mythbuster. I could definitely watch your Mythbuster. When did it come out? I'd probably save that for when I'm in the Rivals category tomorrow. Because I want to save this one, I think, for the Rivals category. Because I want to watch it and see what's going on. It's conspiracy theory adjacent. Oh, that's what I wanted to hear. Should the better player always win? Why Marvel Rivals is loved, but Overwatch is hated. I know, I feel like this one's going to be such a thing we already know about, but it's a shorter video. They have all the tabs. Well, I go through my Hot Topics channel, and then I just go through and I grab a bunch of videos that look interesting to me. I skipped a good amount because it was like 70 today or something like that. The matchmaking cope for Rivals is crazy. Yeah, I feel like I gotta watch that video. I feel like I really, really need to. I don't know if I want to do this one. We can all agree Twitter is terrible right now. That just seems like a scary video to watch. Scarlet Witch is kind of mid. Let's fix her. I think I'm gonna probably pass on that. Pokemon Wait makes no sense. This is probably a good video, but I already understand like most of this universe. Like I know that like Like the weights don't make sense, and like Ashe is apparently omega strong, so I'm probably not gonna watch that one. I'll still save that one. Should the better player always win? It's a good looking one. This is so retro coded. What happened to World Wonders? Loki going deaf. This one seems super interesting, but it's 50 minutes. It's 50 minutes long. Okay, I'm thinking we probably either watch Should the Better Player Always Win? Or The Death of Skill-Based Games. Chat, give me a 1 if we should watch should the better player always win. Give me a 2 if we should watch The Death of Skill-Based Games. That has a lot of 2s. Oh, the 1s are starting to make a comeback. I think I'm going to give YouTube a second to catch up. But I think the 2s seem to be overwhelmingly ahead. Okay. YouTube to also seem to be mostly 2s. Actually, well, 1s actually made a comeback. It started 2s, but same thing happened. Both chats. It started all 2s, and then 1s slowly just made a comeback, and then the 1s came in hard. All right, you know what? Let's do this one. Welcome to the yearly video essay. In today's special, I'm going to analyze and attempt a live service roguelike known as Let It Die. Oh, wait, it's only one game. Oh, I thought it was going to be... Oh. I thought it was going to be a bunch of games. Oh, I'm not as interested anymore. I'm sorry. All right. All right, one it is. One it is. I thought it was a bunch of games. I didn't realize it was a single game. Okay. All right, let's watch this one then. Should the better player always win? This is an interesting one, especially for how much Rivals we've been playing recently and watching the community develop in that game. And we've currently entered the era of matchmaking. The early era was everyone's boosted, everyone's stacking. Those players wouldn't win solo queue. And now we're entering the era of supports are broken. And we're also entering the era of it's the matchmaking in the game. And I've seen that a lot of places. There's that one video over here. So we'll talk about that later though. But like, should the better player always win? I think yes. But is that always true? In a 1v1 game, of course that'll always be true. Right?
2017 didn't go his way.
Right? Surely?
On the stage, and he earned this Evo win. What an incredible...
In theory, we all like competitive integrity, but in reality, should the better player always win?
What? No, all right. I know that sounds bad.
As people, we like to know that our efforts are going to be rewarded. If we can be certain that the more effort we put in, the more success we'll get out of an activity, the more motivated we will be to improve and chase after victory. So that raises the question, are there reasons for developers to break this rule and allow weaker players to win?
RNG.
Well, the principle of loss aversion states...
I think of Pokemon. Because like, Pokemon is a good game, I think, as an example, where you can be an extremely good player and extremely talented, but you won't always win every game because there is RNG. But you can put yourself in a position where you can win most of your games by being a good player. Not every game, though. But like, you will win the majority of your games. And if you play always like within your own, like what you could control, that's what makes you a much better player than someone else. But once you get at that, like, the same thing keeps happening. Like, once you get to the top level, where, like, you can just get unlucky. Like, what if your sleep misses 4 times in a row? You know what I mean? Like, or you sleep for 3 turns or something like that, right? I think there is some games where that ends up happening. where it's RNG. But outside of RNG, though,
states that losing can feel twice as bad as winning feels good. This presents an interesting challenge for developers of competitive multiplayer games. If we know that players are going to be demoralized and demotivated by a 50-50 win-loss ratio, but that they also wouldn't appreciate insincere ego-boosting...
Hey there, champ. We've noticed you've been on a serious loss streak recently. Sorry to see that. We're certain it's your teammates' fault, so we decided to help you out a little. Take 100 free RR on us. Your new rank is Silver 2. Good luck from the Valorant team.
Freebies that inflate the statistics of worse players.
I disagree. I think players would love this. I think they think it would be amazing. What is my evidence on that? Teams that get cheaters, and then they're like, fuck yeah, this is a free win.
With their stronger competitors, how can we retain player engagement and statistical fairness in the multiplayer landscape? If you really stop to think about it, a lot of online discourse surrounding the multiplayer genre has its roots stemmed into this issue. Long has the discussion on skill-based matchmaking permeated the breadths of angry Twitter posts.
On the skill-based matchmaking, holy shit.
And on the other side, you often see large discontent stem from games featuring comeback mechanics that make it easier for a player or team at a disadvantage to claw their way back onto equal footing.
Oh yeah, comeback
if you look
mechanics.
deeply into these games, it becomes clear that almost no competitive experience is actually truly 100% fair. But that raises the question, what separates experiences that feel 100%?
Let's thank you. Watching a vid of yours told my monkey brain to switch maze fire buttons. You're a god. Wait, how long ago did I make a video about that? Holy shit. Hey, happy for you. Grats. I'm trying to think, how long ago would I have given someone a tip on May to swap their fire and secondary fire? Holy shit, that must be an old one.
100% fair from experiences that feel like they heavily reward the lesser skilled players. To find that out, let's look at some instances where game balance leans in either direction and determine whether these...
Wait, you have your primary and secondary fire swapped? Yeah, because the icicle, you put it on left click and you treat it like as if you're shooting, like you use it as a projectile. Same thing that you would normally do. Wait, what do you mean? How many things do you aim really hard for with right click? Do you know my Sojourn's also swapped? My railgun's on left click and my projectile's on right click. Wait, do you not know that? Because it's hit scan. So it's more of a powerful shot. You want it to be the most fluid motion that you're used to, which is aiming and clicking. And your left pointer finger is going to be much more, or your pointer finger is going to be much more used to that as opposed to your middle finger. So you'd want it to be on, like, the more precise shot to be on the left click.
Gameplay experiences strike a solid balance of...
My Sojourn is swapped, but that's because CarQ is big-brained and he told me. So I'm not big-brained for doing the same thing in revert? Nah, that's crazy.
Player engagement and statistical fairness.
That's crazy. This is actual rage bait. Nah, no way he's here to say based. Fuck.
A lot of shooter games have settled with their decision to leave skill-based matchmaking in at all levels of play. Rarely will you ever see a competitive game with the ranked game mode lacking.
True. People always ask me whenever I played quick play, why are you playing quick play? What's the point? I'm like, well, it's the same shit as comp 90% of the time. And I don't like, people always ask, like, is there skill-based matchmaking in quick play? If you play a competitive game and it doesn't specifically tell you that there is not skill-based matchmaking, it has skill-based matchmaking. It does. Okay? There's probably a clip you could find of me playing my first on Freedom Bum when I was leveling the account. Like the first couple lobbies, I bumped into some Punisher player, probably bronze or silver, and he was on his turret trying to chase me. I just kept running around in circles behind him, and he could not catch me. My quick play games, no matter what game I'm playing, are probably gonna be very fucking difficult as opposed to like the average game, right? That's just the way it is. Scrubble's thinking that they do one once.
But a lot of games secretly matchmake you off invisible casual ranks as well. This may seem a little strange, as these modes are advertised to the player with the allure of not being ranked. However, in reality, what they're doing is simply not telling you your rank. It's still there, just hidden from the player. However, this lack of information conveyance gets the job done pretty well, as players are able to relax more and are affected by losses less negatively as a result. This perceived lack of stakes lowers tension and loosens the tie between improvement and perceived skill, as no matter how good you get at casual play, you're not going to get flashy rank-up animations you can show off to your friends.
Correct.
This gives developers an opportunity to break game symmetry in order to allow for weaker players to have a more enjoyable experience. Game symmetry is pretty simply explained by the name alone, being an experience where all players compete under the exact same underlying set of rules. The most obvious example of a symmetrical game would be chess. Everyone has the same pieces, plays on the same board, and moves in the same ways. Except in a
different random point, just I have to put it out loud because I'm just curious if you guys know the answer. Isn't chess technically a solved game these days? Like, technically?
Single match of chess, this actually isn't true. Whoever plays white always moves first, which is a tactile advantage over the other player. That's why
we were watching some other videos sometime, and somebody brought up that chess is now a solved game, and like there's a reason why they've started doing speed chess and like other things, and it's like the reason for that is because people figured out how to. I didn't look into it, but I remember reading it in chat at the time, and I was like, at some point I want to come back to that, but I never did. Chat Entertainment, thank you for the fresh 2-1. Appreciated.
Highest level of competition, Grand Finals, chess matches are played as a set of multiple games. That way, both players get a chance to play white and black. Furthermore, in many first-to-one chess tournaments, a color pairing algorithm is employed to ensure all players receive a close to 50% ratio of white and black games throughout the whole tournament. However, in casual matches, usually the player's color is decided on a coin flip. This impacts the game's competitive integrity negatively, as the luckier player is now rewarded in addition to the more skilled player. This is also seen in many multiplayer team games' casual modes. Team shooters like TF2, Overwatch, Rainbow Six, and Valorant have game modes built around an asymmetrical attack and defense structure of gameplay, and due to the innate impossibility of balancing an asymmetrical game to 100% perfection, either attack or defense tends to be favored for victory. In competitive matches, these games force teams to play an equal amount of games on attack and defense in order to decide the match. In contrast, Overwatch and TF2's casual matches are first to one, meaning one team is randomly assigned to attack and one to defense. This adds an aspect of luck that is mostly unnoticeable unless you're really paying attention to it, but does subtly skew match results potentially in the favor of a weaker player. It's hard to get mad at this kind of unfairness.
That's interesting. So they can put you in a lobby, like, let's say, you know what? I kind of want to ask if that's true. If I ever get a chance to talk with some devs about that kind of stuff, like, is the reason why you get a quick play game versus a GM player, but you're only plat, is because it put you on the attacking side, and that map typically wins on attack, and it's easier to attack. So, like, it's fine to put you on that map. Are there any devs around? I saw you earlier, but I wasn't going to just, like, call you out. You know what I mean? Is that true? Is that, like, actually something that gets considered, where it's like, yeah, we might have some player that's the outlier, like, either really good or really bad, and it's like, okay, like, you're going to load into this map, and it's like, okay, well, that map, on attack, you, like, in quick play, people win like 30% or like 54% of the time. So like we'll put them on the attacking side if they're a weaker player, because like they're more likely to win or overcome the challenges in the end, because like attacking is easier versus this really good player. Also, Jess, thank you for the big super chat. Appreciate you. Is that actually a thing? Also, if you can't answer, hey, no pressure. No pressure. You don't have to answer the question. I wasn't going to originally ask. I was just going to leave it how it was. But, you know, after seeing that. No, it's not taking that into account in quick play. If there's an outlier, the main way to combat this is to give the other team the higher average MMR players, but not at the highest outlier. Interesting. That's how I think it would have worked. That's how I would think it would have worked, where it's like, I have GM player, I'm GM player, so they give me plats. The other team, they have one plat player that's give their teammates diamonds, right? So like on average, their teammates are better than my teammates, but like the disparity, or just like the big difference, is the plat player and me on the other two teams, right? So like on average, their players are slightly better than mine, but they have one much worse player, and my team has one way better player. That makes sense. Okay.
As even though each match does hold an uncontrollable luck-based element that results in player advantage, over the course of a play session, you're unlikely to skew heavily in one direction over the other. Additionally, game designers work as hard as they can to make this attacker-defender-sided advantage as minimal as possible. And while competitive play does retain symmetry in most cases, many competitive game modes, when stretched to their limit, do break symmetry to tiebreak, with one team ending up...
No coin flip, get that... No, do not bring up that trauma.
playing a bonus round on the potentially more favorable side, and the other team drawing the short end of the stick. It's interesting to note that while this certainly does serve to level out a player's experience with small instances of luck, many of these instances of asymmetry are to prevent stalemates or reduce match time. Many people queuing for casual game modes
Oh boy, I can't wait to play a 20-minute match of Valorant before work today.
simply don't have the time to play multiple rounds on attack and defense, and when there's no rank involved, the people who do have the time aren't going to be as frustrated if they draw the weaker side.
Yep.
Valorant stands out.
Actually, you know what's funny? It says right there. Watch. Hang on.
Do
I'll
have
show
the
you.
time aren't going to be as frustrated if they draw the weaker side.
Not even that upset, probably. Person who died. You know what, though? You know what the worst part is, though? The people that do take quick play super seriously and get really mad at you if you're not in, like, full tryhard. Like, those people are the worst. Those people will genuinely annoy me. And they'll always say the same thing. They'll always say, well, what's the point of playing if you're not even trying? No, you're trying. You're just not sweating your nuts off. Because, like, a good player knows the difference. You can't tell the difference, but I can tell the difference. If I'm sweating my nuts off, I'm hard calming, I'm counter swapping, I'm working off of your picks, I'm doing everything in my possible ability to win. I'm doing everything I can, right? You are not hard calming in your quick play game. You're basically 95% of the time when people get mad at you, they're like, why'd you die there? Why aren't you playing this? Why don't you swap around me, right? You are not trying your absolute best. And I can tell that you're not trying your absolute best, because if you were, you would be doing all of these things. But you and I both know it's ridiculous to do that. So you're not doing it. You're just kind of like projecting and getting mad. Yo, Alfredo on the YouTube side with the 20 gifted memberships. Yo, dude, I don't think I've ever seen a 20 gifted membership on YouTube. God damn, I've seen two 10s back to back. Yo, but Alfredo, thank you so much for the week. 20 gifted memberships. Chad, if you're on the YouTube side and you got gifted a sub, make sure you say thank you. That alert is going to be going off for quite a while because I don't know how to do massive ones for YouTube. They're all individual. So we're going to be here a while. Thank you, though. I appreciate it, too. Hi. Hello. What's up? I didn't realize you could gift memberships on YouTube. Yeah, I think they added it like a year ago or so. Maybe, give or take. I remember I was watching Tim like way back when he was doing like either Overwatch or COD stuff, and I noticed that you could gift memberships back then. So it's been a minute, but they've had it for a while. What do memberships do? They're like Twitch subs, but the difference is though, like I can't make it so it gives you ad-free viewing. It's basically everything else that a Twitch sub would give you, like emotes, sub chat and Discord, stuff like that. YouTube tries to make or wants you to do like members only content. I would never do that because like I don't really believe in putting content behind a paywall like that. Like yeah, you're gonna get ads of course, but like I don't want to be like, oh, you have to pay $5 to watch this video. I think it's really annoying. But there's also different cultures from YouTube and Twitch. Like Twitch subculture is very, very different. It's like not a thing on YouTube. So memberships are just like they're a little bit more wonky. You know what I mean? It's interesting. Yeah, like I said, this is probably gonna go on for quite a while. I've never had this problem before, so we've never had to deal with it, especially when watching a video. But yeah, so I think Valkyrie made that happen on YouTube when she signed on. I mean, that would make sense. That makes sense. I guess it depends if you want to earn income off exclusivity, but it's not something you're into, then it's understandable. I think if you want to do exclusivity content, you should be doing it on something like Patreon, where you know that it's a different platform and it's a different style of content. I feel like if it's on YouTube and then you're just paywalling it and you're kind of an asshole, like that's how people will view you, as it makes sense. Like, so like if let's say on YouTube, I make a certain type of content and then on Patreon, you get to see the behind the scenes of that content, right? It's like, well, I would never normally make the behind the scenes content for you. Like that's not part of my normal content. But if you really want to see it, here it is on this other platform, which you pay for. It doesn't actually take away from your like experience. It doesn't feel like you're being gatekept away from something. It's like, oh, this is an additional thing. I don't really need that. That's fine that they do it. That's cool. You get what I'm saying? Like it's a little bit of a, I feel like that's how most people look at it. So I would never probably want to do that. Cap saying the 31 months, appreciated. Thank you. Behind the YouTube scenes content is just 4 hours of retro at his computer. Okay. All right, I think it's finally caught up. All right, let's continue.
Valorant stands out as an example that vehemently refuses to give either team an advantage, forcing teams to tiebreak by winning a round on attack, followed immediately by a round on defense. If you win one and lose the other, the game will make both teams vote on whether they wish to draw the match or do another round of tiebreakers. This means that a Valorant match can technically...
I never want to draw in Valorant, though. I always want to go for the win. I always get annoyed when people vote to draw.
Go on for infinity should every player agree to keep playing, but often competitive games will force a tie to avoid this problem. The existence of these asymmetrical casual game modes provides a solid learning ground for less experienced players, giving them a space to practice with less stakes and a higher impact from luck, which will let them observe what gameplay decisions result in success and which result in defeat. These game modes do result in the better player losing on unbalanced maps some of the time, but the separation between symmetrical and asymmetrical game modes provides spaces both for players who play simply for fun and aren't concerned with the competitive integrity of their match, and for players who want to compete, improve, and rise up the ranks.
Ooh, that's a tough scene to edit right there.
Symmetry and the separation of it is a common design principle in competitive games, and nowhere else is that more clear than in fighting games. As far as esports goes, fighting games are one of the most clear examples of a symmetrical gameplay experience.
And it's also one of the few places you can't blame your teammates. It's really up to you.
Has access to the exact same roster of characters and fights for the sole goal of reducing your opponent's HP to zero.
I'm not personally a big fighting game guy, but I get the appeal.
In order to provide a more varied gameplay experience. While it is true that every player has access to the same selection of characters barring DLC and whatnot, in 99% of instances, an actual match between two fighting game players will not be 100% fair. This discrepancy is a result of matchups. In symmetrical games, oftentimes players are given the option to choose a limited number of
like
tools
certain
for the
characters are
largest
good versus
regular
other
match,
characters?
and each of these tools function differently than the rest of the pack. Imagine if in chess, you could arrange the pieces of your board in any order, just so long as you use 8 pawns, a queen, a king, and 2 of everything else. Certain setups would be innately disadvantaged against other setups, and while there certainly would be setups that provide the most safety and the least likelihood for a bad matchup, it's inevitable that someone bordering on the line of creativity and insanity would develop a setup with the sole purpose of beating yours. This analogy is a good way to look at the roles selectable characters have in designing multiplayer games. No two characters are built the same, and some may have advantages unique to them that exploit disadvantages unique to others. This has a major impact on character viability, and nowhere is that more prevalent than in fighting games. These character-to-character matchups are so important that many players create charts to demonstrate what
the old tier lists. I know a thing or two about those.
Attack and defense style games, developers try their best to make sure all characters have an equal chance of winning against
all characters. In 3 months?
But even more so than with map design, this proves to be more of a get it as close as you can
characters dominate.
If you design characters with defined strengths and weaknesses, it's only a matter of time before a clear, poor matchup rears its head.
You'd be surprised. A lot of times, though, games have a hard time figuring out what they should make be that weakness.
Take a character like everyone's favorite sickle-slinging Brit, Axel. His strengths include his extremely long range, his ability to keep his opponents safely at arm's reach, and his solid damage off securing hits when the opponent gets too greedy. Now, place him against a character like Potemkin, whose core strength is that he ever gets close to you, the round ends almost immediately, but is weakened by the fact that he has an incredibly difficult time actually getting close to you due to his slow movement, attacks, and poor reward at his longest ranges. It doesn't take a genius to see that Axel comes out as a clear favorite here, and even though in the most recent game featuring these characters, Potemkin and Axel
so like you were saying before,
to make the matchup between them as
the ranged characters dominate.
Axel still comes out on top ever so slightly. This aspect of competitive game design affects the inherent balance of a match. In a bad matchup, the better player becomes increasingly less likely to win. If you remove that aspect of the game, everyone has to play the exact same character, and all of a sudden we're playing Street Fighter 1 and nobody is having fun.
Yeah, that's true. It's hard. It's hard to say what's the difference, or balance versus fun. I mean, fun is the number one, though. Real talk.
In instances like these, it's inarguable that the better player will sometimes lose, but we agree it's a necessary evil to keep the game expressive and enjoyable. This does raise the question, though. Where is the cutoff at which point we begin to refute a game's systems as being competitively unfair, even if they add more enjoyment to the game overall? Is it, I don't know, intentionally kneecapping certain frustrating playstyles so that better players playing them don't frustrate worse ones?
The answer, yes. I think it is. intentionally kneecapping certain frustrating playstyles so that better players playing them don't get frustrated or don't frustrate worse ones. That's 26 with the Prime. Wait, what? What does that aim?
Well, if we look
another
into
me?
the world of live service competitive games, we can come to a pretty definite no, believe it or not, as many different games across multiple genres have a storied history of keeping frustrating options intentionally underpowered to allow newer, less experienced players to have a more satisfying experience.
Thing to 13 months. Appreciate it.
All we need to do to find an example is look back 3 paragraphs in our script here, as Axel and Potemkin represent character archetypes in fighting games that are often intentionally kept underpowered. Characters like Axel are commonly referred to as zoners, and characters like Potemkin are called grapplers, and if you're looking to get into a new fighting game without any prior knowledge into the game's tier list, a smart, educated guess would be to avoid characters like these.
I don't want that.
Developers often keep characters with Axel's extremely long-range normal attacks and Potemkin's insanely high-damage throws weaker on purpose, as to avoid player frustration when fighting them. But why are these characters so frustrating in the first place? Well, there's a lot we can dive into, but to put it the most simply, it's because they are built around exploiting mistakes. Axel is a character with extremely dominant control over the screen and can convert his hits into a combo from farther than anyone else, meaning if you're a beginner who isn't quite comfortable with utilizing your character's approach options yet, you're going to lose the entire match one tiny hit at a time before you're even able to get a single attack in.
So I know nothing about fighting genre, so I'm not going to say anything about that, but like I feel like that's an answer for yes then, right? Because like the punishing the mistake though is like not closing the distance in this case. I'm trying to relate it to something that I would think of as like in other genre. Like let's talk Overwatch for half a second. Like, you know, let's say Widow, right? Like Widow being really, really strong, you peek out, you're dead, right? Like the mistake you made was peeking out, right? But it's like, did you really make a mistake though? Like real talk, is it actually a mistake? Yes and no. Yes, it's a mistake. You should never peek the Widow. But how else are you going to play the game? Like you got to fight back at some point. You need to be able to take the fight. Like the way most people fight the Widow is by shooting back at the Widow, and then the Widow misses a shot or two, gets pressured, and then can't do it anymore. But like in a scenario where she does not miss, you lose that every single time. But there's a good chance she'll miss, and without peeking out, you don't get to play. So it's like, yes, it's a mistake, but that mistake is ridiculous. So I'll let him finish, but
this creates a lot of frustration, as the work the opponent has to do to approach Axel is much harder than the work Axel has to do to keep them out. And if you don't have a good grasp on the risk-reward balance of the game and its characters, which most beginners don't, fighting Axel can feel innately unfair. Of course, the better you get at the game, the more you start to realize this initial outlook was false. Axel has great long-range attacks and screen coverage, but due to his high recovery on most attacks, low HP, slower movement, and weak offensive and defensive options, he tends to be pretty weak when played at a top level. In the most recent Guilty Gear game Axel is playable in, he can only really be argued to be in the middle section of a tier list. In XR he's almost definitively bottom 3, and in Plus R he makes a notable exception, popping in slightly above the majority of characters. This trend is mirrored exactly by Potemkin, who's mediocre at best in Strive, terrible in XR, and pretty solid in Plus R.
Okay.
However, these are just the 2 characters I'm using as an example. If you take a look at almost any fighting game, you're very likely to see these trends repeated, and if they aren't, there's usually some level of rule breaking that makes said character stand out from their low-tier brethren. A good example of this is Dalsim, who similarly to Axel is quite weak in a majority of his appearances, except in Street Fighter V. However, in that game, Dalsim actually has incredibly potent offensive pressure with his slides, dive kick, teleport mix-ups, and set play.
So it's like a noob stomper? Or?
As for grapplers, Zangief is also usually quite weak, but has an exceptional appearance in Street Fighter IV, where he sports a powerful, fast, long-range attack that slips through fireballs that no designer would dare give to a character of his stature ever again. It's important to note that while this bias is generally seen in a lot of games, there are some exceptions. The Mortal Kombat series frequently has zoners in the upper tiers.
It's like the
roster,
one category I don't know like shit about
is
fighting games like this.
Speaking of grapplers, we finished Axel's segment, but why are characters like Potemkin generally kept weak? Just like Axel,
I feel like the answer is
Potemkin
still
is a character about
you want to keep them,
but he does it in his own unique way that developers also felt the need to keep intentionally underpowered. Potemkin is a character about his crushing offense, only needing 1 to 2 openings to win a round, with the real challenge being actually forcing his way in and winning said round. However, if 2 weaker players are playing, neither one of them is going to be apt at the neutral state of the game. And while Potemkin's high HP keeps him alive for longer as he gets tickled for mistake after mistake, as soon as the enemy player makes a mistake, it becomes possible for Potemkin to force them into a guess-for-game situation with his extremely powerful
Instead
throw,
of specialized
which,
players,
again,
those characters
can
get
feel
punished a lot more than a basic round of character and is more approachable by people.
Fair to less skilled opponents. If you're familiar with fighting games, you'll have heard that these 2 archetypes prey on 2 major emotions that their kits are designed to force you to feel. For Axel, that emotion is frustration. From the start of every round, Axel is at an advantage. Rounds that Axel wins last much longer than rounds his opponent wins, and he excels at making the opponent feel foolish for each decision they make. For Potemkin, that emotion is fear. The knowledge that at any moment Potemkin may throw out an attack that could rob you of your entire life bar causes you to make mistakes. Following these mistakes, his ability to put you in a guess-for-game situation where one wrong call could lead to a defeat means victories with Potemkin leave some players feeling cheated out of a win they felt they deserved. These emotions of fear and frustration are put first and foremost in matches against our 2 friends here. And if you're inexperienced with dealing with them, it can lead to serious discontent with the character or even the game
This
itself.
would 100% happen to me if I played
find
a
themselves getting frustrated easier rushing into Axis
fighting
attacks,
game
which will cause
right
them
now.
to make rash,
100%.
aggressive decisions, and wouldn't luck have it, that's exactly what Axel is waiting for, and he'll promptly blow them up as a result. Potemkin will leave these players feeling terrified of even standing anywhere close to him, constantly wasting opportunities, moving not enough or way too much, and flailing when on the defensive. And wouldn't luck have it, that's exactly what Pod is waiting for, and he'll promptly blow them up as a result.
Okay.
The exploitation of mistakes a beginner player would be more likely to make leaves characters like Potemkin and Axel in an awkward spot where they see disproportionate success at lower levels compared to higher levels, and
they are noob
developers have known this
stompers
for a long time. This creates a discrepancy in the player base's perception of strength for these 2 characters. While the top 1% may understand that if you play around Axel and Pod's weaknesses, you have a high chance of success, 99% of players
that's a
won't
very
even know
good
what these
point.
weaknesses are. And
a lot of games are like that. Have characters that are at one level are thought of as really weak or very strong, and the opposite
they
of
likely
the
don't
other
care
end.
enough about the game to learn to exploit them. You frequently see beginner players complaining about the overpoweredness
Yeah, everyone's saying Iron Fist right now.
Characters like Axel, citing the inability to fight back at all when up against a zoner more knowledgeable in the game than them, and the same can be said for grapplers as well. If you just flat out removed these character archetypes, you'd not only alienate a large portion of the player base who enjoys playing them, you'd also lose a sense of proportionality within the tools the game allows you to choose. It's no coincidence that these 2 characters lie on the opposite ends of the spectrum of range, and if you removed both the longest range characters and the shortest range characters...
What would you say are some noob stompers and rivals? Jeff was, for sure. Iron Fist probably was for sure. One of the ones I could think of is maybe like Iron Man or Wanda. Panther? Noob Stomper. Yeah, maybe. Penny! Oh, Penny. Actually, yes. Ooh, Penny can be.
You'd be stuck with a less interesting game with fewer options to choose from. This problem has led developers to intentionally making these types of characters underpowered at a high level of gameplay as a means to ally the character's strength with what the majority player base perceives it is. This is potentially the clearest cut example we have of developers intentionally designing a set of mechanics so that the worst player wins more often. Except this isn't even the only genre to do this, and it's actually eerie how close our next dilemma comes to this fighting game related example. Here, let me show you how close. Take this guy, now put him in 3D, give him guns, and there you go. You probably see where I'm going with this. If grapplers are as short range gets, and zoners are as long range gets, then it wouldn't be a stretch to call shotguns grapplers and snipers zoners. Other than the fact that shotguns don't tend to pick you up in spinning pile driver you.
I didn't say Penny was terrible, we were talking about noob stompers.
Of course. The shotgun and the sniper are common points of contention among FPS players for almost the exact set of reasons I listed in our fighting game section. Sniper rifles are able to attack you at ranges where you can't deal any damage, causing you to get impatient and end up right in their scopes. Its counterpart, the shotgun, mirrors grapplers by lurking around tight corners and forcing you to take gunfights so close that the reduced field of view from a scope becomes a deadly weakness.
Nothing in 8
helping
months.
you with high damage shells that can kill in one shot should you find yourself in the wrong place at the wrong time. As a result, we often see these weapons either intentionally undertuned or exceptionally hard to acquire to reduce player frustration.
However, yeah, that makes
while
sense.
the shotgun tends to find itself nerfed to mediocrity just like its grappler brethren, we actually see the sniper stay a pretty strong and consistent option in a lot of shooter games, and I think I know why. You see, it all comes down to player perception of skill. When talking about Axel earlier, we mentioned how his screen coverage is significantly higher than all of the cast, being able to attack from distances the opponent could never reach.
Yeah, but
this is true.
Let me guess, it's going to be like, you have to know all those combos, keep them at range, that's a skill.
With the sniper,
right?
But where one attack from Axel can cover upwards of 20% of the entire screen, a single shot from a sniper rifle exists only as a small straight line across a sprawling map, certainly not covering even a single percentage of overall screen space. This leads to a disconnect from the player's idea for how skillful each tool is to use, where because it's easier to hit your chain attacks as Axel than it is to hit snipes with the sniper must be the game's most skillful weapon, and Axel must be the game's least skillful character.
Yeah, like if you I guess the best way I could think of it is like you upload a video of you hitting a bunch of one shots on Widow or Hanzo, right? Or hitting these sick flicks or hitting these sick shots. You look like you're an insanely good gamer, like you're really, really good at the game. But if you upload a 5K Moira clip, it's like, why the fuck did you upload that?
In reality, this isn't quite the case. The game is balanced to proportionally reward the users of these tools based on the context they exist in. Axel's long-range attacks don't do very much damage, and they leave him quite vulnerable if he misses. And while a sniper rifle is significantly vulnerable after a single miss, most games allow them to one-shot any opponent with a shot to the head, and depending on the gun, maybe even the body too. While snipers do see just about as much complaining as zoners do, the simple fact that we perceive the sniper wielder as better than the opponent they killed means there's less of a need to intentionally weaken the tool. In stark contrast, many see people who play zoners as cowards who are worse at the actual game than the people they're zoning, pressuring developers to weaken those characters to make the match results more resemble these players' perceived
Oh, this happens in games all the time. You always get that guy who's like dying to something over and over and is like, dude, you guys are playing this X insert whatever thing. So fucking boring, man. You guys are so boring. You guys are boring.
Their opponent, even if the zoner is actually much better. So, we've looked at ways games allow for worse players to still experience victories over
I had a small Valorant arc where I played it for a few weeks.
Symmetry, and
didn't go well.
How player perception of strength and skill can impact how fairly balanced certain polarizing tools are. However, we haven't looked at any examples where it's clear, even from a passing glance, that the game wants the worst player to win. And while that sounds like a far-fetched idea, and game designers designing a game with the express purpose to make sure the worst player beats the better player is certainly hyperbole in its boldest form, there are examples of mechanics in games designed to give an edge exclusively to weaker players that better players are excluded from. If I had you play a game of Hangman right now and put up these 2 blank words consisting of 8 letters each, I bet a large amount of you could guess what words I just put up. Comeback mechanic.
I wouldn't have got it. Either I'm tired and checked out, or I'm terrible at Hangman. I wouldn't have got it.
If you're a gamer, you probably know what a comeback mechanic is. And if you're a competitive gamer, you probably already attach a pretty negative stigma to it. Chess has no comeback mechanics. If you're losing in chess, you have to claw your way back to victory the hard way, or resign early and learn from your defeat. Now, imagine if when you were the first player to be placed in check, you could bring any one of your pieces back from the dead.
Oh, yeah.
Comeback mechanic. Comeback mechanics are implemented in games to help the losing players get back into the fight, and are often a point of contention among more hardcore fan bases.
What are examples of games where that'd be okay? I feel like Mario Party, fine.
By definition, a comeback mechanic is unfair. The player who is performing worse receives a benefit for performing worse that the higher performing player never gets. Our competitive mindset...
Fatal Blow from MK? Fighting games. I know nothing about them.
As people,
I was gonna say, but basically the idea I was gonna behind like Mario Kart, like Mario Party, is like more party games, if that makes sense. Games that are like meant to be like competitive but also a bit fun. I feel like that's fine. But even then, you know, I get where they probably wouldn't. People don't like them. And anything in the 15 months, appreciate it. Thank you.
People who want to be rewarded for skill should tell us that such a thing shouldn't even be given a pass.
I mean, a comeback mechanics could it be considered support ults? No. If you're talking about support ults like in a hero shooter, no. Because that's part of their kit. It's their own ultimate. It's not really a comeback mechanic. The way it's used can differ too. Like what happens if you use a support ult offensively? Still a comeback mechanic? No.
Passing thought, never implemented into any serious competitive game. However, they keep showing up. Why? Well, as mentioned before, there's loss aversion. While the most objective end to an experience is the end of a round or game, losing smaller scale interactions more frequently doesn't feel good either. It sounds pretty backwards to say that if you're significantly better than your opponent in a fighting game, they should never get a chance to actually try to play it, because they'll have nothing to learn off of and have zero positive experiences within these matches. Comeback mechanics can exist on a small scale in these instances, such as meter being awarded to players for taking damage, which allows them to activate powerful invulnerable supers to stop the opponent from running them over and claw their way back into the game.
Oh,
however,
true.
These are comeback
Didn't think
mechanics
about that.
exist at the smallest of scales. Oftentimes, while you are rewarded meter for losing in fighting games, you're awarded even more of it for winning interactions.
Hero shooter comeback would be as you hit the last minute of a push, your ults start charging quicker, and the other team doesn't. No, because that doesn't happen. But you know what does happen, actually, is when it's overtime, respawns are longer. So if you're attacking in, say, hybrid or escort, and you're on third point, and you're attacking, there's a reason why teams always cap in overtime. It's because the defensive spawns become much longer. And so I would consider... Oh, you're saying that could be considered. Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, you're right. But actually... Oh, the overtime mechanic is kind of a comeback mechanic for the attacker because it gives the attackers a big advantage. Because the defender's advantage is having the spawn be so close, while the attackers typically have cover, or like, sorry, they have like the cover of the cart and also get healing off the cart. And typically, it's easier to like take angles on attack. Like once you push them out, like it's easier to hold angles on defense, but like. Once you lose that advantage, like once you lose, like it flips, like it becomes so much harder to defend. So like not having those respawn times is kind of actually that would be a comeback mechanic because it allows them to attack or to cap with no time left.
So it's more there to level out the playing field as opposed to directly hoist the weaker.
I hadn't thought about that before as a comeback mechanic.
You can find small scale comeback mechanics like this in shooter games as well. In many game modes, the winning team needs to put in more effort to score a match-winning point than the losing team does to gain points of their own. This is very clearly seen in a lot of Overwatch's game modes, where the closer one team gets to a victory, the closer the losing team's spawn points are to the objective, and the farther the winning team's spawns are. This small-scale comeback mechanic is actually not that intrusive to competitive integrity, as while
but also the spawn times in OT.
Being rewarded, they'll inevitably have to climb that same hurdle if they want to end up winning.
Not pre-watched.
This type of mechanic only really adds the perception of a back-and-forth game flow. The real type of comeback mechanic we look down upon isn't one of those that rewards consistency. If we want to look at a comeback mechanic that actively benefits weaker players and breaks away from the consistency of stronger ones, we'll have to get a little more wild. The most obvious example of this type of mechanic would be Mario Kart's item system. In Mario Kart, the items a player gets from the item box are determined based on how far away they are from first place. The racer in first will only ever get simple items like shells, bananas, and coins, whereas players in the back of the pack will be rewarded with blue shells, lightnings, and bullet bills, items which can hit the racer at the front without any way for them to stop them, adding a heavy amount of randomness to the game's outcome. But Mario Kart is first and foremost a party game. Nintendo designed it to be a fun experience for the whole family, so it makes sense that it would reward weaker players. It's not designed to be taken seriously by 99% of its player base.
Right.
If we want to see comeback mechanics that exist in competitive experiences, we'll need to take a look back into the fighting game scene at a few games' most divisive features. Given that we talked about Dulcet before, I find it natural to use Street Fighter V as our example of a fighting game with an intrusive
chat. Someone said this earlier, like the one shot, like Mortal Kill or something.
System, which gave unique selectable options to each character that could be mixed and matched to the player's preference. One of these was your V skill, a simple unique action not unlike a special move, and the other was V-Trigger. V-Trigger could only be activated once the red bar at the bottom of the screen was filled up, and it granted an extreme power boost to certain attributes of a character.
What in the world?
How do you fill that bar, you may ask? Well, if I didn't clue you in over the last 20 minutes, you build that bar by being worse. Your V-meter only builds in two ways, taking damage and landing your V skill. Now, this all sounds well and good, but the amount you got from landing a V skill was extremely negligible, and even then, a vast majority of characters couldn't consistently get this to happen over the course of a match, meaning 9 times out of 10 you'd see V-trigger get activated. It was because the user had just taken a chunk of damage from their opponent. Now, you may be thinking that this ends up working out similarly to our standard meter example, as in order to win a match, you'll need to give your opponent the same opportunity to build V-meter as they give you, but in reality, it didn't end up working out this way. Due to V-Trigger's large boost to a character's offensive capabilities, in certain instances it felt like winning early interactions in Street Fighter V matches would just lead to dealing 20% or so to the opponent's life, giving them V-Trigger, losing neutral to their more powerful toolkit, taking 50% or so damage before they run out of V-Trigger, and then being forced to play the rest of the match with just a sliver of health. Even though we secured the advantage first, we were punished for playing well, and ended up defeated without a fair lesson for us to learn from. And while this is a hyperbolized and heavily simplified example, this really is what V-Trigger felt like. Because of this mechanic...
DBZ Fighters comeback is fucked? Yeah, I heard Fighter Z had an interesting one way back when. I didn't follow the scene too closely, though.
Controversy from the fighting game community, many of which believed the mechanic to be wholly uncompetitive. And even if you liked Street Fighter V as a game and didn't find V-Trigger as intrusive as its critics, they did objectively have a point there. But let's not just make this a dunk session on Street Fighter V. Is there any strategic benefit that players can exploit out of V-Trigger? Well, there most certainly is. Given that V-Trigger has a vulnerable activation period and generally doesn't make characters that much stronger on defense, it can't be used as a get-out-of-jail-free card when pressured by the opponent. To that end, top players occasionally began intentionally planning out their openings such that their combos would leave the opponent just outside of V-Trigger activation range, so that they could score one more solid hit before the risk of V-Trigger would be introduced into the round. Fighting games aren't strangers to these types of mechanics, with DBFC's Sparking, UMVC3's X Factor, and Tekken's Range Mode all being buffs activated by reaching a low health threshold
that's so smart.
Let the losing player come back from the brink of defeat. And even then, these mechanics...
MOBAs have comeback mechanics, otherwise the team with an early lead would always win. Oh, you're right. MOBAs do. I'm trying to think of like Deadlock. Deadlock has some comeback mechanics.
All be played around by a skillful player through resetting combos and other means. While these mechanics are the worst of the worst when it comes to breaking competitive integrity for the sake of rewarding weaker players, it would be incorrect to say they don't add anything to the games they're in. V-Trigger, X-Factor, Sparking, and Rage are all extreme spectacles that get crowds of spectators hyped to see huge combos, and they introduce a unique aspect of decision-making for the stronger player that really forces them to prove they're better by outsmarting the game's mechanics and overcoming the odds. They may push the limit on what we consider to be fair to competitive integrity, but across the bigger picture, the better player is more likely to win in each of these games, proven by the top players of each scene remaining more consistently strong at every event you look at.
That's so smart.
So,
this fighting games are so complicated. I literally just don't have the time to get into it. I would have to spend so much time getting into fighting games. Like, I'd have to learn a whole new skill set, learning all of that stuff. Like, there's just no way.
Should the better player always win? I know it's a tough
fighting game players are just different.
To be honest, no. If you're designing an experience to be taken seriously, you may not want to implement blatant comeback mechanics like X Factor or V-Trigger, but making small sacrifices to competitive integrity to keep weaker players entertained as they improve is a surprisingly important step to an engaging competitive experience. The good that selectable characters bring to a competitive experience isn't outweighed by the bad they bring by introducing potential bad matchups or incorrect player skill perception. The struggle to capture a final control point compared to the ease of defending it loses its frustration when you consider that you're doing exactly what your opponent is going to need to do to win later on. But what do you think?
I'm competitive.
Do you believe that any game that plans on taking itself seriously should never even consider throwing the worst player a bone every now and then? Or do you think that people will never engage with a game's systems if they aren't given an opportunity to play and understand what winning looks like? Let me know in the comments below. And
that's a good point, actually.
Examples of gameplay,
you do gotta throw them some bones every once in a while,
or
right?
Anything you have to say regarding the subject, I'm pretty good about reading all the things you guys have to say, so be sure to let me know. This sure ended up being a long one, but for now, though, that's all.
Yeah, it was pretty long. Very good video, though. A very thought-provoking video. I don't know. I still think that, you know, not letting, like, extremely aggravating to play against characters be super strong is good, but there's definitely got to be, like, a limit to that somewhere. It's tough to say. Top comment. All my wins are deserved, and I never lose. My opponents just cheated. Real. Good video, though. Very good video. Okay. Cool. I think, chat, that is a good place. About 8 o'clock. Solid little stream today. Solid little stream. But I think I just go again tomorrow. I was already telling you guys earlier I was kind of tired, and I was like, not burnt out, but like, you know, kind of sitting on the fence of like, not like burned out with rivals or anything like that. I'm just tired, period, you know, across the board, you know. It's not like just streaming, but it's like everything in general. So I'm like, so that being said, I'm going to hop off for tonight. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. Tomorrow, is tomorrow Overwatch Classic? Oh yeah, I guess I'll probably do Overwatch Classic for a little bit tomorrow. But yeah, I will probably, you know, be doing some stuff tomorrow, and then probably play Rivals again, or we're gonna finish Spooderman at some point. But yeah, it was a fun little change of pace. So I hope you enjoyed being here. Wow, there's a lot of you guys still here on the YouTube side. Holy shit, I'm actually very surprised. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you guys had a fun time. It's the first time I've really started doing Rivals YouTube streams. So yeah, thank you. Appreciate you. All right, YouTube, you're gonna go down first. Appreciate you guys for hanging. Thanks for spending your time, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.